between Sussex and Leicestershire. We just need to do a quick check, make sure that the commentary is going out around the ground. My two regular correspondents, neither of them are here in the top tier of the Spen Karma Pavilion, so I don't know if anyone is listening up there at the moment with headsets. Yes, we are. I think we've got a wave at the top there, so that's good news. So the commentary is going out, and if the guys listening on the stream can just let us know that everything is going out, that'll be great news as well. It's going to be hot during the day. Delighted to be joined again by Ricky Clark. Good morning to you, Ricky.
Good morning, Adrian. Good morning, everyone.
Interestingly poised, this game, because Leicester had a really good afternoon yesterday. You know, losing that wicket to the first ball of the innings, we wondered if they might fall in a heap, but they did entirely the opposite.
Yeah, when you're staring down the barrel of a big score, first innings from Sussex, the one thing you don't want is a wicket with the first ball. But Kimber and Patel steadied the ship, batted incredibly well, and they'll be looking to build on that partnership from yesterday. Day 3 is always the moving day in cricket, sometimes called the money day, where you earn your money. So today it'll be a case of, for Leicestershire, can they build on that good start and put on a good total to try and go past Sussex some point tomorrow, or will Sussex fight back and get early wickets and really put Leicestershire under pressure?
I spoke to James Coles last night, who's only 18. It made me feel old, really, Ricky, because I said, I hadn't spoken to him for a while, and he said, yes, I've just finished my A-levels. I thought, crumbs. And he's now going to take a gap year next year, and he said, I'm going to give cricket my all next year, which I thought was terrific, really. So he's obviously decided in his life, that's it, I'm going to give a whole year, and he said, and I'm going to see where it takes me. And I thought that was quite a sensible approach, really. Yeah,
definitely. We saw him yesterday, the way he was batting, just a very talented young man, and obviously with the ball as well in hand, with his left arm spin, makes you feel older. I started my career before he was born, I think. So we're getting to that stage now, and we are commentating now on.
What was I say? The policemen look old when you get to our age, but anyway, there you go. But it was interesting with James, because he made runs and he bowled, and he's the one bowler who did make the ball turn quite sharply. And I said to him last night, do you think there's a bit in this pitch? And he said, yes, if you put it in the right areas, and it did happen twice with deliveries from that Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, I think we saw evidence from Parkinson as well that, when there was a little bit of pace taken off, it just gives that opportunity for the ball to stay in the surface a little bit longer and just try and grip, and hopefully get a little bit of turn from it. So James Coles, when he gets his opportunity, along with Delray Rawlings today, he'll be looking to take the pace off, hopefully, to try and get a little bit of purchase out of this surface. And also what we have seen is a little bit of bounce at times as well. So as a spinner, you'll be looking for a little bit of turn and a little bit of bounce, just to create a little bit of pressure on those Leicestershire batters.
James also thought, Ricky, and you would know a lot about this, he felt the ball was reversing as well a little bit. Could that be a factor?
It could be, yeah. I must admit, I'm shocked that I think Leicestershire tried it a little bit. We have got a few little bare rough ends on the square where the ball can be bounced in. Obviously, with the wicket being flat, there has been a few fielders patrolling the boundary. So when those throws come in, if they can get it on the bounce and try and really scuff it up. I haven't seen the wicket actually since day one, so I don't know if it's quite abrasive enough to get the ball reversing from bowling on the actual pitch. But I think it's crucial to try and get something in the air, and that can create problems for batters, particularly as the game goes on with the pitch maybe going a little bit slower and lower, and you can attack those stumps and pads.
We talk a lot up here, and I'm not sure if it's a reality or not, or just sort of a bit of a fallacy of commentary, really. But often we say, Ricky, 1 leads to 2 leads to 3. But can that happen on a day like today?
It can do. I suppose, from Sussex point of view, it would be a case of, can they get any movement in the air with the ball? Will they try and get it to reverse? But from my point of view, it's a new day. It wasn't quite their day yesterday with the ball. Leicestershire fought back well, but it's a new day, and the batters have to start again. So the Sussex bowlers will be trying to put it in the right area and creating a lot of pressure, and hopefully try and get a couple of early wickets to expose that middle order and tower of Leicestershire later in the game.
Louis Kimber coming out. I thought he batted really well last night. He's 91 not out. He's never made 100 in first-class cricket. I wonder how he slept last night, Ricky, despite the fact that he's been baking hot as well.
I was just about to say that I wonder how he slept, but I suppose with the heat and doing, I think they did 140 overs plus, didn't they, in the field? So he's been pretty much on the field all game, really. So I'd imagine he would have been quite tired, and fingers crossed for him, he got a good night's sleep, and he can start again today and hopefully get those 3 figures that he deserves, because he's played incredibly well. He's been watchful through his innings along with Rishi Patel, so fingers crossed they can build this partnership again for Leicestershire.
I've got to say, I had the luxury of coming down here in a car that had air conditioning, and we're sitting in here, it's air conditioned, but I got out of the car and I got out and I suddenly thought, whoa, it's hot. And it really is hot. I mean, it feels hotter now, than it did this time yesterday, really. And I suspect it's only going to get hotter during the day. Yeah,
definitely. I was having breakfast with Chris Wright's dad this morning.
Well, nice.
In Greg's. Tony Greg's, not the actual Greg's restaurant that you see around the country. And it was it was warm. And we just got, again, a little bit of cloud that's sort of come over, but it is hot. And there's a good opportunity that might burn away and be quite a hot day for all involved, really, fielders and batters, as it's going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to start.
It is. Bowled 10 overs yesterday, 3 maidens, no wicket for 33. Richard Ray is just doing his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Leicester, and we'll get Richard in just as soon as we can on commentary, because Louis Kimber is just 9 short of this maiden first-class century. And he's going to be taking strike, and he's going to place the first ball from Delray Rawlins. So to guide you through the first over will be Ricky Clark.
It is going to be Delray Rawlins starting off this morning session on day 3 as he comes in from the sea end. Puts it into a okay-ish area on the leg stump though, pushed away into the leg side, and James Coles comes up from deep mid-wicket. 1 run to Louis Kimber, moves on to 92.
Interesting that, Ricky, because we spoke a lot during the Leicester innings about all the Sussex innings, about easy singles being taken, and it's just an observation, it's not a criticism. That was quite a nice single to get on his way. He's probably been fretting all night, but he's got one out in the middle of the bat, first ball.
Again, yeah, it's just a case as in comes Delray Rawlins again to Rishi Patel, push forward, seeing no run scored, back to Delray Rawlins. I think it's just a case of the pace they need to bowl the spinners. Delray obviously gets through his overs quickly, as does James Coles, and it's just sometimes you bowl a little bit too quick. As in comes Delray Rawlins again, pushed forward by Rishi Patel up to mid-off.
So I like this actually. I mean, Steve Finn's got 3 on the off, 3 on the leg, so that the single should be quite difficult to come by here.
He's got his deep cover as well, so it's just in comes Rawlins again from the sea end. Quicker ball again, just into the leg stump of Rishi Patel, who just tucks it to the leg side. I think it's just a case that I'd really like to see Delray Rawlins and James Cole take a little bit of pace off and really try and get a bit of purchase out of this wicket, but everything seems to be a little bit too quick. As in comes Rawlins again, a little bit slower this time. Pushed on to the offside from Rishi Patel. 1 run off the over so far. Leicestershire 160 for 1. Be looking to build this partnership and aim for that first batting point, which is only 40 runs away. As in comes Delray Rawlins again. Again, a nicer delivery there. A little bit slower. Entices the drive from Rishi Patel. Drives nicely to mid-off. No runs scored. And that is the end of the first over of the day 3 morning session.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who opens the bowling from the Cromwell Road. And in fact, judging by the way he's taking off his cap and he's sort of striding towards the far end, it very much looks to me like it's going to be Steve Finn. So we're going to get a bit of pace from one end and spin from the other end. I think it's going to be Steve Finn. Yeah, he's just sort of directing the field. Steve Finn, who's in charge of Sussex in the absence of Tom Haynes. If you're listening, Tom, hope that the hand is okay. It's not too painful. We know you're out for a few weeks, but let's hope that that recovery is on its way. But in the meantime, it is going to be Steve Finn who's taking over the reins of captaincy in this particular game. I'm just looking around to see who the Sussex 12th man is today, because it was Sam Henderson for a lot of the game yesterday.
He's out there again, I think.
Is he? I can't see him. Oh, here he is, deep backward square. Yeah.
He's got the luxury of doing short leg duties as well. So,
well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to vacate the chair and I'm going to leave you with Ricky, with Richard, and let's see if Louis Kimber can go through to this 100.
In comes Stephen Finn down the hill from the Cromwell Road end into Louis Kimber, who just pushes it onto the back foot to mid-wicket, no run scored.
Morning, Rick. Morning, everybody. Human if there's not a few butterflies out there for young Louis Kimber. They had a pizza on the beach last night to relax.
Oh, nice.
They bought a takeaway pizza and sat on the beach and watched the sunset.
Very nice. So in comes Stephen Finn again. Full toss here like that. Thank you very much, Stephen Finn, says Louis Kimber. A full toss on leg stump, clipped away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Moves him on to 96, and that was a bit of a gift.
One more of those, Louis Kimber will be thinking. Just one more of those. That would be just what the doctor orders as far as he's concerned. He's still batting in a sweater, amazingly, given it's so sultry out there at the moment. Finn turns. Towel flopping from his waistband, runs in and bowls to Kimber outside off stump, and Kimber, not to be tempted, lets that one go through to Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Carter very much still sporting his much loved mullet.
He's done well there, Louis Kimber. I think that was a good delivery to let your hands go through, and he's just been very, very watchful. So he's switched on.
Twiddles the bat in his hand, and how many times he's gone through these moments in his mind beforehand. In goes Finn, bowls to Kimber, who's forcing it out into the offside, but a good diving stop or tumbling stop at point by James Coles. Coles did, lest we forget, grass a chance off Kimber yesterday afternoon. Not an easy one, down at deep backward square, but he got there running in from the deep square boundary, got 2 hands to the ball. That was off Henry Crocombe, couldn't quite hang on, but you often need just one piece of luck as a batsman in these sort of circumstances. Kimber had his. He waits with bat raised as Finn is in, bowls to him outside off stump. Again another tempter, again Kimber is not to be tempted.
Good from Stephen Finn there, just bashing away at that line of length. He'll know that Louis Kimber will be eager to get that boundary away to get to those 3 figures, and he's just creating the pressure. Obviously giving him a freebie already this over, which he'll be disappointed with, but he's back on it now, bashing away at that line of length.
Finn picks up his heels, runs down the slope and bowls. Good delivery on off stump. Kimber, slightly angled back, leans forward into a defensive shot, runs it out towards backward point, picked up by Coles, end of the over. So not going to come in this over, but he did pick up the 4 off the first ball. He runs down and walks down, has a word with Rishi Patel, 25-year-old to 23-year-old. I think he's 24 shortly, Rishi Patel, later this month. He's batted in his own way equally impressively, I think.
Very impressed. The way he's just gone about his business. We alluded to it yesterday that he just lets the ball come to him. Very rarely gets out of his bubble, plays within a nice compact box, and been very impressive. As in comes Delray Rawlings again. Drives it in a little bit quicker. Top of off stump as Rishi Patel comes forward again, lets the ball come to him, as we've spoken about on many occasions, plays it into the offside for no run. Pujara doing the fielding. Then Ray Rawlings again from the sea end. A little bit shorter, pushed into the covers, goes out to deep cover for an easy single. Brings Louis Kimber on strike, just 4 away from a well-deserved 100.
And Sam Henderson goes in at silly point under Kimber's eye line, the substitute fielder. Stephen Finn making Kimber wait. He's having a chat to Delray Rawlings, and he's sending James Coles from conventional mid-wicket out. How far to the deep mid-wicket boundary? He's going to go all the way. No, he's not. He's going to go Looks like about 2/3 of the way back. Sean Hunt came running into mid-wicket, but then he's been sent across to backward point. So obviously one or two specialist fielding positions, and the man who was at backward point is coming across to conventional mid-wicket. Coles has now gone out pretty much to the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Finn shifting his backward point around. Rawlins is in. Kimber is pushing it out into the gap calmly, out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Do it in ones if you have to, young man. Do it in ones. Moves on to 97, 166 for one.
The paddle sweep was on there, wasn't it? They'd moved everyone on the leg side in front, and there was definitely a...
Rawlins is enforced by Patel, slightly wide of mid-off, who tumbles to his left. He's like Crocombe there, young man, and just holds his left shoulder for a minute, having rolled over and made the stop. Patel takes one, brings Kimber back on strike. 2 balls to go in the over. Rawlins is in, bowls. Kimber is clipping it out into the onside, out towards Coles at deep mid-wicket, and again he takes one. Moves on to 98. A car alarm goes off in the distance.
Just making sure it's not mine.
Does it ring? Does it sound familiar, does it?
It sounds, yeah.
Rawlins into Patel, who goes back, looking to place it into the gap in the covers. Finds the man in the covers, Cheteshwar Pujara, and it is the end of the over for Delray Rawlins. You'd like the fact Rawlins has started, so it's a sort of spin-seam combo to start with?
I do like that, yeah. I think it just, gives the batters something to think about. Just changing up the momentum and stuff for Sussex. But for me, I keep on saying, I'd like to see Delray Rawlins take a little bit of pace off and try and get something out of this wicket, just to give the batters something to think of. With cynic grip every now and then, when it has been a little bit slow, I just feel that the pace at this moment in time that he's bowling is just a little bit too quick and a little bit too easy just to manoeuvre around the field.
Stephen Finn then to Louis Kimber. Kimber on 98 from 140 balls. Finn in from the Cromwell Road end bowls. Kimber drives pleasantly, but only as far as mid-off, where Sean Hunt is the fielder. I'd have thought that was half an opportunity. Didn't put his full weight into it. Stroked it back down the pitch on the offside. Didn't quite time it. Sounded a little bit tinny off the bat. Kicks a bit of loose dirt away. Looks up, sees Finn at the top of his mark. Conventional field as Finn is in and bowls. He's driving Kimber. Has he got it through the gap? He has got it through the gap. That is the 2 he's going to need. In fact, it's going to be the 4 that takes him to 3 figures for the first time in his first-class career. Well played, Louis Kimber, 25-year-old, playing his 12th, I think, first-class game, his 18th first-class innings. The pavilion, the balcony, the Leicestershire section thereof rise to their feet, hands above their head in applause for Louis Kimber. Lovely way to go to it as well. A cover drive that beat the field, runs away to the boundary, and Louis Kimber is a centurion for the first time.
Really impressive shot. Throughout his innings, he's played amazing shots, but the composure he showed there, particularly being on 98, a well-deserved 100 and the first of many.
Finn is in. He's forcing off the back foot this time. Again, it didn't sound quite as though it came out of the middle. Hunt able to get across to his left at mid-off and field, but not before Finn. Kimber has picked up a single, 140 deliveries. Louis Kimber's 100 occupied. He hit 10 4s and 5 6s.
Very impressive.
5 6s, isn't it? It's not bad.
I'm trying to think when they were.
Finn is in to Patel, who is very solidly forward indeed. Plenty of time as he leans forward and plays it back down the pitch to the former England seamer.
Rishi Patel again there, letting the ball come under his eyes. Good, solid position. He'll have his eye on 3 figures as well, as he's on 69. Been very, very watchful for 160 balls, but been very impressive as well.
Waits with bat raised as Finn is in, bowls to him. Again, very straight, not quite as full as the previous delivery. Leaning forward then, not such a big stride, but again, straight back down the pitch, playing very straight. I can only think of that one rush of blood he had. Otherwise, he's been pretty restrained when he gave... Was it Coles or Rawlins the charge from this end?
Yeah, he had a bit of a charge down the wicket and wasn't quite there and just sort of went through with it. It was a bit of a hack, wasn't it, if in all honesty?
Finn is in, bowls to him. He's turning it out towards mid-wicket. Thinks there might have been a single in it, but didn't have sufficient pace to beat the man at mid-wicket who moved across to his right to make the stop. End of the over. Leicestershire 173 for 1. Louis Kimber 103 off 143 deliveries. Young man from Lincoln. Hopefully quietly proud of that, but setting out his stall to make it a big one, a daddy 100 to start with.
Yeah, that's what Graham Gooch always used to say is, go big and make it a daddy 100. For Kimber now, it's just a case of starting again. He'd be relieved that he got to those 3 figures, but he'll hopefully be looking to add to it as in comes Rawlins again from the sea end. A lot slower this time, as Kimber digs it out, quite full of a length. To Pujara, extra cover, no runs scored. A better delivery there from Rawlins, just gave it a little bit more air as in he comes again. Flatter this time, short, tucked into the mid-wicket region, fielded nicely there by, I think it's Clark, or is it Alior? Tom Clark, it is Clark at mid-wicket, who's fielded nicely to keep Kimber on strike. As in comes Rawlins again from the sea end up the hill. A little bit slower, but short and wide this time. Cut by Kimber and a quick single taken. A little misfield there from Sean Hunt at backward point. Allowed the Leicestershire batters to quickly scamper through for a single to bring Rishi Patel to strike to face Rawlins, who's coming up the hill again. A little quicker again, driven in to the hip of Rishi Patel, who just tucks it onto the leg side for no run scored.
It's probably fair to say that Coles is the one who's turned it a little bit more on occasion than Rawlins.
I think we allude to it, just trying to get that pace right. As in comes Rawlins again, a little bit slower this time. Rishi Patel comes forward, as he does, and has done most of the innings, playing it under his eyes. Dot ball. Very quick overs as well from Delroy Rawlins. He flies for him there. It's just about a minute to bowl this over, I think, as he comes in for the last ball of the over, up the hill again. A little bit slower. Rishi Patel pushes forward, goes to Sean Hunt at backward point. No run is scored, and that is the end of the over. Leicestershire 174 for 1. Louis Kimber on 104 of 146. Rishi Patel 69 from 165.
No alarms thus far for these two Leicestershire batsmen. Only overs, 52 overs. Has the ball been, trying to remember if they've changed the ball yet, but it's approximately 52 overs old anyway. Leicestershire haven't lost the ball yet in terms of it disappearing over the brick wall on the other side of the road that runs behind the Spend Karma Pavilion. A couple of balls over there somewhere during the Sussex first innings. Finn is into Kimber, bowls. Kimber is leaning forward, defending that one, then lifting his bat immediately towards Patel, who turned his back anyway, so he certainly wasn't going to go anywhere. Big, strong, he looks a big, strong young man, Kimber. He's quite sort of slow moving at the crease, but when he connects, it looks as though it imparts a lot of power to the ball. I know it's all about timing as well, but there's a lot of strength there too. Finn is in, bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump, just a half stride forward, then he lifts his bat over the line of the ball as it bounces through.
Saw him in the warm-up actually, very strong.
Yeah.
They're having a nice game of football, the Leicestershire players, and got a big tattoo on his back of a lion. Which,
Louis?
Yeah, I'm pretty
It
sure.
wasn't Roman, was it? Roman.
Oh, I
Walker?
don't know. I might have got the wrong one.
Yeah,
Then.
might have been Roman's well tattooed with a huge thing on his back,
Okay,
and he's also got a dragon on his calf.
Okay,
being
yes,
Welsh
okay.
and all that
I've
sort
got
of
them mixed
stuff.
up then. Yeah, I was like,
He might have, I don't know. But I'll check with him. In comes Finn and Bowles, and they hit him on the back foot. It's going to be close. He's gone. Stayed low, perhaps came back in off the seam. Perhaps it was a little bit of swing. James Coles said after play yesterday that it had just started to reverse a little bit. So we'll have a look at the replay. So Kimber, having gone to that maiden century, gets a good one from Stephen Finn. Came back in. He thought about it a long time, umpire Pratt. But that is his tendency. And in the end, it certainly wasn't a height issue. The question is, where did it hit him? I'll have a good look at the replay. Not much foot movement. What do you reckon?
yeah. I think you've got to look at that and say there's potentially umpire's call. It definitely come back to Louis Kimber. Where it definitely moved in the air and sort of trapped him on the crease, and that's what Sussex were looking to do, try and get a little bit of movement in the air with this ball, potentially a little bit of reverse already this morning. They'll be working on that ball to try and get some sort of movement, but a fine innings from Louis Kimber, goes for 104. He'll be very pleased with his efforts. Unfortunately, he couldn't go on to add too many more to his total, but he'll be happy with the ton that he's got. We'll just look at that.
Sneaking quite a long way down.
It might be going down, and he's quite a tall lad as well, Louis Kimber. That potentially could be high and just going down the leg stump. Missing leg, yeah. It feel a little bit hard done by there, but
It was absolutely worth the shout, but yeah. Stephen Finn, no wonder umpire Pratt did have a think about it. Might just have been going on to hit leg stump.
just looked like there was a little bit of doubt there for me. It moved quite a lot in the air and potentially above the top of the pad.
Big breakthrough for Sussex, and one they needed at the start of the day. 20 minutes into play. Well, there may have been no alarms, but first time there was, it was enough to send a batter on his way. And out to replace Louis Kimber is Colin Ackerman. Lifts his bat as Finn is in, bowls to the South African, bounces through outside off stump. Ackerman lets it go through and walks away towards short leg. Struggled earlier this season, Colin Ackerman, but found some good form towards the end of the T20s. And he's a class act. He's probably the class act of the Leicestershire batting lineup, has been over recent years, and they desperately need him to find form over the sort of last 2-3 months of the season. Begun to do so. In goes Finn, bowls to him. He's very solidly forward there, big stride, and head right over the ball as he defends it out to Hunt at mid-off.
Yeah, I think there's an indication that Sussex are trying to get this ball to reverse. You see the way it's going around the field. Normally try and keep as many hands off it as possible. Obviously a very hot day today, so there'll be some sweaty palms out there. So it'll go around to a couple of people, just trying to get that ball to reverse.
Finn is in, bowls very straight. Ackerman behind it. Angled back, pushing it out into the offside, picked up by Pujara. End of a successful over for Stephen Finn. His second wicket of the innings, as well. 2 for 39 for the veteran from 14 overs. And obviously he is now captaining Sussex in this game. And he's leading from the front. 174 for 2.
Going to be Delray Rawlins to continue from the C end. He'll be bowling to Rishi Patel. As the sun comes out and just burdens away a few of the clouds that we've got around. Little patches of blue sky. And Silly Point comes in for Rishi Patel. Just moved across from short leg as in comes Delray Rawlins again, pushed into the offside, half stop at Silly Point, but goes through to Pujara at extra cover. Delray Rawlings coming round the wicket here to Rishi Patel. As in he comes again. A little bit of flight driven. Not convincingly from Rishi Patel. Up to mid-off, no runs scored.
Ackerman 309 runs so far in the championship this season at 24, more or less.
As in comes Delray Rawlings from the sea end, a little bit slower. Rishi Patel tries to cut it, a little bit close to him there to try and cut as it carried on with the arm. Just to backward point, Sean Hunt does the fielding, no run scored again. He'll be looking for a score. He's got a perfect wicket here, isn't he, I suppose, Ackerman. Try and build on a nice total. Was driven from Rishi Patel into the offside. Half stop from Pujara.
Well, after a fairly awful run, he did manage a century in the previous game. That was at home to Nottinghamshire, 116 off 253 deliveries in the first innings.
Here comes Rawlings again, flat through the crease, driven nicely by Rishi Patel. Again, half stop, just to the left of Pujara. Nice bit of field in there. Definitely stopped 4 on that occasion. As another field change for Delray Rawlings and Sussex. Pujara just goes back a little bit deeper. You see Tom Clark comes over into the position of a man on the drive just from mid-wicket. As in comes Rawlings again, flatter through the crease. Back cut there from Rishi Patel. That'll run away for 4. It's a really nice shot. He waited for the ball just to come under his eyes again. Played it nice and late. Got it backward of point just past Sean Hunt, and it raced away for 4, which takes his total to 73. Leicestershire 178 for 2, and that is the end of the over.
81 and 40 not out in the second game of the season against Durham. Thereafter, Ackerman's scores were 5-3, 0-0, 11-5, 1-15. But then that 116 against Nottinghamshire, which kind of hopefully meant he was back in some sort of touch. And as I say, some good scores in the T20 as well. He looked a much happier man at the crease.
Do you feel that sorry to interrupt there, Richard, do you feel the captaincy had a part to play in that? Sometimes people struggle with form when they're captain, and
possibly, but he was into his 3rd season as captain. He had a lot going on and off the field. In goes Finn and bowls to Ackerman, whose head is over that one as he turns his wrists on the full delivery and pushes it out towards mid-on. And I think he had a lot of sort of distractions in his life one way or another. I don't think he wanted to be relieved of the captaincy, the red ball captaincy.
Oh, right.
I think he wanted to keep it, and he continues to captain the side in the T20. But I think he was persuaded it was for his own benefit as much as anything. In goes Finn, bowls to him, and he's solidly forward to a length delivery on off stump out into the offside. And I suppose Leicestershire can point to that century and say, well, look, there you go. Without the burden, you
just a weight off the shoulders sometimes, and just concentrate on your batting. And a very good player, and has been for Leicestershire for a few years now, with both bat and ball.
Yes, he has, yeah. Right through bat raise. He looks quite a classically correct player as well, as Finn goes in and solidly forward again. He's asking questions with every delivery at the moment, Stephen Finn, making the batter play.
Just wonder what the information was when Ackerman came to the crease, that the balls are starting to move a little bit. That would be in his mind, to try and be watchful to get himself in. It's not ideal when you come in and the ball might be reversing, when you've seen a partnership of Rishi Patel and Louis Kimber.
Finn in, bowls, Ackerman again, solidly forward, out into the offside, out to Hunt. Every delivery at the moment is being required to play. 2 slips, mid-wicket. Basically a fairly pretty conventional field.
Yeah,
for the new batter.
The field doesn't sort of like jump out at me that the ball is reversing.
No.
But we definitely saw a little bit of movement in through the air for Louis Kimber.
Finn is in, bounces and holds its own, and Ackerman plunged forward at that one rather than it went past the outside edge.
Yeah, I'm just looking on the live stream. There's not a lot of movement, very much straight through the air, but Stephen Finn is definitely challenging the defence of Colin Ackerman, making him play at every ball, exactly what you want from your experienced bowler, just challenging that defence and putting him under pressure early on in his innings.
Turns, comes down the slope and bowls. Ackerman leaves this time. That previous one?
Yeah, just watch it on the live stream there again. It's just held its own. It's just most of the balls have been angled in, I suppose, and that one just held and carried on through to Ollie Carter, the wicketkeeper.
End of the over, 178 for 2. Game not exactly back in the balance, but Sussex will just sniff the door being slightly ajar, and if they can get Ackerman early, I think we're very much back in this in terms of making Leicestershire follow on an awfully big target. The follow-on target, 439.
It's going to be Delray Rawlins continuing from the C end. He'll be bowling to Rishi Patel, who's been very impressive, Adrian.
He has. He's batted very nicely. I'm pleased for Louis Kimber. Always great to see someone get their maiden. Do you remember your one, Ricky?
I'm trying to think when it was. In comes Delray Rawlins into Rishi Patel, who plays on the front foot, drives it into the ground, out to deep extra cover for 1 run, bringing Colin Ackerman on to strike. First class, actually, yeah, it was Cambridge University.
Right.
And then soon after went to Taunton for my first championship one, 153 not out down at Taunton, which was nice. And,
lovely. Well, lovely place to get it as well. I love Taunton.
Yeah, lovely place, isn't it? Yeah. And when it was really, really flat those days. As in comes Rawlins again. Driven nicely from Ackerman. Back to Delray Rawlins, who tried to sort of tap it onto the stumps as Rishi Patel tried to get back to make sure he wasn't in a position to be run out. Drops his bat, Ackerman comes through for the single, and Rishi Patel sprints to the other end without his bat as Colin Ackerman takes the bat of Rishi Patel back down to him at the striker's end. A little fist pump to say keep going. 1 run scored.
It was 100. I'll ask you in a minute, Ricky, sorry.
In comes Rawlins again into Rishi Patel, onto the front foot. Back to Rawlins, no run scored.
Was 100 at Fenners? Or at the
It was, yeah.
Was it?
Was, 107 not out. So,
well, what a place.
Yeah, it started off quite nicely and it just went downhill from there after that. In comes Rawlins again, driven in to Rishi Patel, who drives. All full of a length there, up to mid-off.
We were talking about some of the old traditions yesterday. Well, I was talking about, playing the very low level of cricket that I played.
Rawlins again drives the ball in again, quicker pace into Rishi Patel, who comes on the front foot again for a number of occasions. He's done that. Just plays the ball back, doesn't want any of it at this moment in time. Nice dot ball back to Delray Rawlins as he comes in again from the C end. A little bit shorter this time, pushed into the offside towards backward point where Sean Hunt does the fielding. That is the end of another very quick over from Delray Rawlins. Leicestershire 180 for 2 off 56 overs.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday, Ricky, about I was saying, when I played, when I started playing, as a kid, and there was the club kit because no one could afford pads and bats. I mean, that was definitely the case. But the other tradition was, if anyone got a 50, or very few people got 100, but a 50, 5 wickets or 100 meant that whoever did that had to buy a jug.
Yes, yeah.
I used to love that. So you were down in the clubhouse and someone comes around with a jug of beer. Fantastic.
Yeah. And then also they get fined for jug avoidance.
Yeah, absolutely.
They got like a 49 or yeah, still the good traditions.
Yeah, well, I think they should remain, particularly if you didn't have much money and someone goes around with a jug of beer. You thought, that's good news. Steve Finn's going to come. We'll bring Ariana in a couple of minutes' time. I'm just going to do an update and then we'll bring Ariana in to replace Ricky and have a find out about her cricket yesterday. Steve Finn, but a good spell here, but I'm just mindful he's looked very dangerous here this morning, but he's looked far and away, Ricky, the pick of the Sussex seam bowlers. As in comes Finn and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Colin Ackerman, and there is no run. But he can't bowl all day.
He has, yeah. I think he's just using his experience there, isn't he? He's been there, done it, bought the T-shirt as the senior pro. Different to Chris Wright. Chris Wright came up the hill Steve Finn is just letting the heel guide him in and just keeping a strong action and just bashing away at line and length. And so far to Colin Ackerman, he's been on the money and challenging the Leicestershire former skipper.
In comes Finn. Down the hill and bowls, and Ackerman is forward and plays defensively. So, I mean, it's really important here for Leicestershire. I mean, they've lost a wicket earlier. I mean, well done, Louis Kimber, but they've lost a wicket here, Leicester. What they won't want to lose is, we're talking about wickets going down. 1 becomes 2, becomes 3. If you look at the scoreboard and it's suddenly 180 for 4, it's kind of a different kettle of fish.
Definitely, I think it's just all about rebuilding and trying to get a partnership now with Rishi Patel and Colin Ackerman. Obviously, it was a wonderful partnership between the two youngsters, but they've got to try and rebuild again.
In comes Finn and bowls, Ackerman forward again, good length ball. What's intriguing here is that Steve Finn is making Ackerman play every single ball.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. The second a new batter comes in, particularly on the wicket where it's flat, you don't want him having just those easy leaves, so to speak, and watching the ball go past and getting used to the pace of the wicket where he doesn't have to play. He's challenging his defence, bringing him forward as well, which is important. And just building the dots and the pressure. 13 balls so far faced for his 1 run.
In comes Finn again, bowls. Ackerman tucks inside the line, plays out into the offside. I mean, Steve Finn will know exactly what field he wants and why should he take any advance from a commentary box. But I just wonder here, Ricky, Ackerman just feeling his way. Would you perhaps have a gully in there or a third slip? Or
I just don't feel it's that sort of wicket, if I'm honest. I think sometimes, when you get a pitch and the ball's not really doing a lot of through the air, so it's an opportunity that actually you might get a cool cover here on these sort of wickets. So it's probably better to have the fielders in front of the wicket.
In comes Finn, over the wicket bowls, and Ackerman clips that down to fine leg. Good bit of fielding by Sean Hunt, tumbling. Is it Sean Hunt down there? No, it's Henry Crocombe. Good tumbling save. Ackerman picks up a single, he goes to 2. Leicestershire 181 for 2. 1 more ball to go. We've got this update coming up in a couple of moments' time. So 2 slips, backward point, cover, extra cover. Pujara just going over a word to Steve Finn, maybe with a suggestion of a fielding change. How interesting is that? That's why we pay you the big bucks, Ricky, and I'll explain what's happened in a moment. Yeah, it's beautiful actually, Sarah. I mean, there's a fair amount of blue sky. There is some high-level cloud, but I mean, the sun is breaking through here. I have to say, I had the benefit of coming down in an air-conditioned car, and when I got out the car, I thought how hot it was here this morning. So, yeah, it's a beautiful day. The sun's out. Hove looks a picture. And the other good news is, Sarah, that Sussex have picked up a wicket this morning, and it's the wicket of Louis Kimber, who went through for a maiden first-class half-century. He's now out for 104 LBW to Steve Finn, so it's Finn's second wicket of the innings. Leicestershire now 181 for 2, and up at Scarborough, a centurion this time though for Surrey. Rory Burns 102 not out. Surrey in their first innings 215 for 1. Hashim Amla is on 61. Surrey though still trailing on first innings by 306. And just before we bring in Ariana, interesting though, Ricky, because they changed the field run, and you were saying about getting fielders in front of the bat, and they took the second slip out and put him into mid-wicket. Yeah,
for me that was a field there. It just suggested that there might be a little bit more movement. We've seen the wicket of Louis Kimber where it came back sharply and looked like the ball was reversing. Soon after that, everything seemed to be quite straight, but it's just a case of working on that ball, and it's only a matter of time that you get the ball to move in the air. And it just looked like the ball was moving a little bit in the air, so that's suggested that coming to that mid-wicket region and sort of bring the ball back, similar to what Steve Finn did to Louis Kimber, and try and challenge those pads a little bit more. And now a change of bowling. Henry Crocombe's coming. What do you think the thinking is behind bringing Crocombe into the attack? I think potentially you might see that the ball is moving in the air and they have got a little bit reversed, but they've got to be careful here, Sussex, as in comes Crocombe up the hill from the sea end. Starts with a good delivery, bringing Ackerman forward, who drives it back to Henry Crocombe. with no run scored.
Mentioned Rory Burns through to 100 for Surrey, a player you would know well. I mean, he's been a little bit in and out of the Test side, Ricky. I guess all you can do is go back into county cricket and score runs, and that's what he's done.
100%. He's done that for a number of years now, where he's played Division 1 cricket and got 1,000 runs pretty much every season. So he's doing the right things that got him noticed in the first place. Obviously, it was a tough time for him with England, but he did have some Test hundreds under his belt. As in comes Crocombe again up the hill. Drives it into a good line and length to Ackerman, who plays on the front foot, just to a short mid-wicket of Delray Rawlins. No run scored.
And I can only imagine, Ricky, that in that international setup, that everyone's really keen to make an impression. You know, there's a new head coach, and I know that in the second innings of the India match that Alex Lees made runs, Zach Crawley made runs, but I guess you just got to keep the pressure on these guys, I guess.
Definitely. Look, Rory Burns is a class act, and I think he'll definitely be in the England setup again soon in the future. As in comes Crocombe again, full length, dug out from Ackerman, sort of driven in towards that leg stump line, quite full, as he plays it through to Delray Rawlins at a short mid-wicket, who instantly throws the ball to Pujara, who's working on the ball, and Steve Finn is holding it to make sure he doesn't get his sweaty palms on it. So they're definitely trying to get the ball to reverse. There might be a hint in the air as in comes Crocombe again. Again drives in that Yorker, dug out by Ackerman. If there is a little bit of a reverse swing here, Adrian, it is important that the bowlers still bowl that line and length and try and hit the top of the stumps. That's when you get the ball moving as much as you can through the air. Sometimes there's a tendency that you get a reversing ball and you feel you have to be really, really full. I think sometimes if you can still hold that line and length and bash away, driving it into the top of the stumps, as that's clipped off the legs from Ackerman. Just got a little bit too straight there, Henry Crocombe.
And just for the benefit of our listeners and me, you know, when you're talking about reversing, how is that different, Ricky? I mean, are you holding the ball in a different way, or you've got the seam in a different direction? Or?
Yeah, so basically you'll have the shiny side on the right, and normally that would then swing away from the batter. But on this occasion with reverse swing, it will drive in towards the batter. As in comes Crocombe again, full of a length, driven nicely from Ackerman. No run scored, fielded by Pujara, and that is the end of the 58th over. Leicestershire 181 for 2. Ackerman on 2 from 21, and Rishi Patel 74 from 177.
Ricky, thanks very much. We're going to have a bit of a change around in the commentary box. Ariana Dowles is going to come and join us. I have to say, everyone's looking very cold in here. We've got the aircon. I might just, Ricky, would you mind just giving the switch in the air conditioning off for a sec? We're on a baking hot day. We shouldn't be complaining really here in the commentary box that we are cold, but I have to say the air conditioning is incredibly efficient in here, and it gets a bit chilly. In fact, they're just changing Delray Rawlins now to bowl from the Cromwell Road. Ariana joined us. Were you getting cold?
Slightly, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad you said that, because I was getting distinctly cold. So I'm just going to run through the scores in the other games, just while you're getting yourself sorted out there, Ariana. So in the second division, a bit of a collapse from Derbyshire this morning. 36 for 4 they are, just leading Durham by 23 up at the Riverside. 3 wickets there for Chris Rushworth to add to the 7 that he took in the first innings. Cardiff, Glamorgan going well in their second innings, 92 without loss, leading leaders Nottinghamshire by 125. Middlesex 211 for 8 at Merchant Taylor School against Worcestershire, leading by 211 for 8, leading by 208. So that could be a good finish in that game that you'd think would finish today. And in the first division of the Championship, Gloucestershire now 184 for 8, just leading Essex by 10 runs at Chelmsford. Here comes Delray Rawlins. Around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Patel, who drives to a mid-off, picks up the single, fielded there by Sean Hunt. I'm not really sure there was a single there, really. But he goes through for a single, and Patel goes to 75. How are you, Ariana?
Very good, yeah.
Right, okay, you had a day off yesterday. We let you go off and play some cricket, so you can tell us all about it and how you got on and how the team got on, etc. in a couple of moments' time. As Delray Rawlins is switched ends to the Cromwell Road end. I don't know if you've got a view on that, Ariana. As in comes Rawlins bowls, it's swept away, and that's 4 runs. That's a loose delivery, swept away by Ackerman. He goes to 6, and Leicestershire to 186 for 2. Slightly loose delivery from Delray.
Slightly, yes. I guess the change of ends, he's found his area from the Cromwell Road end.
And we've spoken a lot in this game. I mean, you've played on this ground. Have you spoken to players who have said, you know, it is a little more tricky when you're bowling down the hill?
As a keeper, I'm not too sure, but...
In comes Rawlins, bowls and fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. Yeah, but I guess perhaps colleagues that you've spoken to are bowlers.
Yeah.
You know, does it seem more tricky sometimes?
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of chat whenever there's a big hill to be able to run up or down.
In comes Rawlins, around the wicket bowls, and Ackerman is forward. Rawlins fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. A slip and a short leg are the close fielders. Backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a deep mid-wicket. I can just see as in comes Rawlins, bowls. Ackerman stretches forward, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. I don't know anybody who gets through and over quite as quickly as Delray Rawlins. He's bowled 5 deliveries already.
Nice through his overs, doesn't he?
He really does. James Coles is pretty quick as well, and the effect of that is that the over rate is +2 as in comes Rawlins, bowls, and Ackerman just eases that. He's got his hands on his head, Delray Rawlins, and he didn't quite go where he expected to go. He's gone more down towards fine leg, fielded by Ali Orr, who comes round and fields, gets in the throw. It is the end of Rawlins' over, an over that cost 7 runs. Leicestershire go to 188 for 2. Ackerman on 8. Patel is on 75, and Rawlins now 16 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 52. So, Ariana, just remind our listeners who weren't listening on Monday where you went to yesterday, who you were playing for, etc.
So the Vipers Academy team went up to Oxfordshire and played the Central Sparks Academy in 2 T20s in the nice heat that was up there in Oxford yesterday.
Was it really sweltering?
Very sweltering, yeah. So it was a bit cloudy, so you couldn't really tan, but all the girls came off with pink faces anyway, with a little bit of sunburn.
Yeah, I mean, actually, in all seriousness, you're out in the blazing sun for a long time. Are you advised to take precaution, wear hats, put sun cream on? How does that work?
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell you in 1 second.
In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls and forward. That's a lovely looking shot by Patel into the covers. In fact, he thought he was going to get a run. It was a good bit of fielding out there by the substitute fielder, who is Sam Henderson. Plays his cricket at Rothby Cricket Club. Good bit of fielding at backward point, prevented a single. I thought that had gone for 4.
Yeah, great diving stop there from him in the pads.
Yeah, which probably makes it a little more tricky, I would imagine.
Definitely. You know, all the girls are advised to put on sunscreen. Everyone wears their hats and sunnies, and just hopefully reapply the sunscreen for all them.
Yeah. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, cut away, and that was slightly in the air. You probably heard the cry of catch. It wasn't a catch, but it was just short of Henderson again at backward point, and Sussex just applying a bit of pressure here.
Definitely, yeah. Got that early wicket, early doors in the start of play today, and just looking for another one. 1 brings 2.
Well, absolutely. The sun has momentarily disappeared as in comes Henry Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and this time Patel is solidly forward, plays that to mid-on, footed by Stephen Finn. And there is no run. And particularly for you yesterday, keeping wicket, did you keep wicket in both games?
Just the one.
Right, okay. But pretty hot. You got the gloves on, you got the pads on.
The batsman called for quite a few drinks, and I was rather jealous of them.
Didn't you get any bought out?
One at the forward wickets, yes, but...
In comes Crocombe in and bowls. Patel is forward. That's an immaculate forward defensive shot into the offside, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. So just explain what happened in the games that you played in.
We bowled first in the first T20, got them out for less than 120 and chased that down within the 19th over, which was a very good performance from the Vipers Academy. And in the second innings, in the second match, we batted first, scored 150 in the T20.
In comes Crocombe and bowls forward as Patel plays the ball to mid-on, and there is no run.
Got off to a flyer. I think we were at 70 off 7 overs at one point with the opening partnership from me and Abby Norgrove. And then we managed to lose it in the last ball.
Really?
Yes, they managed to chase it down, which was quite an impressive run chase from Central Sparks Academy.
Wow. With how many? Sorry, off the last ball, you say?
Yes.
Right. In comes Crocombe over the wicket bowls and driven by Patel back to Crocombe, who fields off his own bowling. There is no run and made over from Henry Crocombe. Good over as well, making the batsman play. Leicestershire 188 for 2, Ackerman on 8, Patel is on 75. Henry Crocombe 11 overs, 2 maidens now, no wicket for 39. So individually, how did you get on?
Very well, yeah. I think there was a lot of key performances from everyone.
Right.
Everyone chipped in nicely with the bat. Bowlers tried to bowl to their fields, but batters, being in T20 mode, just found the gaps and hit those boundaries. It was very much a batting wicket that we played on.
Did you open?
I opened in the second game, yes.
And?
Scored a few quick runs.
Good for you.
Got us off to a flying start in the second T20, which was always nice.
We'll talk about that in a minute, in opening the batting in T20. As in comes Delray Rawlings, round the wicket bowl, swept by Ackerman, and is going to get 4 runs. Now, I think he probably got a little bottom edge on that. Let's just wait for the umpire's signal. Yes, indeed. They are giving us runs. So 4 more to Ackerman. He goes to 12. Leicestershire to 192 for 2. Do you feel, when you're opening batting in T20, do you feel more responsibility because you've got only the 2 fielders outside of the circle? Is it a different tactic at that stage of the game?
Yeah, I definitely say when you're opening a T20, you have to take advantage of the fact that there's only 2 fielders allowed outside the ring, and you definitely need to take advantage of that. So you just need to be a bit more positive, play a few more shots, and yeah.
Rawlings in and bowls, and Ackerman is sweeping again, and he's going to get more runs, and he's playing this well. Is Ackerman? What's Delray? I mean, he's obviously got a plan here, Delray Rawlings. Is he making it a little bit too easy for Ackerman to sweep?
I'd say yes. I think Ackerman has definitely come out hard and sweeps strongly against the spinner. I don't think Delroy has just quite got the feel right for this kind of approach to his bowling here.
Yeah, so I think a big debate. The 2 seasoned pros at the far end there, Stephen Finn and Cheteshwar Pujara, just having a chat to Delray Rawlings, and they're making adjustments to that leg side field. So Ali Orr is coming a lot finer here, so he's almost at a deep back. He's almost on the 45 now at deep backward square, and they've also put out a backward square leg, so there's now 2 men out on that leg side. So change in the field as Rawlings is in and Ackerman is forward, and of course having moved that fielder, good batting by Ackerman because he sees there's a gap, he picks up the single, he goes to 17 and Leicestershire to 197 for 2.
Yeah, I think too many boundaries conceded just then, so adjusting the field to stop the flow of runs there.
Yeah, and now they've changed the field back for Patel, who's shown less inclination to sweep, as in comes Rawlings again around the wicket bowls, and Patel drives to mid-off, fielded by Stephen Finn, and there is no run. Leicestershire 197 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Ariana Dowse on commentary. If you want to send us a message, as in comes Rawlings and bowls, and down the wicket comes Patel, using his feet, drives to mid-off, and there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, where you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. Rawlings with the penultimate ball of the over bowls, and forward comes Patel, plays the ball down the track. In fact, it was the last ball of the over. Apologies for that. End of the over, 197 for 2, Ackerman 17, Patel is on 75. Coming back to T20 and opening the batting, because there is a statistic around Ariane, I'll forget what it is exactly, but in a T20, if you lose more than 3 wickets in the power play or more with 4 wickets, so like 80% of the time you're going to lose the game. Is that something you're mindful of, that once you've got to attack the bowling, you can't go gun-ho and lose a clash of wickets early on? Yeah,
I'd have to say I'm not thinking about the wickets especially when you're batting side. When you're fielding, you're definitely aiming to get those 3 wickets and put pressure on the batters. But as a batter, when you're out there opening, I think you're just looking to be positive, play your shots and back yourself in the middle. And that's definitely what we did yesterday. That's definitely one of the ways that the Vipers have taught us to be nice and positive and back your strengths and worry about losing the wickets.
Henry Crocombe's running away from us. Just got the one slip in place. Comes in and bowls to Ackerman, who stands tall and punches it into the covers, fielded by Pujara. And there is no run. You were explaining on Monday just how tough it is to get in to the Vipers side. I mean, they are a very strong side. They had a great win here at Hove on Saturday. They're going very well in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. a host of international players around the side, and you were saying how tough it is to break into that side. As in comes Crocombe and bowls. Ackerman plays into the offside. There is no run. So to a certain extent, when you're getting an academy match, whilst it's an opportunity and a great opportunity to make it, I guess that comes with a bit of pressure as well, because these opportunities are coming, and you're thinking, well, I've got to take this chance.
Yeah, definitely. There's a slight pressure to perform and show them that you can and are knocking on the door to the Vipers main squad, but I think I'm at that point where I'm mentally just focusing on my game and not too much worrying about the outcome and just hoping to score runs.
Which it sounds like you did. In comes Crocombe bowls, and that's hammered away. Well, there was a bit of frustration that shot. I mean, it was a little wider from Henry Crocombe. That was absolutely belted away. That was a bit, I'm not going to say it was T20, but it's a sort of shot if you paid a T20, you'd be pleased with, Ariana.
Definitely smashed that through the covers. Just a strong shot, really.
Great shot, wasn't it? I mean, there's 4 men saving one on the offside, but there was absolutely no chance. That was belted between point and cover for 4 runs. Ackerman goes to 21, and having had a slightly sticky start against Stephen Finn, he's starting to play a few shots. Leicestershire 200 up, 201 for 2. Crocombe is in and bowls. That short down the leg side taken by a tumbling Ollie Carter.
Very much a fast bowler's reply to getting smashed through the covers there.
Yeah.
Shorten out the batsman's head.
Good take by Carter down the leg side. So did you spend much of your time standing up to the stumps yesterday, or were you...
I tried to stand back in the heat, keep the helmet off for as long as possible.
Oh, right, OK, fair enough. That sounds like a good tactic.
Yeah.
Because Crocombe is in and bowls, and Ackerman is forward, punches that down the ground. Stephen Finn was taken slightly by surprise, but he managed to get across quickly in field and prevented a single. And there is no run. And we may have had this conversation the other day, and if we have, forgive me, but, I do love to see a keeper standing up to the stumps. I think, for me, one of the great, I love watching extra cover drives in cricket is something I love, and I love to see a leg side stumping, particularly off a medium pace, just whipping off that leg bail. As in comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and Ackerman with a shot into the offside that I thought had got through the field, but all fields, and there is no run. End of Crocombe's over, an over that saw 4 runs scored. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 43 for Henry Crocombe. Leicestershire 201 for 2. Ackerman on 21. Patel is on 75. So do you enjoy standing up to the stumps?
Yes, definitely. There's nothing quite as satisfying as taking those stumpings.
Right, okay.
Anything down the legs is an extra little surprise kind of thing.
Yeah. But that takes a lot of work. I mean, a leg side stumping, if you've got a right-handed batsman, do you see the ball quite late? How do you adjust your position behind the stumps? How does that work?
For the right-hander, it's your basic setup kind of thing. You set up to see the ball clearly and move as late as possible down the leg when you see it going down there, and then just get your hands and head to the ball and
right,
whip off the bails.
And do you keep an eye on where the where the batter's standing, whether they're out their crease? So there be a time if someone's maybe getting down the track to a bowler, are you thinking to yourself, I need to stand up here because to prevent the person getting down the track? In comes Rawlins, bowls, and forward comes Patel, plays it to mid-on. There is no run.
Yeah, definitely. There's a situation where you will need to stand up. So one of the batters was standing way outside the crease to meet the ball and make it a half volley. I then stood up and just started struggling. So just got to adapt.
Yep. In comes Rawlins, bowls, and that is exactly what Patel is doing there, using his feet, getting down the track now. Ollie Carter is standing up to the stumps, as you would expect, because Delray Rawlins is bowling, but he's just shots here as Patel. It just shows that maybe he's just looking to getting bogged down a little. As in comes Rawlins, and that's exactly what he does. He's down the track, and he's sort of a very un-Patel-like shot, to be honest. He sort of almost slogged that one away into the leg side, picks up a single, he goes to 76. 202 for 2. I mean, he's played so straight in his innings, Ariana. That was almost out of context, really. Yeah,
I think he was getting frustrated, hitting the fielders a few too many times there, which led to the slog across line a little bit.
Rawlins in again, bowls, and Ackerman is forward, played backward point, and there is no run. There's a lot of chatter around the ground, and I think there's some small school children in today. There was something like 1,000 school children here on Monday rather, as in comes Rawlings bowls, and Ackerman plays that to mid on. It needs to be quick, but it's a well-judged single because Steve Finn need to move quickly to his right to field. And one more to Ackerman. He goes to 22, 203 for 2. So there's more school children in today and a bit more chatter around the ground. Slipping a short leg of the only close fielders. There's a backward point. Cover, shortish extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square as in comes Rawlings bowls, and forward comes Patel, plays that to extra cover, and there is no run. 203 for 2, Ackerman 22, Patel is on 76. I was just interested there as well, Ariana, because Patel played a very un-Patel-like shot, getting down the wicket and almost slogging across the line, and then Ackerman took a single. I wonder whether, the more experienced Ackerman is saying here, we don't need to slog the ball, let's just pick up the ones, rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, it's definitely something when one of the batters is struggling or the other batsman can see something's not quite right, just having that chat in between overs, just saying calm down, we've got all day to bat kind of thing. Yeah. It's always very positive.
Yeah, and is that something you talk about in T20 as well? A game like yesterday, for example, talking to your partner, perhaps where the field is placed, how to go about the next few overs?
Definitely. I mean, it should be down to the individual batsman to have their plan and execute that, but a chat with a partner always helps. Delray Rawlings. Henry Crocombe is in, bowls to Ackerman, who plays that to backward point, and there is no run. I hope you don't mind me saying, big day for you tomorrow. You had cricket yesterday, and a big day for you tomorrow. Yeah, nice graduation day tomorrow.
Wonderful. Well, I'm sure everyone will wish you all the best and have a wonderful day tomorrow. Many congratulations on your degree. That's fabulous.
Thank you very much.
Then comes Crocombe running in over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Ackerman, plays it into the covers, and there is no run. So you've got to get down and get your gown and your mortarboard.
Yeah, got to go down early, get all the stuff ready and prepare to walk across that stage, which should be quite the experience, I'm sure.
Yeah, fantastic. And you could have members of your family there?
I'm only allowed 2 tickets, so...
Yeah, that is a problem, yeah.
Yeah, Mum and Dad have taken those tickets.
Well done, Mum and Dad.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they'll be proud and they'll be cheering when your name's called out, so I hope it all goes well tomorrow. As in comes Crocombe over the wicket bowls. That's a lovely looking shot by Patel. It beats Ali Orr's dive in the covers, and it also beats the chase of Sam Henderson, who chases back towards the cover boundary. That was a beautiful shot back. I mean, just talk us through that shot, Ariana.
That was a lovely shot, straight through the covers kind of thing. Ali Orr putting in the dive there, but it's just timed too perfectly and raced away for 4 to the shorter boundary on the offside.
And Ricky was talking a lot in commentary yesterday. We were talking about Rishi Patel, particularly. I mean, that was Ackerman who played that shot, who goes to 26, so to 207 for 2, as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and he just watches that through into the gloves of Carter, and there is no run. Ricky was making the point about Patel that the ball coming to the batsman, not going searching for the ball. When you're having nets and coaching, is that something that's spoken about?
Yeah, definitely. Just waiting for the ball and allowing it to move and just having softer hands. If you go hard at it, you're more likely to hit it aerial or get a harder edge which could be caught. If you go wait for it a bit later, you play it under your eyes, you're more likely to middle it, more likely to drop a single or middle it for 4.
Crocombe runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Ackerman, who drives firmly to mid-off, fielded by Rawlings, and there is no run. I'm noticing here, yesterday, Ariana, there was a seagull that Ricky spotted, and I think it's the same one, and he was down here, but he was on the advertisers strip, and he was there for ages, and we thought perhaps he was ill or something was wrong with him, and a couple of Leicestershire fielders came down and were sort of making sure it was okay, and it wandered off. But he's back. I'm sure it's the same bird. He's back today in a different spot, and he's just sitting there. In comes Crocombe over the wicket bowls, and up on his toes is Ackerman plays it onto the onside. There is no run. It is the end of the over, and we are going to get a drinks break with Leicestershire 207 for 2. Ackerman on 26, Patel on 76. What's your sort of assessment of how this morning's session has gone? Leicestershire beginning on 159 for 1.
I'd say Leicestershire started strong with Kimber getting his maiden first-class century. That was a very big milestone for him, and unfortunately getting out LBW in a Maybe questionable manner with the ball swinging in and possibly being a little high or going down leg, but ultimately it's the umpire's decision, and then Sussex have been on top since, I'd say. Runs coming a little bit trickier at the start of Ackerman's innings, but he's now finding the middle of the bat and hitting a few fours there, so yeah.
We've had an email in from Rick Piper, who said, thank you, Rick. He says, good morning. Has there ever been such an age difference between the Sharks stand, about 15 years old, that's the average, and I can see all the school kids in there enjoying the cricket, deck chairs at the far end of the ground, around 70-ish. He says, a huge thanks to Sussex for inviting the youngsters, says old Rick, dozing in the deck chairs. I don't know where you are, Rick. Perhaps you give us a wave. Can you send you a waving, Ariana? Come on, Rick, give us a wave.
Oh, is that one there?
Where are you looking?
The blue, red, white shirt combo. Is that a wave?
Oh, could be. Yes, I think it might be. So there we are. A doze in the deck chairs, but the youngsters in the south stand, so they're enjoying themselves. It's going to be Sean Hunt who's into the attack for the first time this morning. The left arm around the wicket, comes running in and bowls to Patel, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. I can see James Kirtley has wandered around the boundary edge to have a chat to Henry Crocombe away to our left-hand side. 207 for 2. Do you mind if we ask what your degree is in, Ariana?
It's in accounting and finance.
Right, wow.
Yeah, slightly different from the usual sports.
Yeah. That sounds a bit sort of mathsy to me.
Yeah.
Right, okay. No good for me then. As in comes Hunt around the wicket, he's in and bowls, and up on his toes is Rishi Patel, plays to mid off, and there is no run. And was your university education disrupted a lot by COVID? I mean, did you have to do a lot of stuff online and all that kind of thing?
Yeah, so it affected me from the end of my first year. I couldn't sit my last exams in the first year, all the way through to all of my second year was online, and then I was finally in person in my third year.
Right, okay, so you sort of missed a year of it, really.
Yeah.
In comes Hunt and bowls, and forward comes Patel, plays that into the gully, fielded by, well, first slip really, fielded by Allsop, and there is no run. So at least, yeah, I mean, it's a great shame, I think, for everybody of your age group who had that disruption to university education, but at least you got, 2/3 of it, so it could have been worse, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. I'm quite happy that I managed to get my first year experience in before COVID hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, much as anything else, you get a chance to make friends and that sort of thing, and if all that was online, that would have been really difficult.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I'm glad you had a great time. As in comes Hunt around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and forward comes Patel, and he just works that down towards third man. James Cole's in hot pursuit, as is Tom Allsop, and they overhaul the ball literally just inside the boundary. Just Tom Allsop, centurion in the first innings. It's a couple more runs to Patel, who just seems to have relieved that little bit of pressure.
Yeah, starting to work the ball into gaps and play his shots again. And just getting a few more runs.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's helped him having Colin Lackham out there. And we were saying there was perhaps a little chat to say there's no need to perhaps go dancing down the wicket all the time. He goes to 78. Leicestershire 209 for 2. Steve Finn is just having a natter to Sean Hunt about a potential change in the field, and let's see what he does here. So it's still just the one slip in place. They've still got the backward point, but they've brought Tom Clark in to very short extra cover, and then they've got a more orthodox extra cover in the form of Pujara. So at the moment, this is a 6-3 field. As in comes Hunt around the wicket, bowls to Patel, who's forward, and Tom Clark's in a good position to field as he fields the ball comfortably at mid-off. But extra cover, there is no run.
Perfect placement by the captain.
Yes, it was. So slip at backward point, cover, extra cover, shortish extra cover, mid-off. Then on the onside, there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep backward square, almost fine leg Henry Crocombe, but he's quite wide as Hunt runs in again, bowls, and Patel drives firmly to mid-off, fielded by Steve Finn. There is no run. It's the end of Sean Hunt's over. Leicestershire are 209 for 2. Ackerman on 26. Patel is on 78. Sean Hunt, 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 27. It's time for me to vacate the chair, and I'm going to leave you with Ariana, who can natter away for a couple of minutes about the score or weather or whatever she wants to talk about, while Richard Ray comes back and joins us on commentary.
Thank you very much. And I must say the school kids are nice and chatty today, making quite the ambience for the fielding team today.
It seemed quiet without them yesterday. After that first, there were no school children yesterday compared to the sort of 800 or so on the first day. But what do you reckon? There's probably only 100. I think they're all from the same. They're all wearing the same sort of dark blue with light blue accoutrements, clobber.
Very Sussex colours there.
Yes, indeed. Sussex by the sea. James Coles is going to have a bowl from the sea end. He turned a couple sharply, albeit from the Cromwell Road end, towards the end of the day yesterday. He's going to be bowling to Colin Ackerman, who looks in the mood in this game, and he's got a deep backward square on the boundaries. He comes in and bowls. Ackerman goes back, wristily turns it out towards mid-wicket. Doesn't time it though, and Henderson, hopping to his left, pursues the ball as it runs out towards mid-wicket, where Tom Clark is the fielder. He's also got a wide, long leg. In he goes and bowls. Again, the wrist very much in evidence as Ackerman turns that, works it through mid-wicket, running in from mid-wicket. We've got that man who was a second substitute yesterday as well, and I don't know whether he ever got his name in the end. We got Sam Henderson's, because he's been on pretty much from the start in the absence of the unfortunate Tom Haynes. Sam Topping, another Sam Henderson and Sam Topping. And he's being summoned in from the deep backward square boundary now for Rishi Patel, who has been very careful, very restrained this morning. Resumed on 67 not out from 150 deliveries, so he's faced 47 deliveries for another 11 runs this morning. Doing his job as far as the Foxes are concerned. Coles is in. He's dancing down the wicket, and then having just about gotten to the pitch of the ball, just turns his wrist on it, pushes it out to Hunt at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Finn likes that, claps his hands together at mid-on. Coles is in again, using his feet, is Patel. Again, more or less getting to the pitch, but again, then just restraining himself, not trying to do anything too outlandish, pushing it out towards Finn at mid-on. Coles is in. Bowles brings Patel forward, down almost on one knee as he blocks that back up the pitch to James Coles. 17 overs we had in the first hour, which was very pleasing from the over 8 point of view. +2. Don't often see a plus on the scoreboard. In goes Coles, down the wicket goes Patel and lofts it high. One bounce for 4 over long on. Wasn't sure whether it was going to quite make it. Actually bounced probably about 3 feet inside the ropes and hopped over. But he went through with the shot, used his feet again, and pretty much milled it. Cleared Finn by a long old way at mid-on. Bounced once and over the ropes at long on. He moves into the 80s. I think that equals his first class career best score. Rishi Patel, I'll look it up, that came against Durham earlier. I think it was Durham earlier this season. A lot of thinking going on there, not being sure. I'll have to look it all up. End of the over.
Drive there over the head of mid-on. He just used his feet very well in that over against the spinner. An obvious, clear game plan, which was nice to see.
It was 82, but it was against Glamorgan because he missed the first 4 games due to injury. That was down in Cardiff, so he has now equalled his first class career best. Drinks time, it would appear. I thought we had it at the end of a couple of overs ago.
I think that was just for the batsman, the last one. This time it's for the fielding side as well.
It is brutal out there. I took a cup of tea up onto the roof terrace where there's a really good little stand atop the media centre, which is I think for members only. But it was too hot to drink when I went up there. Half an hour later when I came down, it was still pretty hot.
Another nice hot day then.
It is. It's sultry as well. It's it's muggy and sapping. Hard work for the Sussex bowlers. Young Henry Crocombe, quite red-faced out there. He's been charging in from the sea end.
There's been quite a few changes in the bowling attack already this morning, chopping and changing it. Is that because of the heat today, do you think?
I'd imagine it's a factor as far as the seamers are concerned, that's for sure. Talking to Callum Parkinson, the spinners bowled sort of 40-odd, Callum alone bowled 43 overs, I think, in the Sussex first innings, but he said that wasn't necessarily because of the heat. He said it's because the seamers weren't bowling very well, essentially, with the honourable exception of Chris Wright. But I imagine today it's so heavy and muggy. Colin Ackerman toweling himself down, handing Sam Evans, acting 12th man, the towel. Ditto Rishi Patel. You wouldn't want to be bowling many more than 3 or 4 overs on the bounce if you're banging it in as a seamer, that's for sure. Good morning or good evening to Fango Fox down in Melbourne, Australia. Why don't the pitch inspectors make more of a big deal about pitches like this? It's a poor pitch because it gives the bowlers basically nothing. Fair comment? What do you reckon?
Interesting comment, I'd say.
Flat doesn't necessarily mean good, does it?
No.
From a cricketing point of view. It may deteriorate a little bit, but the sort of consensus seems to be it won't really. The odd one will it might keep it increasingly low, but there's got to be a little bit for the bowlers. It's got to be a slightly more equal contest. You never know. Leicestershire could lose a few quickly, but it's if it turns out to be a sort of 500 plays 500 sort of match, then I don't think that's a good pitch. It may say something about the quality of the bowling attacks on both sides. They both had issues bowling the opposition out twice this season, but even so, they needed sometimes a bit of help. In from the Cromwell Road end goes Sean Hunt and bowls to Ackerman, who just turns it out towards mid-wicket. A little bit of work for Clark to do running to his right. He does run to his right, but he can't pick up the ball cleanly, and it's a comfortable single. And Hunt looks a little uncomfortable as he walks back towards his mark, just maybe limping a little bit.
Yeah, slightly, I'd say. Not quite as quick back to his run-up as before.
Left ankle, perhaps. Finn is walking back with him. He's just testing his foot a little bit, jumping up and down on it. Might just have jarred an ankle on the rock-hard pitch. Runs in round the wicket, bowls to Patel, who is solidly forward, pushing it out to Clark, who's moved across to shortish extra. Hunt looks a bit more comfortable walking back now, but I still think he's favouring that sort of left ankle a little bit.
Definitely, yes. I think he's walking it off, as they'd say.
Hopefully, because you don't want to lose a member of your seam attack on a day like this. Sussex have already lost their skipper in the game. Tom Haynes to a broken hand. In goes Hunt and bowls. Patel is reaching forward, looking to drive. It's a little bit too straight, bit thick inside edge. Rolls back past Hunt, who, having walked back to the crease, kicks away a little bit of loose dust. But when you watch Hunt, I mean, not just walking back, but when he's running in, he's not putting his full body weight into it. He's not charging in. I mean, it might be just heat and everything like that again, but he doesn't look quite right to me. In he goes and bowls. Patel is advancing down the pitch. Hunt may have seen him coming and speared it outside off stump. Patel let it bounce through to Carter, and there is no run.
Good use of the feet there, but sensible batting with leaving it alone. You don't have to always play a shot when you come down, especially with the keeper back.
Morning to Bronte, who's listening to us this morning while, quote, pretending to pay attention on a work Zoom call. And he's very pleased to have heard Louis Kimber go past 3 figures for the first time in his first-class career. In goes Hunt and bowls. Patel clips him away nicely. It was onto the legs, and Patel, with all the time in the world, just closed his wrists on it and turned it away through mid-wicket and picks up 4, just beginning to accelerate a little bit, Rishi Patel, and that is his first-class career best. 86 not out from 205 balls. Leicestershire 219 for 2.
Slightly too straight there from Hunt there, as he set the field very much for the offside there, packed it in there. And just got clipped away for 4 off the legs.
Yeah, it was a poor delivery, really. Doesn't look right, Sean Hunt, to me. He is in and bowls. Patel is forward. That's a better, straighter delivery on middle and off. Patel, having picked up his boundary, just leans forward and plays it carefully out into the offside. He will be set very much on his own maiden first-class century. 23-year-old from Essex, Chigwell, by Leicestershire now 2 years ago. Played the last few games of the season. He was bored in, I think, August. He came to the club 2 years ago. And obviously there was last season as well. Had his injury issues. It was Northampton, I think he was hit on the ankle, and or turned his ankle, swelled up like an absolute balloon. His mum, who always listens and watches on the stream, sent me a picture of his ankle. It looked like a football.
A lot of swelling when it's around the ankle area, isn't there?
Yeah.
Very noticeable as well. I think we've just had a substitute fielder come on for Hunt there, as he's gone off the field.
Another, okay, so that will be 3 then. Well, he's going to be called Sam, isn't he? But it's just his surname, we don't know. We've got Sam Henderson, and what was the other? Sam, I should have jotted it down. Adrian did tell me. Sam Trotter, something like that. I think Sam is a requirement of getting into the Sussex Academy.
Quite a popular name in this team.
It would appear so. Coles is in from the CN, bowls to Ackerman, who's forward, thick inside edge. And it squirts away, backward of square on the onside. One of the substitute fielders. They all kind of look, those two look the same as well, don't they?
Very similar.
One of the Sams, perhaps, picks up and gets his throw in. And one is taken. Ackerman on to 29, to 20 for 2.
Did you ever play in a team where there was lots of the same names, or?
Just trying to think. It was obviously sort of 80s and 90s by and large. In goes Coles and bowls, driven by Patel, but with no weight in the shot. Out to Rawlins at mid-off, no run. I don't think so. You know, being that sort of time, there were a lot of sort of Vinces and Steves and people like that. What about you?
I'll tell you, after the sport, it's quite a lot, actually.
Coles is in, drags it down a little bit, possibly because he saw Patel using his feet again. Patel tried to crash it away through the offside, but Pujara moved to his left to make the stop.
It was in Sussex under-15s age group.
Coles is in, back goes Patel, cutting, doesn't time it, hits it down into the ground. Length was probably right, a bit too straight perhaps, and Henderson makes the stop at backward point. Coles is in. Patel's waiting for that one and just playing it carefully back down the pitch. Good little battle between Coles and Patel in this over. Finn has dropped back at mid-on, sort of 2/3, halfway back, as Coles is in. Patel is forward, turning it out towards mid-wicket. End of the over. Good run from James Coles. Rishi Patel has 86, Colin Ackerman has 29, and Leicestershire have still lost just the one wicket so far this morning.
Yeah, so growing up I played for Sussex County Women's, and as we grew up through the age group, I think at one point we had 5 Ellas and 4 Ellies, and there was only 2 or 3 players on the team that didn't have an Ella or an Ellie as their name. And
Wow.
so when it went out to the field, you could half hope just say, well done, Els. It covered all, most of the
Covered
team.
most of your bases.
Yeah.
Was there a famous Ella or Ellie at the sort of 10 years or so, or sort of 15 years previously? Sometimes that's the trigger, isn't it? But I can't think of one. Nobody in a film or anything like that.
No, I think it was just a popular
Just
name.
for a while.
Wow,
So nicknames had to come into it, presumably.
definitely. There's a lot of surnames and a lot of play on names. Let's try and not have to say Ella 100 times during the day.
Hunt is back with us and is going to continue bowling. Whether he just got an elastic bandage or something like that put on his ankle, give it a little bit of extra support. And he's going to continue. He's talking to his skipper at the moment. 12 overs, none for 32 for Sean Hunt. So yet to pick up a Leicestershire wicket this season, having played in the game at the Upton Steel County Ground earlier this season. Gone wicketless in that. Round the wicket he goes from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls to Ackerman full on the legs. Ackerman tries to clip it away through the leg side. Clips it into the leg side, but only as far as alley or at mid wicket. Well, sort of, there's almost 2 mid wickets. Or is the sort of wider and squarer of the 2. Clark in there at sort of a straight, shorter mid-wicket. Rawlins is at mid on fairly straight as well, as in goes Hunt and bowls down the leg side. Ackerman tries to help it on its way. Carter dives away to his left. Mullets, thumbs up or down?
Down.
Down, yeah, I agree, it's a bit...
It was a lovely take down the leg side, just
It was.
rolling over there.
I was distracted by the mullet flying around there behind
Sticking
you.
out down off behind the cap. It's definitely a look.
He's very proud of it. He maintains in the Who's Who that he's so proud of it that he should have had it earlier in his career, he reckons.
Wonder how long it took to grow to that standard there.
As he gets down now, as in goes Hunt, bowls a Yorker, or attempted Yorker to Ackerman. Big puff of dust, and the South Africa-born Ackerman examines the bottom of his bat, having jammed the ball out into the offside. That goal, as Adrian said, it sort of occupied that position much of yesterday, and 1 or 2 in the crowd told me that it was, and I quote, on its way out. But But it seems to be tolerably lively this morning. It occasionally sort of picks itself up and walks around. We found out why we had all those goals on the first day, by the way.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it was flying ants. They'd come in to eat all the flying ants on the ground,
makes
apparently.
sense.
So
My mum messaged me saying she'd shut all the windows and started getting the Hoover out for all the flying ants that day.
well, for once, the goals were welcome because they hoovered up a lot of them on the ground, apparently.
Good.
Hunt is in. Bowls to Ackerman with 2 short mid-wickets now. Ackerman is leaning forward to that length delivery, playing it out into the offside where Pujara is the fielder. He's thinking about it, Finn. They're trying different things, but it's usually a sign that the batters are on top when the fields start getting a little bit funky.
Yes, just taking out slip there and put another fielder in the mid-wicket region, quite close towards the batter there.
Hunt turns, jogs in and bowls. Ackerman is turning his wrists on that one, leaning across it, pushing it out to the wider of the 2 mid-wickets, who is Allsop.
Nice bit of chat there between the 2, I'm sure. Got to be good at communicating so they don't collide into one another.
Well, they've been together in the slips for much of the time, so now they're chatting at short mid-wicket. About 4 or 5 feet, maybe 6 feet apart as Hunt is in to Ackerman. Short, pulled high over the square, and it has gone more than all the way. And I think it hasn't cleared the cafe, Greg's Cafe, or the back entrance into Greg's Cafe in there. Henry Crocombe is heading towards the cafe, so presumably it's bounced off the brick wall somewhere down there, but it was too short, and on the leg side with that short boundary, a bit of a gift for a batter of Ackerman's class. He moves on to 35, 226 for 2.
Yeah, it was a lovely, just picked up on the short ball quite quickly there, and just nice pull shot.
So much time for Ackerman. Ball has been found. I would imagine it's a little bit battered. Stephen Finn's looking at it a little askance. Suspiciously throws it to the umpire, who has to have a look at it, Ben Debenham. Make sure that all is just about acceptable, picking bits of brick out of it perhaps. Finn is also head over the ball. It's handed back to him.
I'll wipe off the brow there before wiping the ball, hopefully. Will help the conditions of it.
There was a suggestion actually from James Coles when he was interviewed at the end of play yesterday that it was just starting to reverse a little bit, but there hasn't not been any real evidence of that. And 69 overs, we are now only 11 overs away from a new ball. I'll get in one more over and we'll get Ricky back on commentary. Coles round the wicket to Rishi Patel bowls. Patel is driving it back to the young left armour. Floppy head. He is in and bowls Patel using his feet, pretty much getting to it on the full. It's driven hard back to Coles, who throws it back to Carter, makes sure that Patel is hurrying back into his crease, keeping him honest. Coles in bowls. Patel is driving with something of a flourish out into the offside. Pujara runs across to his right, gets a hand to the ball, stops it. Doesn't manage to pick it up cleanly, but does enough to prevent any chance of a single. Coles is in. Down the wicket again goes Patel, driving, but this time Coles himself dives away to his left to make the stop. Good from Coles in this over. Dot ball, 4 dot balls, helped by his fielders. Hope to get a little bit of a pressure on Patel, who's waiting for that one, looking to turn it into the leg side. I think a bit of pad was involved as well. Cole's hands started to go to his head. He's got no short leg in now. He's got Alsop and Crocombe at 2 shortish mid wickets. He bowls line and length. It is pushed out into the offside by Patel to Pujara. Dot ball, good maiden over from James Coles. 10 overs, 1 maiden, his first actually, none for 37. And Ariana's disappearing. Rick's coming back alongside me. I'm going to have to, and he may have to commentate on his own for a short while, as I have to go and update BBC Radio Leicester.
It's got a little bit cloudy here at Hove. The sun has disappeared for a brief moment. As it's going to be Sean Hunt to continue from the Cromwell Road end. Stephen Finn and Pujara having a brief chat, getting their experience heads together. Try and see if they can get a couple of wickets in this next half an hour stage up until lunch. We have Stephen Finn just shining the ball, trying to get a little bit of movement in through the air to see if it's reversing a little bit. There's 2 fielders on the onside drive, a square leg, a fine leg, mid on, a backward point, normal point cover, and mid off. As in comes Sean Hunt again down the hill, down the leg side to Ackerman. Carter dive into his left, takes it nicely, no run scored. So
with both the fielders so close on onside. Where is Hunt trying to bowl?
I think with him being a left armer, he's coming around the wicket and he's really trying to angle the ball into the pads and the stumps of Ackerman and try and get him caught on that leg side. As in he comes again, just outside off on this occasion. Push to point for no run scored. Yeah, so I imagine he's looking to come in, he's trying to bring those stumps into play and those pads into play, and then just hopefully he's trying to get Ackerman to fall across a little bit and maybe just to chip it into that area where there's two very close fielders on the onside drive waiting for a catch. He's got a square leg for a little bit of cover as well. As in comes Hunt again down the hill, around the wicket, as we said, into Ackerman, back of a length this time. Ackerman goes back onto his toes, plays a nice backward for defensive into the cover to Pujara, who again is working on that ball, really trying to help the bowlers out, try and get any sort of lateral movement they can on what is a very flat pitch down here at Hove.
Yeah, perhaps we'll talk about that, Ricky, over the next half hour. I guess from the Sussex point of view, they'll feel that they've restricted the runs reasonably well this morning.
As in comes Hunt again down the hill. Good line and length again from Hunt, bringing Ackerman forward, who defends to the onside, trickles up the hill to Delray Rawlins at mid-on.
Has there a lot of thought gone into the field placing this morning for Sussex? I mean, they've certainly Steve Finn has been trying to juggle the bowlers around, and he's been setting different fields as well. So he's trying to keep these Leicestershire batsmen guessing. Yeah,
I think it's just a case of bowling your best balls as much as you can, but just trying to work out a way of getting these batters out. As in comes Hunt again down the hill, round the wicket, just onside, nicely played from Ackerman, pushes it on the bounce to one of those guys on the leg side drive, Ali Orr on this occasion doing the fielding. It's definitely a case of you have to think about how can I get this batter out. As a bowler, you have to say, right, what am I looking to do? What field do I need to set? And I think a couple of times we've seen in this game, there's been a change of field for poor execution in delivery. As in comes Hunt again, full this time, driven by Ackerman into the cover region where Pujara does the fielding, again starts to work on that ball.
End of the over, 226 for 2, Ackerman 35, Patel is on, is that 86 or 88?
86.
86. So 25 minutes to go until lunch. Richard had a message earlier on, someone saying that he doesn't think this is great when you get wickets that are, a game with not many wickets. And again, it's an observation. It's not a criticism of anything at all. But what's your view, Ricky? We're now into the, we're nearly at lunch on the third day. We've had 12 wickets in the match. I mean, the ECB are very keen that wickets are prepared in favour of the batsman. So the ideal batter, I should say. So the idea of that being that bowlers have to work hard for their wickets. You don't want green tops. Just break off. As in comes James Coles and bowls and cut away firmly through backward point. Good bit of fielding there by young Sam Henderson, who was quickly round but a single to Patel, who goes to 87, 227 for 2. I just wonder whether the dice is getting slightly more loaded towards the batter at the moment.
I think we've seen a lot of times that there's been a case that county pitches have been under the microscope, so to speak, that they've been doing too much, and it's been in favour of the bowlers too much, and the ball did too much with the Duke's ball, and it's not preparing batters for test match cricket and so on. And then when we go the other way, it's too flat and it's in the favour of the batter too much. I think what you want from a good cricket wicket is you want to bring everyone into play. So a wicket that has good carry, ideally good pace, and as the game goes on, takes a bit of turn as well.
Here comes Coles and bowls and driven by Ackerman down the ground to Rawlins, and there is no run. We'll carry on that conversation in a minute, Ricky, because I've just got an update coming, and then we could give it the airtime it deserves, I think, to have a chat about wickets. Here comes Coles around the wicket, bowls forward comes Ackerman, plays into the offside, and there is no run. 227 for 2. So what have we had? 41 plus 27. That's 68 runs this morning. So certainly Sussex have restricted the Leicestershire batsman. Coles is in bowls. Forward comes Ackerman. There is no run. Yes, thank you, Sarah. Leicestershire now 227 for 2, so they haven't lost any more wickets since you were last wicket. Sussex toiling away here on a hot day, but this looks a very good batting wicket, and Sussex are going to need to work really hard here over the rest of the day and tomorrow if they're going to take the 18 wickets they still need to win this match. Rishi Patel is going along nicely. He's on 87, and we saw a century this morning from Louis Kimber. He was eventually out for 104. The only wicket to go down today, LBW to Steve Finn. Meanwhile, up at Scarborough, Surrey now 268 for 3 in their game against Yorkshire, still trailing by 252, but Rory Burns is going along very nicely. He's 125 not out. End of the over, 231 for 2. Ackerman on 39, Patel on 87. So where would you categorise this pitch? Is this pitch not giving quite enough help, Ricky?
Not too much, if we're brutally honest. But I think it's always been a case sometimes that you don't mind as a bowler bowling on flat pitches, but you just want to make sure that the nicks carry. And I think there's been evidence of this wicket sometimes that there hasn't been enough pace in it. In fairness, we've not seen many nicks, so but at the same point, you want to see the nicks carry. I think we've seen the ball just die a little bit and be a little bit low in certain areas. But again, we've still got a lot of cricket to play.
Yes,
it's just that we've seen the odd ball turn and bounce, so we could be a little bit harsh on it quite soon, and to see how the game pans out. But at the same point, as you said, we've not seen many wickets over the last 2 and a bit days. But that can always change as the game goes on.
Well, this is the man who's taken both wickets to fall so far, Steve Finn, who's going to come running in from the Cromwell Road end. He's coming in to bowl to Rishi Patel. He bowls, and Patel, that's a wide delivery. He cuts away, picks out young Sam Henderson there in the covers, and there is no run. I think he'd be disappointed he missed out on that. He
was, yeah. I think it's quite important here for Rishi Patel. He's frustrated with himself. He's got a short wide loosener from the veteran Stephen Finn, and he's hit it straight to point, and he's just got to make sure that he doesn't go after something now because he's missed out on that boundary that potentially would have taken him to 91. Still on 87, and hopefully he's still very watchful because he's played beautifully and deserves that 100.
In comes Finn down the hill and bowls, and just ease down to third man. That's a good shot. It was a little bit too wide of the off stump, and Patel just leant back and just ran the ball down through the slip cordon for 4 runs. It was a very safe shot. Nicely played. He goes to 91, 225 for 2.
I think that's been the feature of his innings so far, how late he plays the ball. He's watched it right onto the face of the bat, guided it past Tom Alsop at first slip, and gets the value for the shot. 4 runs down to third man and moves him on to 91.
You hear a lot of people talking about low-risk shots, and it was a low-risk shot, really, Ricky. There's just the one slip in there, and it was, it would have probably gone through something like about third slip, but it was well played by Patel. 91 of 220 balls. He faces Finn, who's in and bowls, and Finn drives to mid-on, fielded by Delray Rawlings. We'll keep an eye on Rishi Patel's score, and if he gets within a scoring shot of his 100, we'll quickly get Richard back on to commentary for what could be the second 100 of this Leicestershire innings. Yeah, so I guess I think you're right, Ricky. I mean, maybe the time to discuss the pitch in more detail will be maybe if we get to this stage tomorrow and not many wickets have fallen. But I just feel groundsmen are a bit of a hiding to nothing at the minute. They do a fantastic job around the country as in comes Finn and bowls and clipped away by Patel to mid-wicket. And there is no run. And you would probably know more about this than I, having played the game, professionally for many, many years, Ricky. I mean, would there be coaches around the counties who would prefer a wicket prepared in a certain way to favour? I know that you can't cook a wicket, so it's it turns on day one, but they would prefer a wicket that maybe might give a bit more help to the seamers or a bit more bounce. I think sometimes you look at home advantage. In comes Finn and bowls, and forward comes Patel, plays it to the onside. It's not saying you're doing anything you shouldn't do, but you're playing. You're at home, and so you're playing to the strengths of your side. Yeah, you could have, for example, a couple of your spinners are out injured or away with England or anything really. Yes.
it's a situation where you go, okay, we've got seamers, let's produce something that has a little bit more grass on it and give us an opportunity to try and take 20 wickets with the ball because we haven't got a spinner or we've got a good strong lineup. Let's produce a flat wicket. So
in comes Finn and bowls, and in behind that is Patel, plays into the covers. There is no run, fielded by Pujara is the end of the over. A rather weary looking Steve Finn collects his cap. He's bowled 17 overs, 5 maidens, excellent figures, 2 for 44. But just the 1 wicket for Sussex this morning, and that was the wicket of Louis Kimber, who was LBW to Steve Finn for 104. A decision that took umpire Neil Pratt quite a long time to decide, and eventually gave him out, but on second looks, looked as if it might have been sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, initially I thought, seeing it in real time, I thought, this is close. But when we saw it on the replay, it did move in the air and angled in a little bit. Seemed to hit Kimber quite high, and he's a tall lad, and just felt from my point of view it might have been sliding down the leg side and a little bit high. So he'll be disappointed by that, but I suppose in the book he's going to look and he'll say LBW for a fine 104.
Now, there's a bit of debate going on here about a change in the field. Sussex over 8 is still +2. We've still got 70 overs remaining, so Sussex will be pretty much there or thereabouts for bowling 32 overs in the session, which, well, I think everyone should be able to do. I think there should be much stricter rules around for over 8, but then that's just me. James Coles is going to come in. He's going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Colin Ackerman, who's on 39 of 64 deliveries.
Coming over the wicket there, just got it a little bit too straight on that occasion. Ackerman goes back on to his back foot, cuts it away to a deep point. Coles come in over the wicket. He's going to be looking to try and aim into that rough. Trying to get a false shot, ideally a sweep from Ackerman, but to Rishi Patel, the field changes, and Coles comes back around the wicket. Drives it into a good middle stump line from James Coles there. Rishi Patel comes forward, plays it nice and late under his eyes again, pushes it back to Coles for no run scored. Down the wicket comes Rishi Patel. That has gone all the way for 6. Moves him to 97. He wasn't quite there again, but decided to go through with the shot. Coles has his hands on his head. He's disappointed. He felt he might have done Rishi Patel win the flight there, but Rishi Patel come down the wicket, got a good connection to the long off boundary all the way for 6. In comes Coles again.
And bowls Patel is forward, pushing it back down the wicket to the young left armour, and there's no run. Just a little explosion of scoring from Patel, who's been very careful this morning. Coles is in to him. He's driving, thinks about a single, but Rawlins is a good fielder. He's deepish at mid-off. He's given, dropped back a few yards, but he went quite quickly to him. No point at all in taking the slightest risk on the fielder's arm. Coles is in, quicker, flatter delivery, pushed through, and again Patel is forward, pushing it out to the aforementioned Delray Rawlins, who throws it back into the pads of a distinctly unimpressed Ollie Carter. End of the over, 242 for 2. Patel 97 off 229 balls. Not as forceful as Kimber, but equally as impressive, I would say, in a different way.
Really impressive, and from my point of view, it was just the remaining balls of that over. I was concerned that the young man might try and do it in style and come down the wicket again and go for a big shot over Coles' head for the second time in the over, but he just played the ball on its merits, padded it back, and as you say, moved to a fine 97, and he'll be looking to try and get those 3 figures.
Maturity of thinking, really. It's a good sign, isn't it?
Yeah, he's been really impressive. He's faced 229 balls, so he's had the odd sort of wobble, which is going to happen. Even the experienced players will have that sort of wobble at times, but he's got back into his shell. In comes Stephen Finn down the hill to Ackerman. Nice line and length delivery, pushed back to mid-off to Sean Hunt, who throws the ball straight to Pujara, who works again hard on that ball, trying to get any kind of lateral movement they can, the Sussex bowlers. And Pujara is definitely earning his, I'd imagine, big fee for coming over as an overseas player. Shining the ball, but it's good to see that he's working on the ball for his teammates. In comes Finn again, down the hill. Ackerman waits, nice and still, back waves a little bit, goes onto the back foot, plays it just in front of middle and off, back to Finn it goes.
Given the runs he scored, he's probably justified whatever he's got, hasn't he?
100%, yeah. We've been disappointed to get out cheaply, I suppose, for him in the 40s for Sussex. As in comes Finn again, Ackerman, nice and still again, waits, rocks onto the back foot again, plays it nicely, back up to mid-on to Delray Rollins, who decides to throw it to the far end to Ollie Carter, the keeper, who throws it straight to Pujara, who again works on that ball.
Just in relation to Rishi Patel, his sort of batting hero is Gavaskar. He says not necessarily just for his sort of technique, but for his mental approach, his mental strength. He said that's what he'd like to have a net with him and talk to him about that side of the game.
I think he's been incredibly impressive how he's just gone about his batting. His in comes Finn again, down the hill, into the leg side, tucked from Ackerman on that occasion. Slight misfield from Clark, who's one of the fielders on the drive with Tom Alsop. No run scored. I think, he's just had the ability to, I'd imagine, switch on and switch off. Facing 229 balls, it's not only physically draining but mentally draining, so he's been very impressive from that front. As in comes Finn again, down the hill. Again, Ackerman plays the ball under his eyes. Similar to Rishi Patel's shot, and the ball come to him, playing it nice and late.
You have to find ways of doing that when you're batting long, essentially. You found?
Yeah, I used to do it at the slip a lot of the time, where, bearing in mind, if you're in the slips or keeping, you have to be focused all the time. The ball's always coming to you, every ball, so you can't just be constantly on. You have to have that switch on, switch off, and give you that opportunity to focus. In comes Finn again, down the hill, tucked into the leg side from Ackerman. Again, Rawlins throws it to Carter, the wicket keeper. No run scored, end of the over. Leicestershire 242 for 2, and we're nearing lunch with 12 minutes to go of the morning session on day 3.
And that's just by sort of letting your mind wander, or talking to your fellow slips about what's coming up for lunch, or whatever, or what we did yesterday, or what we'll do tomorrow, that sort of thing.
100%. I was someone who had to sort of switch off and have a little chat and a natter, and used to love people watching. I used to love standing there in the
crowd.
And have a look at the crowd, see what people are doing, and are they having lunch, or is someone burning because they've got no cream on, all that sort of stuff. You just let your mind wander. And then the second the bowler used to start their run up, it was right, switch on, the ball's coming to me. And bearing in mind, you think how many times a slip fielder would get it in a day's play. Once, twice, if you're lucky, 3 times. But you always have to make sure that you are switched on and ready. No different for a batter who has to have that ability just to let the mind wander and then switch on when that bowler's coming into bowl.
In goes Coles, bowls to Patel from over the wicket. Cole just works it away, slightly wide of mid-wicket. Also fields eventually. Patel just jogs a single, moves on to 98. Rawlins just practicing a delivery or two. How long have we got until lunch? 10 minutes. Coles is in, bowls to Ackerman, who's sweeping nicely out. It was a controlled shot. It wasn't at the pitch of the ball, didn't get right on top of the bounce, but managed to keep it down, and it was wide enough down the leg side for him to help down towards deep backwards square, stroke wide long leg, and take 1. Patel on 98 faces Coles. Forward he goes on off stump. Good delivery from the young man. He hasn't found the bounce and turn that he would have hoped for really this morning, but he's exerted some good control, goes in and bowls. Patel gets a fuller delivery that he plays firmly back straight up the pitch to James Coles, who turns, just steps to the crease really, and bowls. Forward goes Patel, pushing it out towards Steve Finn at mid-on. He's chosen his fielder well because he calls Ackerman through for a single. Just for a moment there was a possibility of an extra run there, an overthrow, which would have been an absolute gift as far as Rishi Patel was concerned, but good work by Henderson to cover Finn's throw, which missed the stumps by a good 2 feet. Henderson managed to get around and cover it, had to dive to stop it, otherwise Patel would have got that extra run that he needed. Coles is into Ackerman, who goes back, just drops it out into the offside, calmness personified, and there is a gap there, but it means that Ackerman is going to keep the strike with Rishi Patel on 99 off 233 balls, Ackerman 42 off 73. Coles none for 53 from his 13. He's probably bowled a bit better than those figures suggest, actually.
He has, yes. I think, during that over there, he saw Ackerman go down on one knee and play the sweep. I think that's exactly what he wants from Ackerman and Rishi Patel, just to try and enforce a full shot. And he's got the guy there at 45 ready for that top edge. He just has to make sure, and I do apologise if I harp on, but he gets that pace right and that line right, particularly when he's over the wicket. He has to really force the batter to play that shot, so he gets half a chance if the ball is in the air from a full shot from Ackerman or Rishi Patel in that situation. We're going to see a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end. It is going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to have an over or two just before lunch. Bowls the ball to Sean Hunt at mid-off. Just get himself nice and loose and ready. And it'll be Ackerman on strike, who nicked a quick single that last over, didn't he? Last ball the last over, and I don't think Rishi Patel will be too happy with that, but you have to stand at the non-striker's end and wait, contemplate what's happening with being on 99.
This balcony is well occupied. They're all out there.
As in comes Delray Rawlins down the hill this time. Comes round the wicket. Left alone from Ackerman, just outside the off stump, taken by keeper Ollie Carter. And a sweep this time, his top edge, he really fetched it from outside off stump, and the spin on it there has taken Ali Orr all the way round to deep backward square leg. He's really sort of fetched it there, Ackerman, and he was quite lucky to get away with that with only 6 minutes away from lunch. It was a little bit of a full shot, a big cry catch it from the Sussex fielders, but luckily for Ackerman, dropped safe into a vacant area.
Yeah, that's one of his T20 shots. Acker's reaching miles outside off stump and fetching it, as you say, right round. Patel retakes his guard as the field comes in. Everybody saving one on the Sussex side as Rawlins round the wicket to Patel. It's short and wide cut, but he's cut it straight along the ground to the fielder. That was a real opportunity for the young man, and he picked out the fielder, Henderson. Rawlins is in again to him. Again it's wide, again it's cut, but again he's cut it along the ground towards Henderson. It bounces off Henderson, but two in a row that really he could have found the gap. And he raised his eyes to the heavens as he saw where that one was going again. Rawlins is in, Patel is forward. Much better delivery, nice loop and straight, and had to stretch forward and block it back. Will that be playing on his mind that he's missed a couple of chances to go to a maiden first-class century? Rawlins is in, bowls to him, flatter delivery. He stays back, plays it firmly back down the pitch, and he's going to have to wait for another over. Rishi Patel, well, he had his chances, couldn't take them.
He did. The perfect ball you would want on 99 is a short, wide ball from the spinner Delroy Rawlins, and he got in a lovely position and just cut it beautifully, but unfortunately straight to the fielder. And he did that twice in 2 balls, and he'll be hopefully not fretting too much. Just wait for his time. We'll come again as we move on to 4 minutes left.
2 overs until lunch. He doesn't really want to go into lunch on 99, I wouldn't think.
If I was Stephen Finn here, it's not strictly the right way, I suppose, but I'd be dragging this over out a little bit. As in comes Coles over the wicket, sweeping again is Ackerman to deep backward square leg to bring Rishi Patel back onto strike. Coles won't be too disheartened with that. Again, that's the right sort of area. He's forced a sweep from Ackerman. Plays it nicely on this occasion.
Field comes in again. Allsop beckons everybody in, but I don't think anybody needed beckoning in. Everybody knew that they needed to come in, including long leg. Sean Hunt comes up to square leg. 2 shortish mid-wickets, mid-on, mid-off, shortish extra. Round the wicket goes Coles to Rishi Patel, who is forward, back up the wicket. It goes, I'm probably more nervous than he is, to be quite honest.
I was nervous than I was when I was on 99.
Pushed back to him by Patel, who waits with bat raised. Coles is in and bowls. Patel looking to turn it on the leg side. There's appeal for leg before. The loudest appeal came from Pujara at extra cover of all places. Coles did not appeal at all. He is in and bowls. Down the wicket goes Patel. Driving, he's stumped. Oh, he's gone. He's gone on 99. Well, it must have got to him a little bit. It was outside off stump. Coles beat the outside edge. Rishi Patel was out of his ground. The bails were taken off by Ollie Carter. And oh my goodness, Rishi Patel walks off with his head down. Gone for 99.
That is absolutely devastating for the young man. He has played so well. 239 deliveries for a very well earned 99, but he will be ruined. That it just had a little bit of turn. Again, the slower pace there from Coles. And it's just had a little bit of turn away as Rishi Patel comes down the wicket. And Ollie Carter, the wicketkeeper, doing the rest. He'll be absolutely devastated with a lovely 99 of 240 balls. He was just trying to be too eager a little bit to get there. He'd stayed in his bubble for most of his innings. But a little rush of blood there has been his downfall just before the lunch break.
I wonder how much those previous deliveries from Delroy Rawlins were played on his mind, those 2 short wide ones, either of which he would have really backed him to put away for runs, if not to the boundary itself. And what a difference a run makes. He'll be sitting in the dressing room. I think he'll be absolutely devastated by that, and yet just that one run. He played wonderfully, as you say, and done a wonderful job for his side. But what people will see is the 99. In fact, that is lunch. That is lunch now. We are not going to continue. 248 for 3. So 2 wickets in the morning for Sussex, who've laboured away in brutal conditions, actually incredibly heavy conditions. The 2 wickets to go. Louis Kimber, who did reach a maiden first-class century, went leg before wicket to Stephen Finn for 174 for 2 at that stage. Leicestershire having begun on 159 for 1. And then just a moment ago, Rishi Patel, having worked so hard, having begun on 67, unbeaten at the start of the
the Sussex team, who are slowly coming down the stairs of the pavilion. Leicestershire and Rishi Patel in particular would be very disappointed losing him to a little bit of rush of blood. It was on 99. He was frantically trying to get to those 3 figures and was nicely stumped by Ollie Carter off the bowling of James Coles.
Yeah, it was a good bit of keeping from Ollie Carter there. It's quite easy to just switch off and miss one of those big opportunities like that, and it was very clearly taken in the end.
Yeah, could have been thinking about what he's going to have for lunch and is there a dessert option and so forth, but he clung on to it. A little bit of turn as well we saw from James Coles in that dismissal of Rishi Patel. Just held a little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce, and as you said, Ollie Carter did the rest by taking it comfortably and taking off the bows as Rishi Patel was stranded down the wicket. It's going to be 2 balls left of James Coles over. Lewis Hill takes guard. Sussex fielders look like they've all had a decent lunch. They're just moving out slowly into their positions. The Seagulls get quite vocal after their lunch as well. 2 just having a fight there, I think, just by the stumps. I don't know what they're doing there. Or cleaning each other or something like that. So not as many as we had on day 1.
Yeah, close to the action though.
Close to the action, yeah. They wouldn't want an on-drive here. They could be in a lot of trouble if there is a on-drive early in this afternoon session. It's going to be James Coles just to continue. Has 2 balls left of his over as in he comes from the sea end. Oh! Lewis Hill has gone onto the back foot. He's tucked that quite firmly and it's hit the short leg on the shoulder, and it was I suppose you could call that. It's one of those where you hope it sort of pops up and someone else grabs it, but in comes Coles again to Lewis Hill. Nicely bowled. Hill comes forward, plays it back towards Coles, who completes his over. A little ripple of applause for his wicket that he got just before the break, that of Rishi Patel on 99. Leicestershire move on to 248 for 3. Ackerman on 44 from 76 deliveries. Hill new to the crease, just the 2 deliveries for him, still on 0.
Yeah, half chance that to the short square leg under the helmet. Straight after lunch, that's going to be a tricky one to come back straight into there.
It's probably the last thing you're thinking is going to happen, really, that someone's going to go onto the back foot and play a real forceful sort of punch shot. It was lucky on that occasion for Lewis Hill, who's stretching off his hamstrings. It's going to be Delray Rawlins from the Cromwell Road end. He's going to come round the wicket to Ackerman, who goes forward, plays it nicely back up the wicket to Delray Rawlins. Back purposely. Gets through his overs quickly, Delray Rawlins. As in he comes again, round the wicket. Ackerman looked to come forward and it just sort of stopped on him a little bit as he went to sort of play a cut shot, but just checked his shot as it held. Rawlins in again. Fuller this time. Ackerman comes forward, plays it into the offside.
Just as you say that, the over rate is at a +4, so
it is
speeding through their overs. So.
Both these spinners, in James Coles and Delray Rawlins, do get through the overs quite quickly. And he comes again down the hill. Nice delivery, floated a little bit more this time, and Ackerman comes forward, plays a nice forward defensive, goes to Clark, a short drive on the offside, who throws it back to Delray Rawlins, and in comes Delray Rawlins again. He's in a hurry. Quicker ball this time. It was a quicker ball, but he ran his fingers quickly down it, and James Coles chases and is not successful in this occasion. So Delray Rawlins has bowled a quicker ball, and it sort of held up again, stopped, bounced a bit on Ackerman. He sort of rode it, he got onto his tiptoes, rode it, and it just come off the face of the bat and just went past the right hand of Allsop at slip and trickled away down the slope for 4 runs to the score, and Ackerman moves on to 48. In comes Rawlins again. Floated this time, driven nicely onside of the bowler. Rawlins couldn't get it, and a very stiff Stephen Finn chases it, turns and throws as Lewis Hill comes back for 2, and that is a very fine 50 for Colin Ackerman. Been very assured as he came to the crease earlier this morning of 82 balls. Been there for 103 minutes with 7 4s and 1 6. Played nicely.
Yeah, very nicely. A small round of applause as all the school children have left for lunch from the looks of things in the stand. But nonetheless, a very nice 50 for Ackerman.
I think so far from what has been quite pleasing with these Leicestershire batters is the time they've had and how they've let the ball come to them. Easy sometimes when you get a flat pitch to look to be eager and throw your hands at balls and trying to play the shot of the day rather than the innings of the day. But they've all been very impressive with how they let the ball come to them. As in comes Coles again, up the hill. Slightly short. Lewis Hill goes back. Punches it to cover where Pujara does the fielding. No run scored. Up the hill again comes Coles. Flat again. Tucked round the corner this time from Hill, and he's scampering as the ball trickles up the hill just behind the square leg. 2 runs to the total as the throw comes in from, I think that's Henry Crocombe. Yep. Looks like it is, as he had to chase up the hill as the ball just went behind square. He jogs back into his position at mid-wicket as in comes Coles again up the hill to Lewis Hill, who rocks onto the front foot, full face of the bat, plays it back up the wicket. Clark does the fielding and passes the ball back to Coles, who turns again to come in. Short ball this time, back foot punch again from Hill. Not quite timed on this occasion as it goes to Pujara. And back to Coles, who is trying to compete with Delroy Rawlins for the quickest over as he comes in again. Driven by Lewis Hill. Full on this occasion, fielded by Coles, who bowled a nice delivery there, just floated up a little bit more, got it full, got Hill driving as he turns up the hill again. Quicker this time, tucked into the leg side, hits the short legs pads, goes back to keeper Carter. Hill makes sure he's back in his crease, and that is the end of the over. And this will be potentially an opportunity to see if we're going to see the new ball, because it is due, I think. Just waiting to see if the scoreboard ticks over. I'm pretty sure it is due now, but it's still going to be Delroy Rawlins continuing. I can't imagine he's going to have the new ball, but we have had 80 overs. Just checking that the scoreboard ticked over. So the new ball is due. Ariana, would you take it?
I think I would. Why wouldn't you after lunch?
But at the moment, it looks like they're going to continue without it. That's good fielding from the 12th man fielder, coming round at backward point as Delroy Rawlins come down the hill again. Just got a little bit short and wide on that occasion. I'm not seeing too many seamers looking to get loose. So at this moment in time, it is going to be the double spin of Delroy Rawlins and James Coles. As Rawlins comes in again down the hill. Oh, just a little bit slower, a little bit wider, just a little bit more bounce. Forced Ackerman into a cut shot, and just because of the bounce, he then just slowed his hands down and pulled out the shot taken by Carter. But in comes Rawlins again, tucked onto the leg side through the vacant mid-wicket area. And he trots for an easy single as Henry Crocombe comes up from a deep square leg to field the ball.
Seems to be a bit more bounce from this end from the spinner.
It's a little bit more bounce. I think, I've alluded to it during the course of the last couple of days that I think spinners have to be shrewd and try and get the ball up in the air and see if it takes a little bit of spin and get a little bounce. But in comes Rawlins again to the new batter Hill, who comes forward. Plays it back up the wicket to Rawlins. A short leg has come into play for Lewis Hill, the new batter. He's currently 2 off 9. Ringfield on the offside, catching man as well. Rawlins comes in again. Good area, bringing Lewis Hill forward. He'll be looking to try and get a little inside edge there if he can. Onto pad. To the substitute fielder in at short leg. As in comes Rawlins again. Down the hill, slow again, back goes Hill, punches through the offside, and a very quick over again from Delroy Rawlins as it's fielded on the drive there from Alior, and everyone changes positions, and another quick over done.
I think lunch must have been very, very good for them to get through these overs very quickly.
They did look very laboured, don't they? And now we are going to see the new ball. No balls were day 1 for Leicestershire, but we're going to see the new ball. It has been taken, and it is going to be Sean Hunt, the left arm seamer. He's going to be coming up the hill at the C end, standing with his captain Stephen Finn, organising what field he wants, and they'll be hoping that he gets a little bit of swing with this new ball. He has 2 slips currently. A mid-wicket just getting pushed around a little bit squarer by captain Stephen Finn, who wanders to mid-on. The backward point. Another fielder dead on point. A drive man close on the offside and the mid-off. And in he comes up the hill, and he starts with a short wide delivery, which Colin Ackerman says thank you very much, and hits it straight through the covers for 4. That did look a very stiff loosener there,
yeah,
Ariana.
I was about to say that was definitely his loosener for the first ball there.
He's wandering back. I don't know if he's hurt himself, or he's got a towel behind there, so he's just drying off his hand, so he's got sweaty palms. Normally a fast bowler would go to the footholes, but he's going for the sweaty palm excuse on that one. Here's Sean Hunt for the short wide delivery. As in he comes again. Turns, comes up the hill. And this time he's got a little bit too straight, and it's back-to-back boundaries here for Colin Ackerman and Leicestershire. Just tucked it off his hip, and it went very, very fine. Up the hill to fine leg. And into the boundary boards for another 4 runs. Not a great start here so far from Sussex and Sean Hunt with the new ball.
No, it's definitely a thing for the fast bowlers coming back on after lunch, possibly eating 1 too many plates and feeling the effects on the field as they run into bowl.
It is still a very warm day. The clouds have just come over a little bit. The sun's not really out, but it is still a very warm day. As in comes Hunt again. He's gone short and wide this time, and this time helped by the backward point fielder, the sub fielder. Dives on it and prevents it from being 3 fours in a row with this new ball. Imagine, Stephen Finn's just stretching off the hamstrings at mid-on, so I'd imagine he will come down the hill and share the new ball with Hunt. And he comes again, short this time. Onto his toes goes Colin Ackerman with a back foot punch just into the cover region. Delroy Rawlins comes round, picks it up, throws it back into keeper Carter.
Starting to find his areas a bit more now. Been a bit too short at the start of the over, but getting to the right area now.
Yeah, he'll be looking to see if he can get a little bit of swing. Yeah, need to get it right up there and try and give it a chance. As in he comes again. The hill, pushes it this one across. Nice carry, though. We'll be excited to see that carry as Ollie Carter takes it well above the waist, and that's the one thing you get with a new ball. You do see a little bit more bounce, so we'll be happy to see that. Just try and bring it in a little bit tight, try and make Ackerman play on that front foot and bring those 2 slips into play that he's got. Allsop at first. I think it's Alior is in a second. As in comes Hunt again, up the hill. Just comes in a little bit, tucks Ackerman up for a little bit of room there as he plays it into the mid-wicket region, and that is the end of the over. Leicestershire moving on to 265 for free. Ackerman 59 off 91. Hill 2 off 11. And it will be the standing captain, Stephen Finn, who walks back to his mark to come down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Just jogs in and visualises bowling down the wicket just to get himself nice and loose, and gets the new ball off Delray Rawlins, and he's going to have 2 slips as well. He's going to have a fine leg. It's Ali Orr who's going to go out to a deep square leg. And just a correction from last over, it's Tom Clark who's in at second slip instead of Ali Orr. And then next to keeper Ollie Carter and Tom Alsop. Bowled nicely this game so far, and this innings, Stephen, he'll be looking to try and put a little bit of pressure on the new batter Hill particularly, and he's decided to bring up his deep square leg into a square leg position as in he comes down the hill, and he might wish he kept him back because he's bowled a full delivery on leg stump, and Lewis Hill said thank you very much, a little bit uppish as he clips it. But it was in the vacant area and just took away to that short boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, Finn's just being a bit positive there. He's got 2 of the 3 wickets for Sussex so far, and just looking to put pressure on the new bat, but unfortunately just in his slot to hit it for 4 there.
Played it nicely, got in a good position, let it come under his eyes, and it's been a feature of Leicestershire batters so far, playing nice and late. As in comes Finn again, down the hill. Full again, this time missed by Hill. The same delivery that he's just hit for 4. This time he misses it. It hits his pad, goes just behind square, but Ali Orr comes around quickly to prevent a leg bye, and Hill walks down and has a brief chat with the former captain, Colin Ackerman. Maybe telling him what the ball's doing or not doing on this occasion. A couple of fielders on the leg side. And Steve Finn has decided, no, he's changed his mind again. He had his square leg, no, he's just bringing his square leg from conventional square leg into a more catching position next to Delray Rawlins on the leg side. Hill goes to drive that time, just got a little bit ahead of himself. See the hands go out a little bit on. Stephen Finn's look at him, almost in disgust of... wasn't it? It was like, do you know who I am and what I've done in the game?
Did seem to just be a very good length ball there, which he tried to force into a drive, but it wasn't quite there in the slot.
Stephen Finn gave him the look.
A little bit of a stare down at the end of that.
Bit of experience playing the game here, Stephen Finn. A little bit of theatre. As in he comes again down the hill to Lewis Hill. Oh, again, he's enticed the drive, and he's just having a look and a little word here, Stephen Finn. Fielders coming in, putting on the pressure. Lewis Hill looking
with their hands on their heads, ready for something to happen here.
I don't mind that. I think sometimes if nothing's happening, it's always good to create a bit of theatre. Lewis Hill would have been sat up in the pavilion watching Kimber, Ackerman and Rishi Patel scoring these runs, and probably thinks, oh, this is a nice wicket, I can get off to a flyer. But he's got to be careful here. It is a new ball. As in comes Finn again. Back foot punch this time, well fielded again from the substitute fielder. Quickly round at cover, prevents any runs being scored, but that's a lot better there from Hill. Got onto his toes, onto the back foot, punched it nicely. To the covers for no run. As Ali Orr, from one of those catching positions on the leg side, is moved back by Captain Finn to a deep backward square, so I'm not sure if we'll see a short ball here or not. We don't. Steve Finn, hands on his head, feels that's closer than it potentially Lewis Hill thought it was, as he leaves it outside off stump and goes through to Ollie Carter. No run scored, and that's the end of the 83rd over. Stephen Finn's 19th over. He has impressive figures of 2 for 48 with 6 maidens. As we see Rishi Patel just walking around with could be a milkshake. I think they've got, with a physio and that, they've got a couple of milkshakes there with some straws.
think they might try and be protein shakes.
Protein
but
shakes.
you never know.
It's the lunch protein shakes. Yeah.
Bit of recovery there.
Yeah, I think I'll prefer an extra scoop of ice cream in there and make it a lot more enjoyable. As in comes Hunt up the hill to Colin Ackerman, who rocks onto the back foot and plays it back into the covers to Delray Rollins, who shines it up. No run scored. Are you a protein shake drinker when you play cricket?
When it's on offer.
When it's on offer?
Yeah, when it's on offer.
Is there a flavour of choice? You get so many different flavours now, don't you?
Yeah, I remember the S&C coach coming with like a plate of like flavours to pick from. It was crazy.
It's always handy. As in comes Hunt again up the hill, short this time. Ackerman just rocks on the back foot, plays it back up the wicket as Rollins comes to help the bowler out and pick it up for him. Long way down for tall bowlers nowadays, so you always want your fielders to help you out in conditions like this and when you're playing on a wicket like this. So he's helped his big fast bowler out as Pujara gives it a nice shine. It'll be Hunt again, left arm over into Ackerman, who stands nice and still, waits, has that little wave of the bat as the bowler gets closer, nicely driven down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Colin Ackerman. He was nice and still, has a little wave of the bat, and Sean Hunt just got a little bit too full there. Ackerman pounced on it with a beautiful position, driven it straight back past the bowler, down the ground, just on the offside. 4 runs as Pujara comes down and climbs over the board end, and he's being pointed in the right direction there by a couple of supporters of where the ball's gone. Just under the ice cream van, I think it's down there, so he might get himself a 99 and a flake as he's trying to find the ball. But it was a lovely shot there from Colin Ackerman.
That was a beautiful off drive there. And as they've been playing all game, just straight and late, and they're playing great, so there you go.
That is the saying, isn't it? Is play straight, be great. And I think that's been a feature of a lot of batting we've seen for both sides in this game, where they've all tried to make sure they get themselves in and playing the ball nice and late and nice and straight. And it's no coincidence. Yes, the wicket is a good wicket, but it's no coincidence. That's why we've got big runs on the board from a lot of the batters in this game. Umpire Debenham just had to have a quick look at the ball as it's gone into the crowd and bounced along the concrete a few times. Hopefully not too scuffed up for the Sussex bowlers, as in comes Sean Hunt again up the hill to Ackerman. Back of a length again. Ackerman rocks back, plays it nicely off the back foot to Stephen Finn at mid-on as it trickles towards him. Yeah, going back to protein shakes, they have lots of different flavours now, don't they? I think I remember at Surrey days they had Oreo. I was like, I might try one of those.
Oreo, ooh.
Yeah, wasn't a massive protein shake drinker, but when you get some of the flavours on offer, you have to give them a try, I suppose.
Yeah, I thought Oreo's an option then, yeah, definitely.
In comes Hunt again, up the hill, tucked off the hip from Ackerman, as Alior runs round from a straight mid-wicket. Picks the ball up, throws it a little bit too high for keeper Ollie Carter, who manages to still have a bit of life in the legs after being in the field for close to 84 overs, and plucks it in the air and throws it to his slips. No run scored.
I'm sure that would have been a nice stretch for him.
It would have been, wouldn't it?
Full length reach with the arm.
Would have woken him up a bit after having lunch. Sometimes he'd be quite sleepy after a feed at lunch in this sort of weather. As in comes Hunt again. Just been a little bit short so far this spell was Sean Hunt, as Ackerman rocks back on the back foot again, plays it up the field to Pujara, and that's the end of the over. Leicestershire 273 for 3. Colin Ackerman 63 off 97. Lewis Hill 6 from 17, as we've got a very low flying plane going past. I'm trying to see where it is. Yeah, it's, I don't think it's Gatwick bound by the sound of it. I think it's just someone having a very nice flight and a few lessons maybe. As Stephen Finn comes in again down the hill at the Cromwell Road end into Lewis Hill. 4 this time, and that is 4. That is a real help yourself delivery there for Lewis Hill. Stephen Finn will be disappointed with that. Full toss on leg stump, and Lewis Hill didn't miss out on that occasion. Clipped it nicely to the short boundary for 4 runs, moving his score on to 10. Leicestershire moving on to 277 for 3.
Yeah, the bowling after lunch has not quite been on the money just yet. Bowlers trying to find their areas, getting used to this new ball, I guess.
Stephen Finn decides to push Alior back to a deep backward square leg. He was keeping Delray Rawlins company on the onside. There's 2 catching men, but he's gone back now as in comes Stephen Finn again. Nice delivery. A bit more effort there from Stephen Finn. Almost a bit of an angry delivery. Obviously disappointed with his ball before, and potentially Lewis Hill getting under his skin, but a little bit more effort. Hard into a nice line and length. Played nicely by Lewis Hill. Comes forward and plays it back up the pitch as umpire Pratt just has a little look at the front line just to see if Stephen Finn is pushing it. In he comes again. Down the hill. Nicely bowled again from Stephen Finn. Starting to get a little bit of a rhythm here, Stephen Finn, as he pulls through, as the sun tries to come out, I suppose, through the clouds.
Yeah, a few more clouds today than there were on day 1.
There is, yeah. It's still, what's the trusted Apple Watch? I'm looking at it saying 27 and partly cloudy. Well, I think it's bang on there, the Apple Watch, so well done to them. As in comes Stephen Finn again, down the hill to Lewis Hill. Whoa, short ball, and that is a no ball. So umpire Pratt was having a look at the front line a moment or two ago and indicated that Stephen Finn was close. It was a no ball on that occasion, but that one bounced a little bit from Stephen Finn, so he'll be excited to see that.
Definitely got the slips all going up and looking excited for the next ball after that extra bit of bounce from the bowler there.
Yeah, trying to keep the batter, Lewis Hill, honest. Looked to try and go back and cut it, and then just dropped his hand a little bit as it bounced a little bit on him. As in comes Stephen Finn again. Looks like he's got a lovely rhythm, and he's gone. It's a brilliant bit of bowling there from Stephen Finn. A little bit uppish from Lewis Hill, and a brilliant return catch taken by Stephen Finn. He's incredibly tall. It's low to his ankles, but he's coming with a brilliant rhythm this over. Pitched the ball up, and Lewis Hill tried to drive on the up. A good wicket shot, I call it. We've been saying about the feature of how nice the batters have waited for the ball, but he's played an uppish shot and just chipped it back to the veteran Stephen Finn, who takes a nice catch, and that is the 4th wicket down.
Yeah, definitely. He was looking to go a bit harder there at Finn. Obviously in the last over he had the little stare down, and I think that's how he was going to get him out there, just pushing a bit too hard on that ball there, on a good length, trying to make it into a drive.
I think we see the evidence there of Lewis Hill that the back hip comes round, so it means he wasn't really in a base. We spoke about the feature so far from all the batters, mainly this game, where they've let the ball come to them, played in good positions, but Lewis Hill would be a little bit disappointed there. Just got a little bit out in front of himself, which saw that back hit come through, which made him chip it in the air back to Stephen Finn, who took a great return catch and just started to get a nice rhythm here. Stephen Finn down the hill, who picks up his 3rd wicket.
3 for 54. As caught and bowls go, yes, he had a long way to bend down, but as you say, it wasn't travelling fast back towards him, was it? It was a sort that you probably prefer as a bowler, 2 hands low down, long way to go, as I say, but it did rather loop back to him. He's still got to get down there.
What's Stephen Finn be? 6, 7, 6, 8, I reckon.
I'll find it in the who's who, but I'd say 6, 7.
Check. Stephen Finn comes into the new batter Mulder down the hill again, looking in a lovely rhythm. Forward goes Mulder. So we've got Stephen Finn as 6, 7.5.
So 6, 7, 6, 8 is bang on.
It's in the book as 6, 7.5. That's only come from Stephen Finn. He wants to be.
It's very precise, isn't it?
It is very precise. Saying that, I'm 6'4.5. Sometimes I say 6'4", sometimes I say 6'5", but actual height is 6'4.5". As in comes Stephen Finn again, down the hill to the new batter Mulder, who drives nicely. Fielded off his own bowling with a little bit of a tumble there from Stephen Finn, but a nice over. It started with a full toss on leg stump, but he got his rhythm. A little noble win there as well, but the wicket is the all-important thing for Sussex at this particular stage of the game.
Well, 248 for 2, now 279 for 4. Wickets on either side of lunch. She's got to be careful. Ackerman looks in, famous last words, prime touch. Mulder has threatened throughout his time at Leicestershire to go on and make a big score. Made a good 50 at Lords and gave it away. He looks a good player. They look as though they're from the same school, given, and I wouldn't be surprised if if they weren't in terms of their coaching, both being South Africans. Opportunity for Mulder on this good surface. Hunt's ready to go. That straight drive of Ackerman's in the previous Hunt over was a gorgeous thing, wasn't it?
Glorious, wasn't it?
Round the wicket he goes to Colin Ackerman, very wide outside off stump, and slightly short, rather loops through and is disdainfully ignored by Colin Ackerman as it goes through to Ollie Carter. 2 slips, obviously. New ball is still pretty new. It's only 5 overs and 1 delivery old. It has affected another breakthrough already. They know it's going to be, it should be hard work, obviously not just because of the weather, but because of the deck for the Sussex bowlers, and they've picked up 3 wickets today. That's a decent return, given we're only just starting the afternoon session.
It is, yeah. I think it's crucial now that Leicestershire get a nice partnership going and start again and be nice and patient.
Hunt, towel flopping behind him, goes in and bowls to Ackerman. Ackerman's instinctive, his trigger movement, if you like, is to sort of press forward, but then he pulls back and defends on the back foot down the pitch on the offside.
He's been impressive as well since he's come to the crease. Just doesn't look flustered one bit, just very comfortable with his technique and decision making. He played a glorious shot in the morning session off the spinner, just drilled it through the covers.
Hunt is in to him, bowls again too wide to persuade Ackerman to play at it. Lets it go through. Hunt, I say this for sort of know how he feels. Doesn't look like he necessarily believes he's going to take a wicket with each ball. Do you know that sort of feeling? I don't know whether that's a fair. I mean, it might just be his demeanour, but he doesn't look entirely convinced of his potency. With the ball in hand, runs in and bowls to Ackerman on his legs and turned calmly away through square leg. Should be at least 2, will be just 2 picked up down there inside the boundary by Henry Crocombe, running around with an elastic bandage on his left arm at the moment. Young Crocombe picks up and gets his throw away, and Ackerman does pick up 2.
Just noticed that seagull's back from yesterday.
Yeah, he was around this morning briefly, but slightly livelier.
Yeah.
Than I think it's a she. I think grey are the same breed, but female gulls. In goes Hunt and bowls, waiting for it. Ackerman, plenty of time to play it firmly off the back foot. Into the covers though, no great pace to it and comfortable stop. So whether she's trying to attract the males, I don't know. But
exactly the same position. Yeah. So I don't know if that's where her membership is, and that's why she wants to be there in the same spot.
And into Ackerman, who's driving down into the ground, taken on the bounce by Rawlins, moving to his right, and it's the end of the over. Now, Rishi Patel is not the first Leicestershire player to finish on 99 in an innings this season. Ben Mike was 99 not out at Lords, and he was on 99 when he lost the last 2 players on the Leicestershire side. I can't remember who the first was. The second was certainly Buren Hendricks, who's more distraught than Ben Mike. This was at Lords, obviously in front of a big crowd, and it would have been Mike's, I think, maiden first-class century as well. So
Those two not on the Christmas card list this year. As in comes Stephen Finn down the hill. Back of a length, tucked down to fine leg to get Mulder off the mark. Moves on to 1. Sean Hunt doing the fielding at fine leg.
We found out about Cow Corner yesterday, and I've been told about the origin of the 99, as in the ice cream 99. Any ideas?
I'm going to go.
Go on then.
Which is completely far-fetched now because of inflation. But is it because it was 99p?
It isn't.
Oh, okay.
It's actually kind of older than that. 99, yeah.
Yeah, I would have said that would have been the case. 99. It didn't come Stephen Finn. Full this time, driven beautifully and well fielded beautifully from Ackerman, onside of the bowler. Good fielding from Henry Crocombe, who dived. Parried it to Pujara, who come across from mid-off. A quick scampered single from Ackerman and Mulder on that occasion. Brings Mulder back onto strike. Yeah, I was going to say a 99. I always thought it was because it was 99p, where now they're about £4, so they need to be called
350 down in the van. Yeah,
is it 350?
Yeah, so you're plenty.
Are you going for a 350 and a flake? Is it what it should be called now, isn't it? As in comes Stephen Finn again down the hill. To the new batter Mulder, plays it nicely on the front foot, pushes it back to mid-off as the 12th man fielder comes across to help Pujara out, picks it up, throws it to Pujara, who again, not for the first time today, works on that ball, trying to get a good shine, try and get a little bit of movement in the air for his Sussex bowlers. Will be second new ball.
There must have been a stage at which a 99 probably did cost 99 on the basis that a stock clock is right twice.
Oh, in comes Stephen Finn again down the hill. Just seemed like that just nipped back a little bit. Mulder looked to come forward and then just dragged his front foot back and lifted the arms up to leave it alone. As it went through to keeper Carter. In the end, a nice leave.
Apparently they date back to the 1940s when they were a specialism of Italian ice cream vendors, and they called them 99s because you're going to have to wait.
Oh, the suspense. In comes Stephen Finn down the leg side, and it is tucked off the hip. Is a bat involved? No, it's going to be off the hip from Mulder to go for 4 leg byes, which moves Leicestershire on to 287 for 4, 13 runs away from another batting point.
Apparently in the days of the Italian monarchy, the king had an elite guard of 99 men, so the number was chosen by Italian ice cream vendors as a synonym for something special or first class or the best.
Oh, right, nice.
So there you go.
And that went worldwide?
Yeah. Pretty much. I don't know, actually. Actually, one of my Australian correspondents says they're not a thing in Australia, but you must have been there a few times, so they're not called 99s there, apparently. No. But there's a lot of Italian expats or immigrants in Australia, aren't there? So you would have thought.
I wonder how much it would cost out in Australia as well. With the dollar, as in comes Stephen Finn down the hill again. Nicely played from Mulder on the front foot. Pushes it into the covers. No run scored. Just trying to build a partnership here, these two. Mulder's been very impressive as he's come to the crease. He's only been there 7 balls, but looks very comfortable. I don't want to jinx him too much, but looks comfortable, and Ackerman just going about his business. Who's 66 off 104. Will be Sean Hunt again, continuing from the sea end.
He's played 10 tests, Vian Mulder, for South Africa, a number of one-day internationals as well. Hunt turns, staying round the wicket to Ackerman, who is leaning forward to another wide delivery and letting it go through. Missed the first couple of games of the season, but he's been in got in, like a number of Leicestershire batters, on numerous occasions. 39, that 58 I mentioned at Lord's, a couple of 16s and a 36 against Sussex up at the Upton Steel, 24 11, double figure scores, but never really made a sort of match-changing contribution as yet. Perhaps today will be the day. Just on a 1 at the moment and watching as Hunt goes in and bowls to his compatriot Ackerman, who defends on the back foot, straight delivery back down the pitch on the offside. Pujara at mid-off fields. No one has been more frustrated, I don't think, than Vian Mulder himself. He's desperate to make a difference. Leicestershire expected more of a sort of finished article from someone who's played 10 tests, but he looks quite young still. As in goes Hunt, and looking to cut it away almost off the front foot, helicopter style shot that Ackerman does sometimes play through the bat at it, and may even have sort of hit over the top of it. I'm not quite sure, but it went through very low to Ollie Carter behind the stumps. He took it almost on the half volley. Just didn't really get up at all.
Yeah, it's the first real time that Ackerman's actually sort of tried something a little bit different there. He's been quite patient outside the off stump, leaving it alone. On that occasion, he just threw his hands at it.
Hunt is in to him again. He's careful this time, stretching forward. Did swing away a little bit that previous one, just looking at the replay. But it sort of started wide, went wider. He actually probably didn't reach it in the end. The Sussex flag on top of the scoreboard, fluttering away. Looks like the breeze is coming from the east today as Hunt is in, bowls straight. Ackerman covers up, high left elbow, back down the pitch it goes to Hunty, as all his teammates are encouragingly calling. None for 52 from coming up to 18 for Sean Hunt. Did you have days when you ran in thinking, probably not going to get this guy out? Or did you always...
Most days.
Yeah.
No, I think you have that situation where you do have days where you think this is going to be a long old day.
Hunt is in, and again Ackerman is throwing his hands at a wide one. Again, it's rather sort of creeping through outside off stump and evading his reaching bat. Hunt doesn't look particularly encouraged, it has to be said, but as I say, perhaps that's just his demeanour generally. End of the over, 287 for 4.
I do think it's quite important that you have a plan of how you're looking to get each individual batter out and not just running in and bowling and almost being a bowling machine. You have to think about how I'm trying to get a batter out, what field do I need, and then basically executing the delivery that you're looking to bowl. As they say, a poor plan is better than no plan, so I think it's always important to do that. As in comes Stephen Finn again down the hill to the new batter Mulder, who again pushes forward in a nice position.
And you would know beforehand, well, this guy is strong off his legs, but percentage-wise, he's LBW more than most, or things like that, or... Yeah,
nowadays you've got all the technology to say you can sit and watch and see all the information and get the feedback of dismissals, or do they get out a certain percentage around the wicket and stuff like that. As in comes Stephen Finn down the hill again to Mulder, back of a length, left nicely from Mulder through to keeper Carter, no run scored. And then you basically look at that situation and say, okay, I was always a big believer that I would go to my strengths first. I always used to like coming over to, say, a left-handed batter and look to sort of push it across and drag them across with maybe the odd in-swing delivery, and you sort of go to that strength. But it could be a case that the batter has got out 85% of the time from round the wicket, but then you have to look at it and say, well, has he got out round the wicket after getting 200 every time as Stephen Finn comes in, again left alone by Mulder, or has he got out early on his innings? And you sort of have to look at those situations.
Did you watch videos yourself, or did you sort of take the stats from your analyst, or...?
You get the stats from the analysis and stuff like that, but it was always a case of some people will be right, that's what the stats are, I'm going to do that. I was always a big believer that I'd go to my strength first and back myself to do it a certain way, and then if not, you can then go to a plan B, C, D if needed. And in comes Finn again. On the back foot goes Mulder, chopped away through the vacant point area as backward point was just quite a way behind backward point, and it races away on this very quick outfield for 4. Just a little bit too short and wide there from Stephen Finn, and Mulder pounced on it and got it through the vacant point area. And Cole's chase was in vain, and he gets left back now at deep point, which is potentially interesting. Mulder's only moved on to 5. There's a couple of balls left. As in comes Finn again to Mulder. That's a beautiful shot. What a shot that is. He has rocked onto the back foot and he has punched it through extra cover with the utmost timing, and it has raced away for 4 again. That was really, for me, that's a shot of the game.
It was something special, wasn't it? He took a little shuffle down the pitch, didn't he, beforehand, as Finn was running in and got in position. Maybe that just affected Finn, but wow. Back foot punch away through cover.
A beautiful shot.
Must be great to be able to play shots like that.
I was about to say, yeah.
Well, you'll know, but
not quite like that.
This is, I suspect, Mulder's sort of wicket. Again, famous last words, but, you know, for the amount of time he spends in South Africa, they'll be harder and flatter, won't they?
Yeah, he'll be used to some pretty good pitches, and the weather won't affect him at all either, as in comes Finn again. Forward comes Mulder, squirted this time, just to the backward point area. It's Coles, who was on the boundary at deep point, comes round and throws it into Ollie Carter's feet, which he won't be too happy with, and that is a single to Mulder, who moves his score on to 10.
Leicestershire halfway to matching Sussex's first innings score. The target, if they have a target in mind, the first target is that 439. Once you get past 300, it becomes much more feasible as a concept. Fair way to go. 6 wickets in hand at the moment, but as you said, a really important partnership potentially between these two. Ackerman, who's in, Mulder, who's just gone to double figures. James Cole's coming back, who's impressed me in this game. 1 for 56. Figures sound ordinary, but for a young man, hasn't been afraid to give it some air every now and then and get some turn.
I think the feature now, he's going to have a nice hard ball and a seam that's a little bit more pronounced as well to work with.
9 overs old, the ball, as he goes in and bowls to Mulder, who drives very pleasantly and firmly, but good work by Rawlins, tumbling away to his left at slightly deeper mid-off for the spinner for that drive, and he managed to get there. Waits, bobbing at the knees as Coles is in, leans forward carefully, defends a straight ball back out into the offside. Short leg is there. Henderson and Slick. Those are the only 2 close catches. Although Pujara is quite close at mid-wicket as Coles is in. Forward, Mulder, thick inside part of the bat. Pushes the ball towards short mid-wicket. Henderson steps across and fields. Coles in, bowls, forward goes Mulder, back goes the ball to the young left arm spinner. It's the over rate at the moment, +4. Sussex as Coles bowls, tried to maybe just hold that back a bit, not quite sure, but it was foolish though, and Mulder no problem getting forward, bat in front of pads, reaching in front of him slightly as he defended it, getting to the pitch. In goes Coles, forward goes Mulder. There's a little bit of force into the push through the offside, out as far as Rawlins it goes. Good over. A maiden over from James Coles, but no obvious benefits from the new ball for the young spinner as yet. Might just have, I don't know, what was he just over pitching once or twice in that over? I don't know.
Just a little
in
bit
terms
again.
of
Yeah, it's just
giving the ball a chance to bite.
everything just seemed to be the same pace. I think sometimes you have to look at getting the ball into a good area, but mix your pace up sometimes just to see if you get a little bit of bite. The odd quicker one as well. There's going to be a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end. It's going to be Henry Crocombe coming back into the attack.
Been a good spell that Steve Finn's bowled Ricky since lunch. So we've got, Sussex into a good... I was just sort of thinking here really about, to avoid the follow-on, Leicester need to get, I think, 438. So they'll have half an eye on that, because if they could avoid the follow-on, they'll feel they've got a chance of saving the game.
Definitely, as in comes Crocombe down the hill to Ackerman. Starts with a no ball.
Actually, Sussex... There's been a lot of no balls in this match. Well, there were 21 in the... So we've got our update. It's all right, Ricky, you stay. We'll... to our update to the listener on BBC radio. It's all go here. In comes Crocombe running in down the hill. Comes in and bowls, and Ackerman plays firmly down the ground to mid-on, fielded there by Steve Finn. There is no run. So what, another... Was it 298 for 4? So 2 to 300. So they need 148, something like that, to avoid the follow-on. Crocombe turns, comes in bowls, cut away back. That's a lovely shot for 4 runs. Beautifully played through backward. Yeah, Sussex have picked up a couple of wickets, Danny, here, and the main protagonist has been Steve Finn, who's bowled absolutely beautifully since lunch. He's picked up those 2 wickets. Lewis Hill has gone for 10, and just before lunch, Richie Patel was stumped off the bowling of James Coles for 99. So Leicestershire now 302 for 4. Ackerman on 70, Mulder is on 10. Leicestershire need to reach 438 if they're going to avoid the follow-on. But as I say, Sussex right back in this match on what does look, I have to say, a very good batting wicket. Meanwhile, up at Scarborough, Surrey going along nicely against Yorkshire, 331 for 5. Rory Burns out for 132. The deficit for Surrey on first innings at the moment, 187. Yeah, it would be, Danny. I mean, the best chance Sussex have got of winning this match is to try and get Leicestershire to follow on. In order to do that, they must get Leicestershire out before they get to 438. So they're 302 for 4 now. A couple more wickets now. The new ball is relatively new. It's only 10 overs old, and Sussex could be in a strong position. But it's a good batting wicket. It's hot work, and it's going to be hard work for Sussex to take the 16 wickets they're going to need in the next day and a bit if they're going to win this game. Danny, as Crocombe wanders back to his mark, 302 for 4. I just feel that if Leicestershire can avoid the follow-on, it's going to be very difficult for Sussex to win this game. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls. Ackerman just plays straight back down the track and nose run, because if they were to avoid the follow-on, that's going to take them... would be well into the final session of the day. So they're supposing they did avoid the follow-on just by a couple of runs. So Sussex have got a lead of 150. They're going to have to put some runs on the board quickly to try and give themselves enough time to bowl Leicestershire out. So Sussex, if they could take a couple more wickets now, as Crocombe is in bowls, Ackerman covers up, plays into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. I think we'll have a quick change round in the commentary box. It's Richard who's coming back in for Ricky, who will be back with us shortly. And let's just 302 for 4. Well done, Ricky. We've got this bit of kit in front of us. If you have the red light on, it means you're broadcasting. And Ricky had worked out which button to press, so he gets 10 out of 10 on his broadcasting debut. Well done, Ricky. Ackerman on 70. Mulder is on 10. Richard Ray comes back in to join us. And I have to say, the Leicestershire batsmen, you think, Rishi Patel making 99, Lewis Kimber 104, they both batted beautifully. And I have to say, I think Colin Ackerman has carried on in similar vogue. He's batted very nicely for his 70 of just 117 deliveries.
James Coles is into Vian Mulder, who is driving pleasantly. Puff of dust as the bat clips the ground as he punches it out towards Ali Orr on the extra cover boundary. Single taken. Mulder on 211, 303 for 4, so 4 bonus points now to Leicestershire, 6 to Sussex. Hoping for at least one more bowling bonus point. They've got another, 19 overs less that delivery in which to take 2 more wickets, but as we've seen in this game, that's not easy. Finn and Coles in long conversation, just seeing if there's any change as a consequence. No obvious changes to the field. Coles is into Ackerman, who is solidly forward. Back down the pitch it goes to James Coles, who's got something of a sort of teenager's fringe going. Slightly floppy look. In and bowls. Forward goes Ackerman, bat in front of Pat. Is he? Big stride. He's not a massively tall man, Ackerman, probably 6'1", that sort of area, but he takes a big old stride forward when he does take one, when he does stretch. As Coles is in, slightly short, he goes back and plays it calm. He doesn't try and punch it too hard, makes sure he works it into the gap between Hunt at backward point and not sure who that is in the covers.
Tom Clark.
It's Clark, yeah.
Yep.
And made sure he picked up 1, moves on to 71, leans on his bat, watches as Coles is in 2. Mulder again a little bit short. Mulder is up on his toes, working it into the same gap. Clark moves around to his left to field, but again a single is taken.
So to James Coles last night, I was telling Ricky a little bit earlier that he's was telling me how he's just finished his A-levels. That made me feel very old, Richard, but he's now taking a gap year.
It's results this week, isn't it, for A-levels?
Is it? Oh, I should have asked him that. Okay.
Could have been a difficult subject. In goes Coles, and he's swept, but round the corner is Henderson, the substitute fielder, and there is no run as a consequence. Didn't quite get it all on that occasion. Colin Ackerman, and he'll be disappointed because he's a good sweeper. End of the over, 305 for 4.
Should we do a bit of a technical switch here, Richard? We'll just leave the effects microphone going. Seamless. The listener would never have known.
I'm not sure that counted as technical. We swapped headphones, folks. I don't know whether the word technical...
Oh, come on. Well, we
didn't do it. We didn't... Yeah,
no, we need to pick it up. We
were just getting our wires crossed.
Literally.
Absolutely.
Literally. Yeah, but so James was saying he's just done his A-levels. He's going to take a year off, so a gap year in which he said, I'm 100% concentrating on cricket, and then I'll decide what I'm going to do. So I think that sounds like a pretty decent plan. In comes Henry Croker running in, bowls to Mulder. There could be a run out here. Ackerman's going to be run out by a mile. Oh, no. What have Sussex done? That was crazy. That could be the deciding part of the match. It was a leg by onto the leg side. It was Colin Ackerman's call. He came running down the wicket. He was virtually level with Modder, who was on strike. The ball right out onto the offside. Ackerman turned round. All Rawlins had to do was really lob the ball to the bowler, but he threw the ball in too hard. He went over Henry Crocombe's end, and the chances lost. Wow, what a let-off. What a let-off.
Is the worst piece of fielding in that respect I think I've ever seen. He was, what was Rawlins, maybe 15 yards from Crocombe. All he had to do was hit him, and he missed.
In comes Crocombe Bowles to Moderate, who's forward and plays onto the onside. There is no run. Well, it's very, very easy from up here, and I'm always well aware of that. But really, that just needed to be the gentlest of throws to Henry Crocombe. I mean, Colin Ackerman had given it up. I mean, well, to be fair, he ran back as hard as he could, but he would have been out by a country mile and more.
Yeah.
That was extraordinary.
Threw it high over Crocombe, and the entire Sussex side basically sort of sank to their knees.
I was looking at James Coles down below us. Crocombe in bowls to Modder, who plays this one forward. And of course, there is no run. What would have happened would have been Ackerman would have been out.
Yes,
and the last
key
thing,
wicket.
yeah,
Key wicket.
the last thing Leicestershire needed was a run out. Dear, oh dear. Well, it could be decisive because Leicestershire are. My maths is shocking, Richard.
283 behind.
In comes Crocombe Bowles. Well, ends up in the hands of. Well, he can't sort of dribble down the leg side. There is no.
So 134 short of the follow-on.
Right. Okay. So wicket goes down then, and Sussex might because that is Sussex's best chance of winning this game, isn't it? I think if Leicestershire can avoid the follow-on,
I think Leicestershire will not be inclined to setter
No.
to get involved in a couple of declarations. You never quite know.
No, well-
Captains might get to Finn.
Yeah.
You never might talk to Parkinson. Both at the sort of opposite ends of their careers. You know.
here comes Crocombe Bowles. Short pulled away by Modder. He's going to get a single down to deep backward square, fielded there by Alistair Orr. Modder goes to 13. The total 306 for 4. In fact, over a sandwich at lunch, Ricky and I were discussing that and saying, well, really, what have either side got to lose, really, in terms of doing that? I mean, they're not going to. They can't get promoted this season. I mean, we don't know what the rules are for promotion anyway, but it certainly won't be Leicestershire or Sussex.
But Leicestershire would obviously have to declare well behind. Then, on the basis that
In comes Crocombe and Bowles, and driven by Ackerman into the covers. There is no run.
they have an agreement from Finn that Sussex will then go out in their second innings and get 150, something like that, and then set Leicestershire, 300 off 65 or 70 or whatever. But Leicestershire would be inclined, I mean, if they were offered that on a flat pitch, then I think they'd be interested. Whether Sussex, would be remotely inclined to sort of set them a target on a pitch. If there's a little bit more turn, it could happen. We could come tomorrow and find that captains have had a quiet beer or a quiet chat, and agreement has been tentatively reached. It could happen. But it's the only way one feels, and if Sussex is going to spurn opportunities like that there'll be a positive result in the game.
End of the over, 306 for 4.
As Coles is in to Mulder, who is driving a little bit inside out, and out it goes to Delray Rawlins. I think you ought to interview him afterwards and say, so Delroy, tell me about that little incident.
That wasn't great, was it? A lot of laughter coming from the corporate area. I think there's a lunch in there today.
Yeah, I think probably alcohol has been taken. In goes Coles, and forward goes Mulder, defending out into the offside. Unless they're laughing at that incident, but I don't think so. I would imagine most of them would be Sussex.
Wow, it was extraordinary.
Coles is in, outside off stump, carefully left by the attentive Mulder. I say carefully because he kind of really washed it into the gloves of Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Coles is ready to go. No, he isn't. He jogs back to his mark. Such as it is, it's only sort of 4 or 5 paces back and in, and bowls. Mulder is forward. No. Nine overs remain today after this, so we're just coming up to the halfway point. In goes Coles, bowls, nice straight drive, but only as far as Delray Rawlins, who's polishing the ball on the bottom of his, the front of his Sussex shirt. Chris Wright does that. That's the sort of area of polishing. He's always got a great red stripe across his stomach as a consequence. Slightly full there from Coles on towards Midland leg, and a chunky clip into the onside by Mulder, but only as far as Henry Crocombe at mid-wicket. So Coles, another maiden, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 59. He's settled into a good rhythm this afternoon, and not tying up completely the Leicestershire batters, but The over rate has fallen. The run rate per over has fallen.
Sussex continue to rattle through their overs. 49 overs remaining in the day, so we're about halfway through the day at 2:45, which is about on course for a 6 o'clock-ish finish as Henry Crocombe picks up the Sussex attack running downhill, comes in and bowls to Colin Ackerman, and this time, again, a slight hesitation between the pair. The throw comes into the bowler's end, Tom Clark getting the throw in, but this time there was no danger of a run out. Ackerman 72, 307 for 4. One result in the county championship already, halfway through the third day, and that victory has come at Chelmsford for Essex, who have beaten Gloucestershire by 9 wickets. Simon Harmer 13 wickets in the match, and we'll have to see an updated table because Essex are forcing their way into contention for the championship as in comes Crocombe and bowls, clipped away nicely by Moulder. That's 4 runs. Half volley leg stump, thanks very much, clipped away through mid wicket. That was beautifully played. Moulder goes to 17 and Leicestershire to 311 for 4.
You were talking earlier about pitches and home advantages. Ricky was saying, you know, home advantage is fair enough, but Simon Harmer at Essex, I would wager that a certain amount of work had been done on that pitch to ensure there was a certain amount of turn for Simon Harmer.
Yeah, he does get a lot of wickets. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to ask.
He takes them home and away, in fairness, but.
In comes Crocombe bowls and forward comes Moulder, plays into the offside. There is interesting to get Ricky's thoughts on Simon Harmer because he's, I mean, not just in the 4-day game, but we come across Essex really only in T20 these days, and he's very good in that format of cricket as well. I mean, he bats well as well. He's just seems to me just to be a very good all-round cricketer.
Yeah.
I know a couple of years ago down here when it was the Bob Willis Trophy, as in comes Crocombe running in down the hill, bowls, and Moulder covers up. It's another no ball from Henry Crocombe. We'll have a look how many no balls Sussex have bowled because they're not quite up to Leicestershire levels, but they have bowled a few today. Thanks, Ricky. He's just said Simon Harmer 28 wickets in his last 2 first-class matches, so he could be spinning Essex towards the county championship. Because it looks as if the game at Scarborough could be heading for a draw between Yorkshire and Surrey. Surrey undefeated in the championship so far. Don't know if Surrey have got to go to Chelmsford. In comes Crocombe, bowls to Moulder, pulls that away. That's going to be just a single fielded by Ali Orr on that deep square leg boundary. Moulder goes to 18, 314 for 4.
Just 3 no balls.
Really? I'm surprised at that.
One
Just
for
seems.
Finn, 2 for Crocombe, apparently.
Oh, it just seems like there's been more than that. There's certainly been a couple. Well, Henry Crocombe's bowled 2, hasn't he, in the last little spell? So, my thoughts are, I mean, Leicestershire bowled 21, I think, which was.
They did.
3.5 overs worth. Crocombe in bowls. Ackerman covers up. Crocombe fields off his own bowling. And there is no run. Yeah, a couple of years ago here in the Bob Willis Trophy, Sussex have a young off-spinner, Jack Carson, who's sadly injured at the moment. But Simon Harmer sort of took time out and was. It was that year when we had no cricket. I think everyone was just glad to be playing something. But he spent a lot of time with Jack Carson, which was really good. In comes Crocombe bowls, Ackerman plays into the offside, there is no run. End of the over, 314 for 4, Ackerman 72, Moulder on 18. That was also the game that, after the match finished, it was a good game of cricket actually. Essex won, but the Sussex lads did really well, and Alistair Cook spent quite a lot of time with the Sussex batsmen, sort of, answering questions and that sort of thing. And Tom Haynes talks very fondly about that moment, and he said Alistair Cook was his hero, and just spoke how inspirational he was. So I think that's great. I think when you get old pros who come back to the game and talk to young players and gives them an opportunity to pick their brains, I think that's what it's all about. Either way, 314 for 4, 72 to Ackerman, 18 to Moulder. These two just steadying the Leicestershire ship after Lewis Hill was caught and bowled by Steve Finn after lunch for 10. There's just been a little bit of a wobble. Rishi Patel out on the stroke of lunch. But it's going to be James Coles who's going to carry on.
Steps in, he's got a shorter extra now and bowls to Moulder, who drives pleasantly for 4. Just over pitched on off stump, and Pujara at that short extra had no chance as the ball sped past him out to the deep extra cover boundary. A young lad in an orange baseball cap, or yellow, bright yellow baseball cap, with a big grin on his face, ran out to pick up the ball and threw it back to Delroy Rawlins, rather more accurately than Rawlins threw it to Henry Crocombe a few overs ago. In goes Coles and bowled, back foot defensive push into the offside. Hesitation,
again.
because there was a slight misfield from Sean Hunt. Behind him, covering, Tom Clark got to the ball quickly, but again, Ackerman and Mulder looking at each other, and fortunately, as far as Mulder was concerned, he was sent back by Ackerman. In goes Coles and bowls, forward goes Mulder, back out into the offside, picked up by Pujara goes the ball.
Looks like we're going to get a result at Merchant Taylor's School today. I'll tell you about that at the end of the over.
We had a game there last year. In goes Coles and bowls. Enjoyed it as well, and was defended by Mulder back down the pitch. Boris Karloff was a pupil at Merchant Taylor's.
Was he?
And I started a campaign for the far end, which didn't really have a name, to be called the Karloff end or the Frankenstein end or something like that. In goes Coles and bowls, just outside off stump. Quicker, flatter delivery. Waiting for it. Mulder plays with an angled bat out towards Hunt at backward point.
Well, Worcestershire just need 80 to win. They're 158 for 1.
Coles is in. Forward goes Mulder. Straighter delivery. Bat in front of Pat as he stretched forward and played it back down the pitch. End of the over. 318 for 4.
And that would put the Cats slightly amongst the Pigeons in the race for the promotion. If indeed 2 are going to go up from the chat, I mean, no one knows what's happening next season. We're presuming 2 are going up. Because Worcestershire, I think, will get themselves back into the reckoning. Ed Pollock, now that's a name I don't know a lot about, but I saw him score a very quick 50 for Sussex, for Worcestershire rather, at New Road earlier this season. And this innings, he's 108 not out off 72 balls, 10 fours and 7 sixes.
Ricky
and he opens the batting.
Ricky will know a lot about him. Former Warwickshire player.
Oh. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and that's glanced down the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs. I'm afraid Sussex is just starting to leak runs here a little bit, and Leicestershire are sort of getting a bit of momentum up to avoiding this follow on. 4 more to leg buys.
Yeah.
322 for 4. Just erring down the leg side was Crocombe.
Warwickshire saw him almost purely as a white ball player, I think. Ricky, as I say, we'll talk about it when he comes back on, but then he moved to Worcester because he wants to play red ball as well. He hasn't had the greatest of times, but that will do him a lot of good.
In comes Crocombe, running towards us. He's in on bowls, and looking to cut that one away through backward point was Ackerman, and there is no run. The game at New Road this season against Sussex, he made... That was last season. Let me get to this season's game. Here we go. Ed Pollock made 77 in 74 balls at the top of the order. I'd not seen him bat before, and he smashed the ball all around New Road. And he's obviously doing the same at Merchant Taylor's today. In comes Crocombe bowls. Oh, a bit of extra lift there from Henry Crocombe, and right in behind that was Colin Ackerman, plays it down in front of him. There is no run. It was exciting. I mean, he just took it to the Sussex attack. I mean, you got the feeling as a bowler, you were probably thinking you had a chance of getting him all the time, but as the ball's sailing over he just walked down at New Road and was sort of smashing it. It was great to watch.
That sounds like Ed Pollock.
Yeah.
Sure.
Crocombe on his way and bowls, and again wide outside the off stump, and again Colin Ackerman. Yeah, he does. He's looking to thrash that away through backward point, but the ball hurtled through into the gloves of Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So
I'm sure he's almost hitting over the top of it.
Looks like it.
Just not.
Yeah.
I think it's a technical flaw, or it is beginning to stay low. This is what 1 or 2 people have forecast.
Crocombe again bowls, and covering up his Ackerman, plays on the onside. There is no run. Big century for Ed Byram down at Cardiff. The second innings, he's made 144. Glamorgan batting themselves into a decent position in that match against Nottinghamshire. 259 for 3, leading by 292. Not, I think, pretty much everybody's favourites for promotion, but Glamorgan not out of it either. It's actually turning into quite an exciting race for top of this division. Crocombe in again, bowls, and Ackerman's beaten outside the off stump, groping for that one. And a good response from Henry Crocombe. The 4-leg buys at the opening of the over. Leicestershire 322 for 4, Ackerman 72, Mulder is on 22. So in terms of runs required to avoid the follow-on, 580, they need 438, is that right, to avoid the follow-on? So they need another 115. Is that right?
I was letting you do the maths there.
Well, we need to get Ariana back on because she's just done a degree in accountancy and finance, so she can tell us exactly. You need to get your thinking cap on, Ariana, so you can tell us exactly what's needed. When are you next back on? 3 o'clock.
So,
right,
yeah.
okay. So she can tell us exactly what the score is in terms of the follow-on.
Yeah, Ackerman just looking a bit angsty at the moment. He's gone for a few of those outside off stump, and that one again, he went for the full-blooded drive and missed it. It went past the outside edge. So maybe good bowling by Sussex. They're inviting him. In goes Coles and bowls to Mulder, who is stretching forward, blocking the delivery out towards Hunt at backward point.
Jackie in Polgate has been in touch. Sorry, Jackie, I missed his email earlier on today, which I shall read in a second.
Coles is in. Nice looking drive from Mulder. Straight to Pujara at short extra. Along the ground all the way, of course. Coles steps to the crease, bowls. A little bit of a loop to that one. Again, driving. A little bit inside out. Mulder. Again, he picks up Pujara, who examines his right hand slightly ruefully, having stopped that one. Coles in. Bowls forward again, driving past Pujara, the reaching Pujara this time. It bounces hard down into the ground, so it was always going to be stopped by Rawlins at mid-off. Really does whip through his overs. James Coles is in and bowls. Forward goes Mulder, blocks it out into the offside. There will be a stage at which I probably will call him Matt. But
after our colleague.
Yeah, and of course the cricketer as well.
Yes.
As Coles is in, drops a little bit short on that occasion, but a bit of bounce for him. It's quicker delivery, and Mulder on the back foot defends it back down the pitch on the onside. Another good over from James Coles. In fact, I think it was another maiden. 20 overs, 4 maidens, then 1 for 63 for him. 322 for 4. Ackerman a little bit becalmed, which may be why he's sort of starting to chase it a little bit, and that's a sniff of an opening for Sussex if he is beginning to get a little bit frustrated and wanting to crack on.
Yeah.
To keep it a little bit wide, to keep inviting the sort of big shot and see how frustrated he gets.
Jackie says she inquired yesterday whether it was possible to get in after tea for nothing, which it is every day here at Hove. Then comes Crocombe, bowls to Ackerman, who eases that to mid-off, and there is no run. She said she came down yesterday afternoon only to find the ice cream man had gone.
He's gone again, Jackie, I'm afraid.
Well, there we are. Jackie just said Patrick could ask him to stay until at least after tea. Well, he's gone.
Right, yeah.
She said, I'm hopefully coming down again today after I've finished delivering prescriptions to the great and good of Polgate. Thank you, Jackie.
He's headed back to East London from whence he came. He's a West Ham supporter. You can never trust him.
In comes Crocombe bowls, and Ackerman plays that into the covers filled by Clark, low run. How did you find out all that info? You must have gone and got yourself an ice cream.
Yeah, when I was talking, a couple of the Leicestershire boys, including actually Rishi Patel, consoled himself. I don't think he bought a 99. I don't think it had a flake in it, but that would have been too much, wouldn't it? Really, if and the club, I would have summoned the club photographer if he'd bought a 99 as well.
Right, okay.
I heard the exchange. He was heading off.
In comes Crocombe bowls. Ackerman drives across the line to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlins. And there is no run. Did I hear you say the Leicester lads went down on the beach and had pizzas last night, or a couple of them?
A few of them, yep.
Nice.
You know, they're left to their own devices in the evening, and they sat on the beach with a takeaway pizza or two, which they shared between them, and watch the sunset.
Well,
Actually, I don't know how, because they'd be facing. I suppose if you're looking south, you could look to the right, couldn't you?
Yeah. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Ackerman plays to Clark. A point there is no. Actually, it was a beautiful sunset last night, so they probably had a great view. 3:22 for 4. Grant Flower and James Kirtley, the Sussex batting and bowling coaches respectively. Well, James is in terms of in charge of the T20 side as well. Wandering around the boundary, deep conversation just down below us. Henry Crocombe is on his way. Bowls and forward comes Ackerman and plays with soft hands to mid-on, and there is no run. Rich is going off to do his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Leicester, and Ariana Dowse is going to come back and join us here on commentary. Just the one slip in place, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men step back on the leg side as in comes Crocombe and bowls Ackerman right in behind this. Plays it down the on side of the track, back-to-back maidens. As far as Sussex are concerned, Leicestershire 322 for 4, Ackerman 72, Mulder on 22. And just as I said, Ariana, that Leicestershire seemed to be sort of getting a bit of momentum and easing their way towards avoiding this follow-on total. All of a sudden, a couple of maidens and the brakes have been put on.
Yeah, Sussex have come back strong from making a few boundaries there and just getting on top with a few dots and ending up with 2 maidens in a row so far. So it's a good reply from Sussex there.
Yeah, now come on, I need you to tell me a way of working out this, because the so to avoid the follow-on, come on Adrian, you're better than that, but to avoid the follow-on, Leicestershire, as the ball is played into the offside by Mulder, off the bowling of James Coles, there is no run.
They need 266 to tie with the Sussex's first total of 588.
Okay, in comes Coles and bowls. Mulder just nudges that through square. Like they've taken one, they'll come back for a second. I think it's gone behind square. There's a long chase for Henry Crocombe, who just bowled it over. He has to chase back and get in the throw. And there's 2 more to the total. Mulder goes to 24. So what I'm after is 588 less 150, which is the follow-on target. So how many from here do they need to get to they'll need to get to 439 to avoid the follow-on. As in comes Coles and bowls. A bit more air from James Coles on this occasion. It's played out onto the onside, footed by Crocombe, and there is no run.
Well, they need 115 then?
They do from now. Well, yeah, that's it. So I got it wrong. I said 115 about 10 minutes ago, I think, so that was clearly wrong. I think I'm going to suggest that we have a bit on the scoreboard that says what is required to avoid the follow-on. That's my suggestion. Only because I'm hopeless at maths. It's just a difficult, I don't know, just 588, 150, in comes Coles, bowls driven beautifully through the offside. And well fielded by Pujara.
Yeah, good.
Lovely, beautiful looking shot, wasn't it? I mean, it looked like it deserved 4 runs. Pujara, good bit of fielding. Coles in again, bowls. And Mulder this time drives it all down the ground. James Coles dives across. Good fielding here from Sussex.
Yeah, I'd definitely say 4 then.
Yeah, I mean, that's two shots that Mulder would have expected to have got boundaries, and on both instances he's been denied by good pieces of fielding. Coles in again, bowls, and Mulder just helps this around the corner. This could run away for 4 runs. Henry Crocombe is in hot pursuit. He's going to pull it up just a couple of yards inside the boundary, but not before the batsmen have come back for 3 runs. Good throw from Henry Crocombe, actually. Well, in the end, it wasn't a good throw because it went right sailing over the keeper's head, but it was a long throw from right out there in the outfield. But Mulder comes back for his 3rd run. He's on to 27. Leicestershire 327 for 4. And these two, Ariana, have just sort of steadied things down from Leicestershire after the loss just before lunch, and then a wicket going down just after lunch.
Yeah, when a break comes in the innings, such as lunch or tea, it's very hard for the batsmen to keep their concentration around that. And obviously that meant for the Leicestershire Foxes that 2 wickets fell, and they just needed to rebuild their innings and have a partnership growth, and that's what these two have done very nicely. They've stuck at it and they've stayed in, apart from possible run-out opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, that was just crazy, wasn't it? This partnership between this pair is now worth 48, which perhaps tells us how well Leicestershire have stabilised. Yeah, I mean, I was commentating at the time with that run out. I mean, you only get one chance. Look, we haven't got the benefit of replay. Well, I didn't see it on the replay on the screen here, but it looked to me like it just needed a simple lob the ball to the bowler.
Yeah, I think it might have gone to the fielder's head there a little bit, that he wanted to get a direct hit and quickly get it over there. Sometimes,
I mean, I'm sure it's very difficult, because I'm sure when the ball comes to you, I mean, you must have had this in the field, that everyone's going, quick, get the ball in, and probably someone saying, keeper, bowler, you're hearing all this stuff going on in your head, and you know it's a great opportunity. Then you just in the moment, I guess if you can, you just need to keep calm. In comes Delray Rawlins, comes in and bowls to Mulder, who plays that to short leg. There is no run. The field for Delray Rawlins is a slip and a short leg. Backward point, cover mid off. There's a short extra cover, mid on, mid wicket, and a backward square leg. I don't think there's anyone else on the leg side, as in comes Rawlins and bowls and cut away by Mulder. No point chasing that. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot, just a little bit too much width. He just cut the ball away nicely for 4 runs.
Yes, he has. And on this outfield, it's just flown to the boundary out there. 4 runs.
It's really quick. What would be your favourite shot, if you've got one in particular, you think when the ball's off it, yeah, that's playing into the area where you like to hit the ball?
I do love a cover drive.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cover drive is a lovely one where you can just middle it for 4, not overhit.
Rawlins is in, bowls. Mulder lets that one go a bit more bounce outside the off stump, and there he is now. That's the danger, though, isn't it? Though you try to overhit it, or you think, oh, here it comes, then you're suddenly getting edge into the behind.
Too excited.
Yeah. Rawlins in, bowls. Mulder plays to short leg, fielded in there by Sam Henderson, who's the 12th man. He's been on throughout the innings. Tom Haynes not on the field. Steve Finn has just come wandering over to have a word to Delray Rawlins. I wonder if this is going to be a suggestion of a fielding change.
Well, these two bats are looking very comfortable at the minute.
They are.
Something might need to happen here.
It's interesting. Stephen has just moved Cheteshwar Pujara back, saving the 4 on the cover boundary, and Finn himself has come across into the covers as in comes Rawlins bowls, taken by Carter. There is no run, so I think, is this a 7-2 field? Oh no, it's a 6-3 field, but there's a short leg, so just on that leg side there's a short leg, a mid on and a square leg as in comes Rawlins. Just a full toss, and Mulder hammers it down the ground. Well stopped by Henry Crocombe. I'll tell you what, Delray Rawlins owes him a beer for that.
Yeah, that was very well stopped.
That was very well stopped. That deserved to go for 4 runs, and Henry Crocombe was round very quickly to prevent even a single being taken. End of the over, 3:31 for 4. Ackerman, who's been becalmed a bit recently, he's on 72, and Mulder is on 31. Magic total, the magic total for Leicestershire, once they get to 439, they can't be asked to follow on. And the applause is not for our commentary, Ariana. I think it's for something that's going on downstairs in the corporate area just to our right-hand side. So there's some sort of presentation going on down there. They've been quite particular, aren't they, with the way they're setting the field? I think this is good. Do you like? I don't know who was skippering yesterday, but in your game. But I think it's good when the skipper's spending quite a lot of time with the bowler, helping them set the field. Probably got different ideas on the way, perhaps to take a wicket.
Definitely, it's really good when you see that captain and bowler communicating and setting the field. It just boosts your confidence in the field, I'd say.
James Coles is coming in over the wicket to bowl to Colin Ackerman, and Ackerman is forward, plays onto the onside. There is no run, and actually I'm a big believer. I'll get you Ricky's views, but I'll ask your views as well. Where you like? I mean, I'm a big fan of the skipper being at mid-on. I just like that. I think he can talk to the bowler. She can talk to the bowler. As in comes Coles and bowls. Swept. Oh, that wasn't far away from Sean Hunt. But it was swept away. It was in the air. Whether Sean Hunt got a hand on it, I don't know. I mean, it's hands on heads time for the Sussex fielders. It was hit very, very firmly by Colin Ackerman. I don't know if this is the one. Might just see it on the replay. No, it'll be the next delivery. But Hunt was diving. He looks disappointed, Sean Hunt. Do you think that was an opportunity? Did he get a hand to it?
I think it might have been a half chance there. He did have to put in a big dive for that, but it was aerial and was in his direction.
Yeah, no, now this is interesting because they're bringing Delray Rawlins. It's out of shot. So, Delray Rawlins, who would be regarded, I think, as the best fielder in the Sussex side. When George Gartley's playing, it's a toss-up between George and Delray. Sean Hunt has been moved out of the firing line there at square leg or almost a mid-wicket. In comes Coles, bowls, and Ackerman is not to be tempted and just plays that one to Alior, who's sweeping on the cover boundary, and there is no run. So we'll have it's very difficult to see from our angle here as to whether that was. I mean, I don't think it was a drew. Was it a chance? I mean, it went very, very fast. But Sean Hunt is out of the firing line.
Yeah, that's another thing that the captain and the bowler kind of discuss, where you put your key fielders.
Yeah.
Where they feel they're going to get hit, and put your best fielders there so they can perform.
Are you a fan of wicket keepers being captain?
As one myself, when I found it extremely difficult to set the field with the bowler, especially under timed pressure.
Coles. In and bowls, forward comes Mulder, plays it straight back down the track, fielded by Coles, there is no run.
I feel like the wicketkeeper can see angles and analyse the batters and have an input, but I don't think they should be captain, especially when it comes to pressured time situations.
Coles in and bowls, and Mulder just plays this deftly backward square leg, fielded there by Pujara. One more to the total. Mulder goes to 32. That is the 50 partnership is up between these two. Apologies, I missed that. 37, yes. Actually, no, worth 21 plus 37. It's worth 58 between these two. Coles in and bowls to Ackerman, who sweeps. He's hit on the pad. Ollie Carter thinks about appealing. The ball ends up in the region of third man. There is no run. James Coles finishes an over that cost 6 runs. He's bowled 22 overs, 4 maidens, and has taken 1 for 74. When you beautiful shot. 2, let's see if that's gone up already. He goes to 36. And Leicestershire to 341 for 4. So actually, they now need less than 100 more runs to avoid the follow-on. That follow-on target, they need another 98 if they're going to do so. And I think that's probably what Steve Finn is thinking out there. He's probably thinking of the Sussex, if they can have a chance of winning this game, forgetting the fact there may be a declaration or whatever might happen. Sussex really need to get Leicestershire to follow on. Rawlins in bowls and Mulder is forward. Plays to short extra, fielded by Clark, and there is no run. I also think, Ariana, that when you're keeping wicket, I'm not saying if you're a fielder in a game that you concentrate any less than when you're a wicket keeper. Rawlins in bowls, Mulder forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. But it is a really specialist position. I think it's a lot to think about.
Definitely, yeah. I'd say the keeper, you have to be concentrating every single ball. I understand as a fielding side you do as well,
yes.
But a keeper, it's a next level.
In comes Rawlins bowls, played by Mulder to mid-wicket. There is no run. I mean, plenty of... I think, Sam Billings down at Kent, he keeps wickets and captains the T20 side down there. For many years, Ben Brown kept wicket here and kept wicket in the county championship. Rawlins in bowls. Ricky, in his time at Surrey, I'm sure would have had Alex Stewart captaining and keeping wicket. John Batty, yeah, I mean, there's so there are plenty of people who've done it. I'll take the hat off to them, really, particularly if you're batting up the order as well. Rawlins on his way in, and he aborts his run-up. Got that a bit wrong, did Delray. He's in his 23rd over. Figures of 0 for 79. 341 for 4. Rawlins in. Bowls. Pulled away by Mulder. That's 4 runs, and that's not a good delivery by Delray Rawlins, and you can tell how disappointed he is. He just stands there and kicks away at the crease, and I'm afraid that's a little bit of a gimme, really. It was a long hop, and Mulder wasn't going to miss out on that. It's a fairly short leg side boundary. He didn't have to hammer the ball, did he? He just helped the ball on its way to the boundary for 4 runs. 345 for 4. Mulder goes to 40. Ackerman on 77. And Stephen Finn is just running down the ground here to have a chat to James Kirtley. Unless he's coming to field on the boundary, but I think he's coming down to talk to James Kirtley, the Sussex bowling coach, and Grant Flower down below us as well. Wonder what they said.
She seemed to be giving some advice, huh?
Yeah. So another over coming up from James Coles in his 23rd over. Over the wicket bowls and forward comes Ackerman. There is no run. I mean, we've seen the odd one with a bit of a turn from James Coles, but do you think this still looks a good batting surface? Coles bowls swept by Ackerman all the way out to deep backward square, fielded out there way in the distance by Pujara. He gets in the throw. 1 more to the total. Ackerman to 78, I think that is. 346 for 4.
Yeah, definitely. It seems the amount of runs accumulated on this pitch is definitely in favour of the batsman. Not offering a lot for seamers or spinners. No. Occasional turn, occasional in-swing, but...
Well, Cheteshwar Pujara, we had an inquiry yesterday about how long he's with the club. My understanding, talking to Jamie Bennett, the Sussex press officer this morning, is that he's certainly around for the whole of July and August before he goes. So he's certainly here for a good part of the 50-over competition, certainly all the group stages, as Coles comes in and bowls outside the off-stump, taken by Carter. There is no run. The final of the 50-over, were Sussex to get that far, is in mid-September. In comes Coles again, a little shorter and just dabbed onto the onside by Mulder. There is no run. And indeed, these two teams do meet in the 50-over competition here in August. Comes Coles, bowls, and Mulder just flicks this one away. Down to deep, fine leg, fielded way down in the distance by Pujara again. 1 more to the total. He goes to 41. I'll just keep an eye on our effects microphone, because I think people are just wandering out of the corporate area, and it sounds like a couple of them might have had a couple of glasses of wine. So we'll just let them know the effects microphone is on in a moment's time. Coles again, in and bowls, and an attempted sweep by Ackerman. It's going to run all the way up to the boundary at the far end. They could be buys. It's a long chase up there, and is he given what? Ah, I see. Okay. So what's he given there then, Ricky? He has given wides. Thank you very much. So there we are. I was wondering what the signal was. He signalled a wide, and then he signalled buys, and there was all sorts going on. What we do know is it's 4 more runs to Leicestershire. It's brought up the 352 for 4. Coles in again. Bowls strikes him on the pad. Playing forward was Ackerman. Ball bounces out on the offside. I suspect that was probably pitching outside of leg stump. Either way, it is the end of the over. 352 for 4. Ackerman is on 78. Mulder is on 41. It's Leicestershire. What a reasonable pace. I'm closing in on avoiding this follow-on. So, Aaron, your maths, please. I need to know what 48 and 39 is.
48 and...
39. I'm only doing that so I can... 77, I reckon that is. 87. 87 more needed to avoid the follow-on. Quite surprised here that Steve Finn's elected to keep Delray Rawlins on. After that over from the far end. Certainly the last over where Mulder waiting for a couple of boundaries, but he's going to do it. So maybe Delroy can respond. But now they are going to change the field, Sussex. So let me just explain. There's a slip and a short leg, backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a short leg. Now there is someone back on the leg side on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and a backward square leg. As in comes Rawlins, and Mulder just eases that one away. It's classy batting through the extra cover region, picks up a couple more runs. He goes to 43, and these runs have come in rapid time. 43 in just 72 deliveries. Leicestershire to 354 for 4.
Yeah, the Sussex bowlers have just been missing their mark. A few freebies for the batsmen to put their hands through, unfortunately.
No, I think you're right. No matter where Steve Finn sort of moves the field, you have to give some credit to the batsmen because they're moving the field around and the ball is going where he's just moved fielders from.
Smart batting, that.
Yeah, it is. Bright sunshine now. He's in and bowls. That's short and cut away by Mulder as far as Pujara, who comes running in from sweeping on the cover boundary. And it is one more to Mulder, VM Mulder, who goes to 44. Fixtures in the 50-over competition, which starts for Sussex on the 2nd of August with a visit to Trent Bridge. It's playing Nottinghamshire, then it's Gloucestershire here, Leicestershire here on the 7th of August. Then Sussex go to Edgbaston to play Warwickshire. And Ackerman just defends in the offside, there is no run. And Surrey are the visitors here, and then a long trip to Durham 2 days later, followed by a trip to Taunton to face Somerset. The final game here is against Middlesex on the 23rd of August. So the 8 games. Then the quarterfinals and semi-finals are also played in August, actually, as in comes Rawlins, bowls to Ackerman, place it onto the onside, and there is no run. So actually the conclusion, the group stages and the quarterfinals and the semi-final are all played in August, and then it's a gap of a couple of weeks to the final. So Cheteshwar Pujara will be here for all of the competition bar the final if Sussex were to get there. Rawlins comes in, played by Ackerman onto the leg side, and there is no run. That looks like a tough group, Ariana. Nottinghamshire away, Warwickshire away, Somerset away. And Durham away as well. In comes Rawlins bowls. It's a slower delivery and cut away to backward point fielded by James Coles. And there is no run. So end of the over from Delroy Rawlins, an over in which he conceded 3 runs. Leicestershire 355 for 4. Ackerman is on 78. Mulder is on 44. And we've just got 38 overs remaining in the day. So Sussex are rattling through their overs.
Through them indeed. They're still on the over rate of +4.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it hasn't even gone up since lunch.
No, it hasn't. They're getting a bit vocal, aren't they, down in the corporate area just down there?
I'm sure they'll start watching the cricket and cheering some.
Well, I'm not sure. In fact, there's a... Yeah. I think they're just emerging from of having had a good lunch. So good luck to them. So what do we need to avoid this follow-on now? 45... 84 needed to avoid the follow-on for Leicestershire, and the partnership for this wicket. The last wicket went down on 279. So 21. The partnership now worth 76 between these two.
That's a very quick match.
Well, and it's come very quickly as well. In comes James Coles, who was running into bowl to VM Mulder, who wasn't ready, and so Coles has to do sort of a bit of a circle and runs back. He's going to bowl the...
At least he kept moving on the momentum there.
Yeah, he did. I think Mulder actually wanted to retake his guard as in comes Coles over the wicket. Bowls. Oh, that's a horrible ball. Full toss, and that's 4 runs. And he's not going to miss out on that, is VM Mulder. That was a full toss, and it was just clubbed away through mid-wicket. And he's bowled pretty tidily, has James Coles, but that was a bit of a gimme, really.
Yeah. It's a tricky stage for the fielding side of Sussex, where they just need to keep working hard in the field and able to reduce those bad balls that they're bowling.
Yeah.
That just seemed to be getting punished for 4.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a gift, wasn't it? I mean, there's no one on that leg side. You know, as Ricky was saying yesterday, you want the spinners to give it some air, and I guess if you do that, then, you know, the odd one is going to turn into a full toss. Coles. And again, bowls. Oh, now that spat. That did spit a little bit, didn't it? I mean, it just from nowhere, really. Encouragement for the bowler.
Yeah, good to see. As the bowling side, a little bit of something from the pitch.
We haven't seen too much today. Coles, in again, bowls. That short, pulled away, 4 more. And Leicestershire are rather cantering, you know, towards avoiding this follow-on. Mulder goes to a half century. Very fine half century too. 52 of 76 deliveries, including 9 boundaries. And he and Colin Ackerman are steering Leicestershire through what looked like it could be a tricky passage of play just after lunch. Looking at the lunchtime score, actually, Leicestershire were 248 for 3. So how many have they added, Ariana, since lunch?
They're on 363 for 4 now.
Yeah, so they've added 116, I think, since lunch. Is that right? 363 for 4, 115 since lunch. So they've come in rapid time.
I think they might have been told something in the change room during lunch there.
Well, they've certainly they've punished the bad ball, these two, and I think they've batted extremely well. In comes Coles again, over the wicket, bowls. Boulder is forward, he just eases that one onto the leg side, fielded by Henry Croker, who gets in the throw. There could be an overthrow, but it's well backed up by Alistair Orr, who prevents that happening. 1 more to the total, 364 for 4. Do you call it overthrows or buzzers?
We call it overthrows, but I
call it overthrows. I don't know what Ricky calls it. Overthrows or buzzers? Yeah, I'm a bit overthrow man myself. I don't like buzzers anyway. Coles in from the C end, bowls short. Mulder, that's going to be a 3rd boundary in the over. No chance of Delray Rawling getting that. Too short, and Colin Ackerman just steered the ball through mid-wicket for 4 runs, and I'm afraid the runs are coming rather too quickly here as far as Sussex are concerned. I just wonder, you know, that run-out opportunity, since then Sussex have just struggled a little bit, and I just wonder when you get a massive opportunity like that to run out a batsman who's now on 82. What was he on at the time when that happened? He was he was on 72. And Leicestershire were 305 for 4. I mean, had he been run out then, you got, you know, your leading batsman, you'd have been 5 wickets down. It was such a big moment in the match. Now, Steve Finn is just adjusting that leg side field. 13 have come on this over so far.
3 boundaries all scored in the same area.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he's moved Darray Rawlings back now to a deep mid-wicket. In comes Coles, whose figures have taken a bit of a bashing in this over. That's a decent delivery to finish the over. The ball is just pushed out into the offside by Colin Ackerman. A rather disconsolate James Coles retrieves his floppy white sun hat from umpire Ben Debenham. Nice to see Steve Finn showing his experience there, just wandering up, pat on the back for James Coles. I suspect he probably said something. I don't know what you say to a bowler. We just will say, well, you know, have a rest or whatever it is. I don't know what skippers would have said. Yeah, thanks very much, Ricky. Well, right, okay, Skip. But I think we'll see James Coles before tea. Certainly, 24 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 94. He had bowled very economically before that over. It's going to be another over from Delray Rawling. So we'll see this one through, Ariana, and then we'll bring in Ricky for a few overs just before tea. In fact, you're on, Ariana. You're on with Ricky. So I will make way. In fact, if we've got a change in bowling, why don't I make way now? So we'll bring Ricky in for Ariana now.
And the captain Finn just setting the field up for this over.
Just not quite got it right of Sussex. The last few overs, as in comes Delray Rawlings again from the Cromwell Road end down the hill for Mulder for no run scored. I actually think the plan was right from James Coles when he come over the wicket. Just didn't quite get his line and length Right, as in comes Rawlins again, round the wicket, into Mulder, who drives nicely up to mid-off, no run scored. It's just a case of sometimes the plan is right, but you've got to look at execution. He got a little bit too short on a few occasions. As in comes Rawlins again, fires this one in. Could be a run out. So it was fired into the leg stump of Mulder, and he just tucked it to the leg side, and Ackerman comes sprinting down at him, and Mulder wasn't moving a muscle and sends him back. But on this occasion, there was no attempt of a run out. As in comes Rawlins again.
Yeah, one thing in the academy is bowlers learning to have a plan but then execute that plan, and it's definitely a learning curve for many of the young girls in the team.
We were talking about earlier saying that a poor plan is better than no plan. As in comes Rawlins, shorter this time, quicker, tucks it into mid-wicket. Does Mulder, where Sam Henderson, the sub-fielder, does the fielding. Yeah, a poor plan is better than no plan, but I think they had a plan. It was a good plan in my opinion, but you have to execute your skills. Bowling short and being punched away through like that as Delray Rawlins comes in and almost tries to bowl a bouncer, I feel there. He's gone a quicker delivery. It was short and it was pulled away hard from Mulder, almost like he was facing a seamer, and pulled it hard to deep backward square leg as it crashed into the advertising boards for 4 runs and completed the over.
Yeah, it just seemed to sit up quite nicely for him.
So we're just waiting for our update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, and he'll be back with Ariana and with Ricky. Well, it's going to be James Coles. I didn't think we'll bowl again before tea, but what do I know? He's going to bowl the next over, coming around the wicket. Bowls to Ackerman, who caresses this through the covers for a single. They haven't, Danny, and in fact, Leicestershire have rather got away since you last spoke to us. They're now 373 for 4. They need to get to 439 to avoid the follow-on, and runs have really come very quickly this afternoon. Colin Ackerman going along very nicely. He's on 82, and VM Mulder, the South African, he's on 57. He's batting very nicely. So Sussex in need of wickets, but looks very likely that Leicestershire will avoid the follow-on here. Meanwhile, at Scarborough, Surrey's still going along nicely. They're 395 for 6 against Yorkshire. Earlier on today, Rory Burns made 132. Surrey trailing there by 124 on first innings. Well, it does. I mean, if you've got a bowling attack that can bowl sides out, I mean, I think when you can post a big score like 588, you're in control of the game, Danny. One of the problems Sussex has had this season is they haven't taken 20 wickets in a match, which is what you need to do if you're going to win a county championship game. The wicket is very good. It's very good for batting. It's very hot, so it's tough when you're out in the field. But I have to say, Sussex haven't really looked like taking a lot of wickets today. It's a good batting wicket. So though they got that big first innings score, this game looks at this stage as if it could be heading for a draw. Yeah, it's a bit of cloud, Danny. It's sort of high-level cloud. There's a few breaks in the cloud. So I went out we're very lucky in here. We've got an air-conditioned box, but I wandered out at lunchtime, and it was roasting hot. So it's really warm outside. And I'm sure the players in front of me, they've got tea coming up in about 10 minutes' time. They'll be glad to get back in the dressing room, I think.
James Cole just finished his over there. 3 off it. 1 for 97 of 25 overs. And so we've still got a little bit of music coming in our ears.
Quite funky music as well.
Let's hear it for the boys. It's just gone off now from the update. It was having a little dance in the commentary box there.
Getting ready for a sing-along there.
As Leicestershire move on to 375 for 4. Ackerman on 84 of 154 deliveries. He'll be facing Delray Rawlins coming down the hill again here at Hove. Round the wicket, Ackerman pushes forward. Trickles back up to Delray Rawlins, who picks it up cleanly, starts shining the ball as he walks back to his mark. And we're seeing Pujara here at deep cover, getting loose. As Delray Rawlins comes in, shorter, slower, wider. Just held a little bit. Ackerman looked to cut, realised it sort of held in the wicket, sort of pulled his back away. No runs scored. Rawlins again in, short this time, tucked off the hip from Colin Ackerman to deep backward square leg for a single, moving the score on to 376 for 4.
You're not wrong there, he's doing some nice stretches.
He's doing some great stretches. I don't know what he bowls. Do you know what Pujara bowls? I think we're about to find out very soon. As in comes Rawlins down the hill, played nicely by Mulder on the front foot, just defends it onto the onside, no run scored. Just 3 runs away, this pair from 100 partnership. It's been good rebuilding from the 2 Leicestershire batsmen as Rawlins comes in again, tucked on the leg side. Keeper Carter advances out to get it as it just trickles into the onside. No chance of a single there, and you have 1 ball left of this Delray Rawlins over as in he comes again down the hill. Driven nicely from Mulder through the extra cover region. And Pujara can't get that. He was getting loose. And that, if he is coming on, that's going to help him a little bit because he's had to sprint up the hill, try to get it. In vain on this occasion. And that will be the 100 partnership from these two. Come together on 279 after losing the wicket of Lewis Hill. And they move their score on to 380 for 4 with that boundary. Leicestershire. Mulder 62 from 88. Ackerman 85 from 157. And I think we will see Pujara as he's just collected the ball from deep cover. It's a long way away and he's had to sprint up the hill. He's now taken a slow walk back with the ball in his hand. And he's moving it around in his hands like he's going to bowl a little bit of leg spin. I'm going to take a punt. I've not seen him bowl before, but he's moving it around like it might be a little bit of leg spin.
Yeah.
As the sun comes beaming out here at Hove, a little bit of high cloud. Sort of burnt away a little bit as we've got the sun out, as Pujara takes off his cap, gives it to umpire Debenham.
I'm just chilling on there, that's waiting for the field to be set.
Waiting for a bit of tea as well, as there's a little ripple as the announcement of a change of bowling. It will be Pujara from the C end, talking to his captain Finn about the field. He has a man on the 45 ready for the sweep. He's pushing his deep square leg currently round to a deep backward square leg, which is Henry Crocombe out there. And a very relaxed and tired looking Tom Clark has a slow jog out to the cow corner deep mid-wicket position. So there's a single on the onside if Ackerman wants it, as Pujara has a slip, stands, waits, and in he comes. It is leg spin, and that was a pie, I'm not going to lie. It was short, and he's been helped out brilliantly by Henry Crocombe. It was a short ball. It pitched halfway down the wicket, and Ackerman just rolled his wrists and pulled it to deep backward square leg, where Crocombe has done incredibly well. He sprinted round, got the dive out, picked it up cleanly, and kept it to 2 runs. As in comes Pujara again. Better delivery this time, still a little bit short, as Ackerman tucks it onto the leg side, again out to Henry Crocombe. Easier pick up this time, straight to him as he throws it back into the keeper, Ollie Carter.
Slowly getting his lengths this ball.
He is. I'm not sure how much he's bowled, but he looks up for it and excited as he has a little stuttery run up, and he comes again. A little bit more air this time on the full toss. Tried to field it himself as it bounced just before him on the wrist as he gives it a shine again, and the ball goes to Sean Hunt at mid-off. Mulder waits 62 off 89 as in comes Pujara again up the hill. Better delivery this time, drags Mulder forward, who pushes it to backward point. James Coles, who picks up cleanly, throws it to Delray Rollins, who's given it a nice shine as well. So they're trying to look after this ball, Sussex. Pujara again spins the ball in his hands, in he comes again. Nice delivery, nicely driven. That's a lovely shot. Really good shot there from Mulder. It was a little bit full from Pujara, looped in the air, and Mulder pounced on it with a lovely drive past the diving Sean Hunt at mid-off, and that is another boundary to the Leicestershire total. Lovely shot that from Mulder.
Lovely shot, and looking at some stats over here, I believe he has bowled in one List A match before.
He's bowled in a List A match, so this is his first bowl in first class cricket.
I believe so. Oh.
As he comes in again, he's put his hands to his head there and thought he was in the game with a cheeky smile from Pujara as it was tucked on the leg side from Mulder. Out to Henry Crocombe, who does the fielding. And that first over has cost Pujara 8 runs. But he can now say he has bowled in first class cricket.
I'd like to correct myself there. He has bowled in first class cricket. I was looking at the wrong line.
Oh, he has bowled in first class cricket.
Bowled in 21 innings and has taken 6 wickets.
Oh, he's got 6 wickets. Okay, so
Yeah.
it wasn't a complete change to the system for him as he comes in. As he walks back out to deep cover. This will be the last over until we have tea, as in comes Rawlins again down the hill, driven nicely by Mulder, who's 67 off 93 balls. Again, when he comes to the crease, looked very assured of himself, and some beautiful shots. As Rawlins comes in, forward from Mulder, he's thinking about a cup of tea and a bit of cake here, I think, both Leicestershire batsmen. We get to see what cake we have. Hopefully we've got cake in there again. Yeah, some brownies again. So they've listened to us. We had some lovely chocolate brownies yesterday, and they've delivered yet again. As in comes Rawlins, tucks it off the hip. Does Mulder from a shortish delivery from Delray Rawlins. We'll also see that over 8, I think, after tea will be calculated by the scorers, and that +4 will probably go up to probably about a +10, I'd imagine, the way they've got through the overs. Driven again from Mulder from Rawlins, full this time. It will be 2 balls remaining. Leicestershire and Mulder will be trying to get through unscathed. Down the hill, short ball, back foot punch from Mulder. Good fielding from Tom Clark, who's not moving too well for a young man. Almost falling over a little bit. As in comes Rawlins for the last ball of this afternoon session. Mulder leans forward, he pats it to Tom Clark, who picks it up cleanly, and everyone will make their way off to the pavilion. A nice 100 partnership from Colin Ackerman and Mulder, as in Leicestershire move on to 388 for 4 of 111 overs. pushes it back to Coles as in he comes again. Up the hill. Nice sweep shot from Ackerman. Gets down nicely. Henry Crocombe goes round, slides, picks the ball up, throws it back in. It's a good throw, actually. It's quite a big boundary.
He's got a good arm, as Henry Crocombe. That's quite a long boundary out there. I think actually, I was just going to say, Ricky, I think the Sussex fielding actually, I know there was the missed run-out opportunity, but I think they've chased down balls. I mean, they've not given up in the field. Yeah,
very athletic. Obviously a very young side, as in comes Coles again. Forward comes Ackerman, who moves on to 90 after that sweep shot, the previous ball. As James Coles gives the ball a little bit of a shine. As he gets to his mark again, spins the ball in his fingers, in he comes round the wicket to Ackerman, who lunges forward, lets the ball hit the middle of his bat, and it trickles back up to Coles. And just like we might see Stephen Finn, he's just doing some warming up here at the far end, as it's short and wide from James Coles this time. Cut away from Colin Ackerman as the throw comes in and misses keeper Ollie Carter, nicely backed up from the subfielder Sam Henderson, as a single is added to Ackerman and the Leicestershire score. Coles again flicks the ball from his left hand into his right hand. A little stutter as he comes in and loops the ball, driven nicely. Good fielding from Sean Hunt there. It was a lovely drive from Mulder. Sort of dug it out and timed it beautifully just to the left hand of Sean Hunt, who's shaking his hand. He's got one on the finger a little bit there, but he definitely saved an extra 3 runs and one more to Mulder's score and to the Leicestershire score, 392 for 4.
Mulder does have his best score for Leicestershire now. Previously that half-century against Middlesex at Lords. Will punch that shot, wouldn't he? He looks a strong player. I wonder Hunt's shaking his hands, looking a bit ruefully at it.
Played against Mulder at Beckenham, I think it was, when he was at Kent.
Yeah, he was briefly there, yeah.
He was briefly there and looked a very impressive cricketer over those 4 days, and definitely nothing different with the bat today. Had a little bit of a tough time with the ball. Yeah, I think about that. Had a little bit of a tough time with the ball, but I don't think he's the only bowler on this wicket currently in this game from both teams.
Steve Finn's back on from the Cromwell Road end, bowling outside off stump to Mulder, who leaves quite stylishly, if you can leave a ball stylishly. Lifted his bat over the line of the ball, just bobbed at the knees slightly, watched it through into the gloves of Carter.
Was a conventional leave, I'd say, that one, not in the Steve Smith or Labuschagne mould of spinning round and pointing the bat towards Stephen Finn.
The parabola. Is that
that's what it's called.
How did you leave? Just
badly.
Not often enough, basically.
Yeah.
In goes Finn and bowls, turning his wrists on that one as he works it through mid-wicket is Mulder. They hesitate for a second as Alsop sort of closed on the ball at mid-wicket. In fact, he was a good few yards away from getting there, and the man down on the deep square boundary had to run round to cut it off. Did so, just a single to Vian Mulder. Peter Willem, what was his third name? Adrian, that's it. Lots of double vowels. And it's a combination, Vian, of his second and third names. In goes Finn and bowls to Ackerman, Colin. One letter of each in Colin. No double L's there. And he pushes it out to mid-off. Pujara. The experiment was a brief one. Just the one over.
He looked like he had a lot of fun in that over, though. He had a big smile on his face to get another over ticked off in first-class cricket.
6 first-class victims. Probably knows them all by name. In goes Finn and bowls. Ackerman gets a good length delivery on off-stump that he can only defend. Blocks it out into the offside, picked up by Henderson, who has shed the pads that he's been wearing for much of the game underneath his whites, feeling a lot more comfortable and not necessarily cool, but certainly less sweaty I would imagine, as a consequence.
I think he would have been buzzing yesterday to get the opportunity. Unfortunately, the injury to Tom Haynes, the captain of Sussex.
Finn is in. Ackerman reaching forward, half driving, half defending, steering the ball out towards wide mid-off. Pujara moves to his left of field. Ackerman remains 91, hoping to get a second consecutive century. Century in consecutive matches, because he didn't get any runs in the second innings against Nottinghamshire. Very few Leicestershire players did get any runs in the second innings against Nottinghamshire. Finn is in, again straight, and has to adjust to the middle stump delivery that is played back down the pitch to the bowler. End of the over. Finn, very much the pick of the seamers. Pick of the bowlers, really, for Sussex. 3 for 66 for the veteran from 23 overs. But a sort of vote of faith in James Coles, who came in for a bit of tap towards the end of the afternoon session, but they've kept him on.
Yeah, definitely looks more comfortable coming round the wicket. I do feel that the plan from over was a good one, but he feels more comfortable coming round. As in he comes again to Mulder. Foolish delivery as Mulder leans forward and punches it back to James Coles, who grabs the ball again, turns from this sea end. Loopier delivery this time, driven nicely to Sean Hunt, who comes round to wide mid-off, picks it up cleanly, no run scored. You can definitely see why the over 8 is +7, and by the end of the day will probably be +10 or 11 the way these spinners get through.
But why haven't we played more overs then? I don't quite understand. T was pretty much on time.
As in comes Coles again, down the wicket comes Mulder. Sort of yorked himself a little bit there by coming down the wicket and dug it out. Goes to Stephen Finn at mid-on.
Come on, ex-pro, tell me.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a clue. I'm not even going to attempt to see why. As in comes Coles again. Paddle sweep this time from Mulder. I think that's the subfielder Sam Henderson, who goes to his left on the 45 and dives on it and stops a few more runs as the batters scamper through for a quick single though.
If the over 8 was +7 at T, shouldn't we have, have just 25 overs to go at T? But
as in comes Coles again. A little bit shorter this time, tucked off the hip of Ackerman as it goes out to deep mid-wicket to Henry Crocombe, who again has a nice throw over the top of the stumps to Ollie Carter. Another single to the total. As in comes Coles for the last ball of the over. Driven by Mulder, not intended to go where he wanted it, as it goes out to deep point, who does the fielding. I think that's Alior out there, who throws it back in, just free off the over. Another single to Mulder. Brings him on strike to face Stephen Finn. Mulder moves to 71 from 106. Ackerman 92 off 169. Leicestershire just 4 runs away from 400. We have had 114 overs, so bonus points have now gone. No more can be added for either team.
6-5, the final result in that respect. Finn from the Cromwell Road end, down the slope he comes and bowls to Mulder, who is all care and attention, everything behind that one, as he plays it off middle and leg out towards Delray Rawlins at mid-on. Rawlins, I don't know what he said to his teammates, if anything. Perhaps he's a fairly laid-back character after that. After spurning that opportunity to run Ackerman out when Ackerman was on 71. Should have been run out. Wasn't. How expensive will that be for Sussex? In goes Finn, bowls back foot force, attempted force by Mulder. Looks disappointed in gestures, slightly apologetically at Ackerman having not quite timed it and picked out Henderson in the covers. There's a sweeper out there on the cover boundary behind Henderson, who's at a sort of extra cover. I think it's the other Sam, the 13th man, if you like. Substitute fielder as Finn is in. Mulder is pulling hard out towards mid-wicket for 4. Short boundary, banged in short. Mulder seeing it well now. Wasn't going to miss out and didn't.
Yeah, not quite intended there from Stephen Finn. I think he just got a little bit too short. I don't think it was intentional. Normally if you're going to let someone have a bouncer, you really dig it in and try and get it high. But it just looked like he just missed his length just slightly. Mulder quickly onto it, pulled it nicely in front of square for another boundary, and that brings up the 400 for Leicestershire.
75 now to Vian Mulder. Waits with bat raised as Finn is in. Bowls to him, short outside off stump, but it may just have come back into him a little bit there because he got up on his toes ready to crack it away and had to adjust and hit it a long way in front of square, but bounces out towards Henderson again at extra cover. It's got cramped up a little bit there, whether he misread it slightly.
Maybe jacked back a little bit on an angle. I tell you what's interesting with Stephen Finn, I can't remember an actual short ball that he's bowled out of his...
genuine bouncer.
An actual bouncer. I know he's got the short side there, but he's got a lot of height and pace.
In he comes and bowls. Mulder is driving very pleasantly again, but he's checking the shot slightly and it runs out to Pujara. Finn gives Mulder a look. Mulder's never short of something to say when he's bowling, so I'm no doubt he'll be the recipient of 1 or 2 words from the various bowlers he's facing at stages during the game.
He was quick to have a few words with Delray Rawlins when he was bowling, and
yeah, we all chatted back, didn't he? In goes Finn, bowls, slightly squared up a little bit, I think, there, Mulder, and he looks down at the bottom of his bat a little critically as again the ball from the back foot push. Finn stands at the end of his mark and is saying something. Mulder's asking for some tape for his bat, I think, now. He doesn't want to change his bat. He wants a little bit of tape for it at the bottom, so maybe just a little crack at the bottom end of the over. 400 for 4, so even I can work out Leicestershire now 188 behind. 39 more needed to avoid the follow-on.
he's asked for a bit of tape, and I think the reply was where, and he sort of shrugged his shoulders to say, I haven't got any. So he's hoping that someone in that changing room
physio should have some, shouldn't he? Well, I mean, even if it's medical, I suppose it had to be a certain kind.
I think he'd want the proper fiberglass back tape, I would have thought, but it was something I always used to carry around. I used to have a little boot bag, and I used to have spare grips, a bit of sun cream was in there sometimes, didn't wear it very often, but a pair of scissors, some bat tape, some spare spikes, stud key, I had all that sort of stuff. So there was lots of occasions in the Surrey dressing room particularly where they'd asked if they could borrow a few spikes or have I got a spare grip. So it'd be interesting to see what's coming out here and if someone has got some bat tape.
So you were organised, but some of your colleagues were less organised then, or less prepared?
Well, I was trying to say it in a nice, polite way, but if you want to say it that way.
Well, I bet they were younger as well, so they learnt a few lessons from you, hopefully.
Hopefully, yes.
Were you tidy? Did you like things in the dressing room, sort of?
Not so much tidy. I wasn't like Alex Stewart.
Yeah.
He was very particular with how he had things lined up and stuff like that. I wasn't always tidy, but if I needed something, I always made sure that I had enough bowling boots there in case one or two split, and enough bats in case a couple of those sort of were unfortunately broken. And yeah, you always need spikes and back grips and a grip cone. It was always important for me to make sure I was prepared if I needed anything on any given day when playing.
You're not missing any cricket because repairs or whatever are being affected to Mulder's bat. He's happy. Well, he did them himself. Tape was brought out to him by Sam Evans, the Leicestershire's acting 12th man at the moment, in a bright orange jerkin. And Mulder jogs back to get his helmet and no doubt will acknowledge the time he's been given by the umpires and the Sussex players. Perhaps they were grateful for the opportunity to have a rest. Delray Rawlins went down on one knee throughout that little enforced break, but James Coles is ready to go now, and he's going to be bowling to Colin Ackerman on 92 now. Ackerman. It was a long time between centuries for him previously for Leicestershire, as Coles is in, tosses that one up down the leg side. It goes though. Ackerman tries to flick it away down towards fine leg, perhaps a big puff of dust as his bat hits the ground, but not the ball. Coles, no preparation at all, just takes the ball, steps in and bowls. Ackerman is forward, pushing it out into the offside. Mulder thinks there might be a run in it. Ackerman quick to bellow no at him, send him back. It's Clark.
That's the only time that I think they've looked in trouble to lose a wicket, is the run in between the wickets.
And goes Coles, he's hit him on the front pad, he's convinced, but no, the umpire isn't. That was a smashing appeal from James Cole. As animated as he's been throughout the day, he turned, sort of danced back down the wicket, both fists in the air, screaming his appeal. But he was a long way forward. It may have hit him outside the line. What do you reckon, Rick?
Potentially, I think he might have got a little inside tickle.
As Coles is in, back goes Ackerman, tries to work it into the leg side but can't get it past Rawlins at mid-wicket. We're just waiting for the replay, see if we can judge.
He has to have hit that, in my opinion.
Pretty straight.
Very straight, very full.
As he bowls again, Coles again. Ackerman tries to work the ball out towards mid-wicket. Rawlins does well. He's sitting with his back to the batters at the moment. It would be just the way Rawlins' luck is going if they'd seen him doing that and set off for a run just to see what happens. I'd have been tempted in club cricket in those circumstances. In goes Coles, swept by Ackerman, and he's going to pick up one as it races down to Pujara, down at wide long leg. And I think Ackerman is going to keep the strike. He is. We'll single off the last ball, 401 for 4.
Yeah, just going back to that LBW shout, it looked very straight. It was a good shout. I think the only thing I can think is he got a little inside edge. Almost felt like a bit of a stifled appeal, so potentially could have been the reason. But it did look...
Keeper didn't really go up big time, did he? I was distracted by Cole's animated appeal, but the guys behind the stumps weren't entirely...
Well, from my point of view, it did everything basically that you'd want as a bowler and a left-arm spinner. He was full enough, it looked in line, it looked good. Yeah, I think the only thing that potentially was stopping it from being given was maybe a little bit of bat involved. It's going to be Stephen Finn to continue. Starting his 25th over, been very economical. 3 for 70 with 6 maidens as he comes in down the hill again to Ackerman. Full delivery, and that's a poor misfield there as Tom Clark puts his hand up to the standing captain Stephen Finn and apologises, say sorry as they scamper through for a single. So it trickled out to deep square leg off the knee of Tom Clark, who was at mid-wicket. It's another single to the total. As in comes Stephen Finn again. Turns at the top of his mark, comes down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Full delivery, driven nicely by Mulder. Taken by Stephen Finn on the one bounce in his follow-through. No run scored.
Ackerman didn't score a century in red ball cricket last season. So that one against Notts, sort of halfway through this. I could say the best part of almost 2 years between them.
As in comes Finn again. Back of a length this time. On the back foot goes Mulder. Punches it to mid-off to Pujara. Who again shining the ball. Been very good at shining the ball today, Pujara. Doing the best he can for his teammates and the bowlers. Trying to give them something in the air or keep the ball nice and hard. And Stephen Finn again turns at the top of his mark, and he comes to Mulder. Nicely played as Mulder comes onto the front foot. Good line and length delivery from Stephen Finn. 2 balls left of the over. Signalled from umpire Pratt to his colleague Ben Debenham. Would you do that if you in club cricket? If you did the umpiring in club cricket, would you do the little signals, or you just get on with it?
No, I mean, obviously, and you are sometimes required to go out and fill in, aren't you? You do your stint, but I can't remember ever seeing that in club cricket.
2 left. As in comes Finn again, down the hill, full delivery, dug out. That's a lovely shot from Mulder. It was full. It was dug out by Mulder, who drives it back past Stephen Finn, and Pujara couldn't get across to stop it, and he goes up the hill for 4, moving Mulder on to 79 of 116 deliveries. That's a lovely shot.
Wasn't it?
A lot of strength in that. It got quite full on him, and you just see the risk coming through it at the last minute. Good power to dig it out, and it raced away up the hill for 4 runs as this over has so far gone for 5 as Stephen Finn comes in for the last ball of the over. Down the hill, Mulder comes forward, defends it, squirts away to backward point where James Coles does the fielding. No run scored. That's the end of the over. We've had 117 overs. Leicestershire are 406 for 4.
You're becoming experienced in club cricket in recent weeks, aren't you? I understand.
I've not done any umpiring yet. I've
been slapping a few around.
We won't talk about the cricket. We'll talk about the getting the covers off when it's raining and getting them on and stuff like that, and putting the boundary markers out. Doing a bit of scoring with the scoreboard, with the scorebook as well. But yeah, it's
fun.
Yeah,
enjoying
it is. Yeah. A lot of fun.
James Coles is in to Ackerman, who is driving for 4. Reached for it a little bit, and as Ackerman sometimes does, it was slightly sort of cross-batted, but he does play the drive that way sometimes, and he does play it very effectively. Did so on that occasion, slapped it away almost through the covers to move on to 98 from 177 deliveries. Will there be a change in the field? There won't. Field not coming in as Coles is in. Outside off stump, cut by Ackerman, but only as far as the sweeper on the cover boundary. So he is going to be on 99 now, and he's going to be watching while the young James Coles bowls to Vian Mulder. He's making a signal maybe for a helmet to be brought on in due course. In goes Coles and bowls. Mulder just works it around the corner. Good from him. Get Ackerman back on strike on 99. Well, Ackerman a little bit more experienced than Rishi Patel. He's been in this position before. Patel, of course, hadn't. And I don't think, famous last words, that Ackerman will be too nervous in these circumstances. But the field is coming in. Finn is bringing it in. Everybody is in, saving the single. It is the field that accounted for Rishi Patel. It is the same bowler as well. What will Ackerman do? In goes Coles and bowls to him. He's carefully forward in defence. Little tentative, arguably, pushing the ball back down the pitch to Coles. 2 balls left in the over. He's hoping for a full toss or something similar. Coles is in, drags it down a little bit. He's hit him on the back pad. There's an appeal. It's turned down. Maybe going on down the leg side. Did it straighten? We shall have a look at the replay. Oh, goodness me. If that had been a given, it would have been an interesting moment.
Just looked like that one was sliding down there, but
I thought that was my first reaction.
Frantic sort of shot though from Ackerman.
Coles is into Ackerman, who's forward, defending it back up the pitch. It runs into the heel of Mulder, who apologises. The 100 is not going to come in this over. Wasn't the worst shout I've seen.
Not the worst shout, but again, I think it needed to straighten a lot more there. He was right back on him.
He hit, was it above the knee roll?
Above the knee roll, and I think it was just always looking to
just not
go
quite.
Down. Yeah, going
not enough
there.
Going for it, really. But
good shout.
Yeah, absolutely. And just, I'm sure Ackerman's heart might just have beat a little bit faster for a second as he heard the appeal. Still there, 99 not out.
Going to have a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end. It's going to be Sean Hunt coming back into the attack. 18 overs, 0 for 52 with 5 maidens so
It's
far.
4:30. I've got to go and do an update as well.
Stephen Finn has a quick drink, being very particular with his field as he moves James Coles round to a gully line on the 1 as Sean Hunt's going to come round the wicket. He has a 7-2 field here, so we're going to see him hang it outside off stump. With this field, he can't get too straight. He has a mid-on and a deep square is all he has on the leg side. As Mulder drives.
Oh, did that hit Steve Finn on the knee?
To Steve Finn, who's
I think it did, you know.
on his haunches.
I think it hit him. Because it ricocheted. It's hit him right on the knee, I think. Or
He's got a bit of both there. I think he's tried to stop it. And it's hurt his hand because it was hit nicely by Mulder as Sean Hunt came down the hill and round the wicket. And it just hit a bit of finger on Steve Finn and on his knee as well. As in comes Sean Hunt again. Round the wicket.
shot.
And that's the 100 there for Colin Ackerman. It was short, it was wide, and it was a beautiful shot from Colin Ackerman. He's been fantastic through this whole innings. His teammates on the balcony stand and applaud as he goes to 103 off 182 deliveries. It really was a fantastic knock.
His 20th first-class 100, Ricky, and probably fewer better than that. That was a cracking knock.
Yeah, it really was. I think evidence from how he come to the crease. He's been very, very smart. It was a lovely ball to get, in fairness, to go to 100. Rishi Patel had a couple opportunities when he was on 99 and he hit the field, unfortunately for him, where Colin Ackerman there has pierced the gap and it raced away for 4. And he'll be very pleased with that innings.
Oh, sorry, we'll just jump in there to interrupt Ricky's commentary. We've got an update to do to the listers as here comes Sean Hunt bowls again and eased by Colin Ackerman down to third man. So, is that 418 for 4, Ricky?
It is, yes.
Yeah, so only another 21 needed to avoid the follow-on for Leicestershire. And these two came together when the score was 279, so they've added what? 21 plus 18, 139 I think these two have added now. It's a really good partnership. Hunt in bowls, wide of the off stump, taken by Carter, and there's no runs. Sussex look a little bit wary in the field, and understandable. I mean, it's been baking hot out there. And this does look like a really good batting track. Very little in it for the bowlers. Just hearing about this extreme heat that's on its way for Sunday and Monday, apparently. Are you playing cricket on Saturday, Ricky?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, well, that might not be a bad day. It'll still be hot.
Is it too hot to play cricket? Can we call that one?
Well,
If it's too hot.
in comes Hunt bowls outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. So we've had 2 centurions for Leicestershire and 1 batsman making 99, Rishi Patel, who perhaps Philly rather missed out, but he certainly played his part. Poor old Hassan Azad was out first ball. Extraordinary, isn't it? Yeah, no further joy, I'm afraid, for Sussex here, Danny, and Leicestershire are just within 20 runs now of avoiding the follow-on, and I have to say, on a hot afternoon, the Sussex attack is rather wilting here in the sun. Leicestershire now 422 for 4. We've just seen another 100, this time from Colin Ackerman. He's 100 not out, to add to the 100 made already today by Louis Kimber, and Rishi Patel, who missed out on 100 by just one run. He was out for 99. So Leicestershire now 422 for 4. They just need another 16 runs if they're going to avoid the follow-on. Meanwhile, at Scarborough, Surrey are 446 for 7 in their game against Yorkshire. 132 from Rory Burns, and Ben Folkes is still there. He's 55 not out. No, and I have to say, this partnership between Colin Ackerman and Vian Mulder, a couple of South Africans, has been excellent to watch. They've really set about the Sussex bowling. And to be fair to the Sussex lads, it's baking hot out there. It's a really good batting track, and these two Leicestershire batsmen are really cashing in. Extraordinary, really, Danny, because when this Leicestershire innings started, they lost a wicket off the very first ball of the innings. They were 0 for 1. They're now 422 for 4. In comes James Coles to bowl to Ackerman, who's forward, plays straight back down the track, and there is no run. I'll do this over, then we'll have a changeover. I think, where are we on our rotor? Ariana is coming in to replace Ricky, but we'll get through this over. James Coles back to his mark. And he's in off just 3 or 4 paces in and bowls and cut away firmly by Colin Ackerman. He goes to 104, 423 for 4. These two are honing in on their 150 partnership.
Been very impressive, both of them. Mulder last over, in fairness, he sort of come down the wicket to Sean Hunt, who's hanging it through his 7-2 field.
Here comes Coles, bowls again. Mulder's clips this one to deep backward square. They've taken one. They're looking for 2 here, you know. They're really trying to put the pressure on the Sussex fielders. I think they're probably thinking this is the time to really put their foot to the pedal here, you know.
It is. I think, you know, the intent that they've shown there, but it was only Mulder who wanted it. I think Colin Ackerman was having a little jog and was having none of it.
Lots of 147 between these two. In comes Coles, bowls, and Ackerman plays it straight back down the track. Coles wanders back to his mark. He's in his 30th over, James Coles. Figures of 1 for 113. And he's in again. Bowls to Ackerman, and Ackerman just eases that one through point. Picks up another single. Does Colin Ackerman. He goes to 106. Leicestershire 426 for 4. Oh, that's already gone up. 425 for 4, so I apologise. For VM Mulder, this has been, you know, if he goes to 100, it's been very quick. It's been quick, whatever happens. Coles comes in, bowls to Mulder, who's looking to drive expansively. He's got his eyes on 3 figures here, sooner rather than later. He's beaten outside the off stump. That's the end of the over. We're going to have a change in the commentary box. It's going to be Ariana who's going to come and join me. Ricky's going to take a breather. Thanks very much for now, Ricky. You can go down to third man. But we will bring Richard back in, because if VM Mulder continues like this, it may not be too much longer before he goes through to his century. And he would become the 3rd centurion of the Leicester innings, if that is the case. I mean, were it not for Rishi Patel getting out on 99, we could have had 4 centurions for Leicester potentially. I don't know when was the last time that happened in an innings, but anyway, that's one for the historians up at Grace Road. But for the time being, it's going to be Sean Hunt. Leicestershire are 425 for 4. Ackerman on 106. Mulder is on, is it 86 or 88? 86. It's going to be Ackerman who's going to face a strange field Sussex have got. They've got a slip. There's sort of 5 men all saving one in front of square on the offside. As in comes Hunt and bowls taken by Carter. There is no one. Well, 4 in front, and then James Coles at sort of backward point, short third man, whatever you want to call it. And then they've got this fielder on the boundary down at deep backward point, or would you call that wideish third man? As Ricky was saying, it's a 7-2 field, so it's quite unusual. Hunt wanders back up the hill in his 20th over. 5 maidens, 0 for 62. He's coming running in to bowl to Colin Ackerman, who cuts firmly to backward point, well footed by James Coles. And there is no run. They've been out there a long time, the Sussex boys. Ariel, I just wondered, you know, now you're trying to keep your concentration, and it's not easy.
Yeah, definitely be more of a mental challenge right now. Keep going in the field, not be put down by the runs that the Foxes have scored today. Plenty of them.
There have been plenty of them. What did they start the day at? They started the day on 159 for 1. Here comes Hunt around the wicket, bowls. Oh, it's going to be 4 run. Beautifully played by Colin Ackerman. As I say, it's been a class innings, really. I mean, it was a little too wide of the off stump, and James Coles did his best diving away at backward point. He might have hurt his knee, actually. James Cole will hurt something. He's sort of bending down, holding that left leg. Let's hope he's okay. He's just hobbling slightly. But unsurprising that Sussex are looking a bit wormy. It's been a baking hot day. I think in fairness, in the field, they've chased hard. They've chased every ball down. I think Henry Crokum's been excellent in the field, but it's been tough for Sussex today. But that's to take nothing away from Leicestershire, who have really batted well. Ackerman to 110, 429 for 4 as Hunt is in, bowls. Ackerman drives firmly. Well fielded by Cheteshwar Pujara in a short extra cover. I was expecting to see that going whizzing away towards the boundary.
Yeah, luckily it was hit quite close to him, otherwise it would have easily been 4 either side of him.
10 more runs and Leicestershire will not be asked to follow on in this match.
I think that seems very likely.
I think it seems extremely likely. In comes Short Hunt round the wicket, bowls, and Ackerman drive down the ground, and a good bit of fielding by Steve Finn. That's a good example from Steve Finn. The skipper chasing around, diving full length and preventing what would have been a certain boundary, setting the example. I think that's called. Ackerman goes to 111, 430 for 4.
Yeah, definitely. Sussex have kept diving and kept putting their boys on the line. A few creaky knees after him. But
yeah, and I think as well, when you see your skipper doing that, you think, I better keep on my toes as well. Hunt around the wicket, bowled down the wicket is bowled, driving, hits the stumps. Well, it was lucky that Sean Hunt didn't get a finger up, but he's absolutely made up his mind here at VM Moulder that he's going for 100, isn't he? And he's going to try and get there as quickly as he can. He absolutely belted that back down the ground. It's knocked out the middle stump, but it would have been 4 runs. And I think this could be entertaining, Ariana, over the next 10 minutes or so.
Definitely. For the Foxes supporter, they're looking at quite a few runs here, hopefully, before the end of play today.
Now, you're not here tomorrow. Have you got another commentating outing, or is this it for the season, or have you got more cricket, or what's happening?
I've got lots more cricket to play.
Right, that's good.
Yeah, I've been asked to join one commentary, but unfortunately I'm at a Vipers Academy tournament next week, so I can't.
Right, okay.
But I think there is one more county championship in September that I'll be able to do.
Right. What's the academy tournament that you're at?
It's the regional festival, which is held every year around this time in July.
Right.
Where all the different regions academies join together in Shrewsbury School, and we're playing 5 days of mixed formats of cricket.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
In comes James Coles, around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Ackerman, who drives down the ground. Steve Finn dives and makes another good stop to Steve Finn. Really good example from the skipper. Wearily gets himself to his feet. One more to Ackerman. He goes to 112. And this might be entertaining because Via Moulder, to me, looks like he's got a train or something to catch, because he's been in a real hurry since tea. In comes Coles, round the wicket, bowls, and Moulder thrashes that one away through the offside. Well, there's 4 of them immediately. 2 short, smashes it away through the covers for 4. He goes to 90. Leicestershire to 435 for 4. They need 4 more to avoid the follow-on. So multi-format. So you've got some T20. What else? You've got some 50 over, some long.
T20, 50 over, yeah.
Brilliant. Coles, bowls, and Moulder is working this one backward of point. It's racing away towards the boundary. He's going to go for 400. He's going to go for 4 runs. He goes to 94. I'm going to hand over to Richard here. I've got a funny feeling he's going to get a 6 and go to his 100. It just feels to me that that's the way it's going to go. So we'll have a little changeover of the headset here.
Yeah, he's definitely on a mission here. He's really got that determination and drive, I think, to get this 100. And hopefully it will happen very shortly.
Inevitably, the bowler is James Coles as well, who goes in and bowls, and Moulder is studiously forward in careful defence, making us all look like plonkers, basically. I think you may be right, though. I think some of the shots he's played in the last few overs have been those of a man who is very confident in the way he's hitting the ball at the moment against a tired, now inevitably tired Sussex attack. Steve Finn doing his best to help James Coles, who's been asked to bowl over 30 overs, I'm sure, for the first time in his career in an innings. I can't imagine he's gone this deep before. 1 for 123. He's acquitting himself pretty well on the whole. The one man he got out, Rishi Patel, for 99. And he's probably convinced that he also had Ackerman on 99 leg before wicket. Various changes to the field as Coles goes in and bowls to Mulder, who goes back, tries to cut. It bounces a little bit. He doesn't get anything on it. It's taken by Carter. Could easily have got a little top edge on that one. Mulder didn't. Lucky. Coles is in, bowls to him. A slightly flatter delivery. Stays on the back foot, works it out to mid-wicket, where Henderson is the fielder. End of Coles' over. He's not been intimidated in any way during the... I mean, he's had one or two slightly tired-looking overs, but by and large, he's done pretty well for me. One for 123.
Definitely, and I think Finn standing in as captain, really talking with the bowlers, making sure their fields are right, set for their plans. It's been well organised, Sussex have been. I think the Foxes get away too far.
They've kept at it for sure. It'd be interesting to see what would happen. How many overs have we got left today? 21. If Leicestershire were to get another sort of 100, it's very hard to see. And be rough parity at the end of the day. They'd have nothing to lose by going hard tomorrow morning. Obviously, they'd have the safety net of another innings, and seeing if, and then declaring and seeing if they can put Sussex under pressure. In goes Hunt, bowls to Ackerman, who steps forward, slaps the drive down into the ground. It bounces past Hunt's fairly tired left arm as he gestures towards the ball, but Pujara comes in behind him to field.
Will Ackerman be thinking about his partner almost on 100 here?
I don't think so.
No.
They're tough, these sort of South African cricketers, and we're just cracking on and expecting Mulder to get it when he gets it. Oh, good Yorker from Hunt, and Ackerman, who'd stepped forward, was almost beaten by that. It almost sneaked underneath him. Hands started to go into the air. He just, and only just, came down on it in time, squeezing it out behind square on the offside.
It was a very well executed Yorker there. Almost took him by surprise, I'd say.
Definitely. Sean Hunt showing he's still got some fight in him, comes in and bowls outside off stump. Ackerman steps forward and lets it go through to Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Wanders away towards short leg.
Yeah, Hunt bowling now seems to have a little bit more energy than he did before. A bit more confident putting his energy into the ball. Seeing that with a little bit more pace there.
He's bowled 3 times against Leicestershire now, or he's had 3 innings worth of bowling against Leicestershire, and yet to take a wicket, the young man against them. Comes in and bowls. Ackerman is forward, defending it out into the offside. Off stump and out towards Cheteshwar Pujara. Might come in for another over or 2 before the close of play. 21 overs have been bowled with this ball. Hasn't really given Sussex any. There was 1 or 2 early on that Steve Finn got to bounce a little bit, but pitch has died a little bit in the sunshine here. In goes Hunt and bowls. Ackerman elegantly on the front foot strokes it out into the offside, but again only as far as Pujara. Extra cover. Hospitality Marquees have done sort of good business today. They've been in business alongside us down here at Cow Corner, and
you're a nice bit of chatter from there.
You can, yes. Tongues have been lubricated as Hunt is in and bowls outside off stump. Ackerman tries to cut it away and misses. He's missed 1 or 2 of those attempted cuts. And he did actually cut under that one rather than over it, as has been the case throughout. End of the over. Decent one from Sean Hunt. Indeed, it was a maiden, which when you've got 2 batsmen on 112 and 94, is a decent effort.
Yeah, very good bowling there. Brought it back slightly there for Sussex, who's just started to look under the pump a bit from the batsmen, especially after the last over. Back-to-back boundaries, I believe.
It's what really good batsmen, international batsmen, and both these batters are international players, albeit Ackerman has thrown his hat in with the Netherlands through ancestry. Holes into Vian Mulder, who drives in the air. It's going to be just short of the long on boundary, so 4 rather than 6 to Mulder. That would have been a spectacular way to go to your first century for your new county. Didn't quite have the elevation or power to make it all the way to the boundary. It was a perfectly safe pickup from Mulder, and it was a very strong one as well. Almost a clip, really. But he's on 98 now, Vian Mulder, as in goes Coles, bowls to him, he defends carefully. On the on side, Finn claps his hands together, no real changes to the field hasn't come in as such, or no more cover on the boundaries. Coles is in, Mulder is driving hard, hits Ackerman. Now that probably would have gone straight through for 4, but Ackerman could not get out of the way. I think it hit him on the right hand, which fortunately for Ackerman, he hadn't taken his gloves off. Sometimes batsmen do when they're at the non-striker's end, don't they? Especially on hot days. Ackerman hadn't. He's okay, I think. He's just shaking his right hand a little bit as Coles goes in and bowls. A little bit short on the back foot. Mulder works it out towards backward point, but we're going to have another batsman on 99 because the cover fielder gets across to backward point and makes the stop. So the 4th Leicestershire batter to reach 99. I think Kimber was on 99 for a short while.
He was, yes.
Yeah. Coles is in to Ackerman, who sweeps effectively out towards deep backward square. Crocombe is going to try and chase it down, puts in the dive, does very well, the young man, gets something behind it, and then a sort of underarm sideways throw because he's hurt himself, and he manages to get it away. He's on his knees, thrown from his... was it 4? The umpire thinks it might have been, and the signal is made. That's bit tough on young Crocombe, really, because I'm not sure that the umpire had the best possible view, and he's turned to Crocombe and said, was it 4? And Crocombe says, well, I don't know, I was diving around there facing, and maybe my feet were over, but I don't know. But anyway, the 4 has been signalled, so 4 it is. Ackerman moves on to 116. Not sure what umpire Pratt was doing there, really. He didn't have the best view. In goes Coles, driven hard by Ackerman, but only as far as Hunt at the deep-ish mid-off end of the over. We're on strike on 99.
Yeah, that was a good bit of fielding out there. But there was the question of whether his body was over the line as he fielded it.
Yeah, I just don't understand how umpire Pratt could be sure from sort of 60 yards away. When Crocombe wasn't sure, I mean, understandably, and I certainly wasn't, and we probably had as good a view as anybody looking up the boundary rope there. Not that it matters in the context of the scores that we've had. 448 for 4 Leicestershire. So they have avoided, have they not, the follow-on?
They
yes.
have.
Look to my right for mathematical confirmation, Mariana. But yes, they've comfortably avoided it with 6 wickets in hand. Mulder on 99, faces Hunt. Down the wicket he goes, drives in the air, on drives for 4, and that is Mulder's century. And the Leicestershire balcony rise to the young South African. He has worked so hard this season. Vian Mulder takes off his helmet, raises his bat to the pavilion, and the pavilion is generous in its applause as well. And that is a really nice moment for Vian Mulder. It hasn't really worked for him as well as he would have liked this season, but he has not stopped working at it, and he has got his reward. He has moved on to his 100, and it's come from 135 deliveries.
Exceptional batting there, just put a bit more into it towards the end, towards getting closer to the 100.
Waits with bat raised as Sean Hunt is in again. He's down the wicket. Hunt sees him coming and spears it wide. Finish this over and we'll get Adrian back on commentary. And I'll go and update BBC Radio Leicester with another little bit of good news. It's nice. We don't often have too much good news for BBC Radio Leicester. So it's been a nice day in that respect, at least. Sean Hunt is in, bowls very wide to Mulder outside off stump, who just leans forward and watches it go through. And Hunt, who's got a sort of towel hanging out of the back of his trousers, and he uses it to dry his hands as he walks back, but he looks sort of like he's going to see the headmaster, doesn't he, with his hands behind his back as he walks back past the umpire, as if he's anticipating punishment. And unfortunately, by and large, he's had a fair amount of it. As he comes in and bowls to Mulder, who cuts outside off stump for 4. And the weary Hunt turns away in disappointment. He's not enjoying himself, I don't think, out there. It was a little bit short. It was far too wide. And Mulder, having just gone to his 100, along with his compatriot Colin Ackerman, was not going to miss out and didn't.
Absolutely smashed that to the boundary there. Slightly short, slightly wide, and just took advantage of it. Put it away for 4.
Sussex have got to be a little bit careful here, because Leicestershire now, you know, they're what are they, 120 or so, 130 behind. If they were to get ahead before the close of the day and have tomorrow morning sort of smashing it around, they could yet put Sussex under a bit of pressure. Hunt is in, bowls outside off stump to Mulder, who lets that one go through. I mean, there's an awful lot of cricket to be played before they get to that point, but Finn has given Hunt a little bit more cover, but I think he'll have to take him off soon. Figures aren't horrendous, none for 75 from 22, so that's not much more than 3 and over. But he does look a little bit weary now. It's a new experience probably for him as well. Comes in and bowls outside off stump to Mulder. May have just come back in a little bit to him. And the South African, looking to force it, has to adjust. It bounces down into the pitch. And back to the young left arm seamer. End of the over. Vian Mulder, 107. Colin Ackerman, 116. Leicestershire, 456 for 4.
Sussex just slowly walking through the edges there.
Well, I don't know whether Richard has ever commentated on 300s by a Leicester player in one day, plus a 99. So it could have been 400s in a day. That'd have been extraordinary. Wow. And actually, Richard makes a very good point, because Sussex look really tired, and unsurprisingly, and it's not, with the way that Mulder's batting, Ariana, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Leicestershire could be somewhere near this Sussex total by the close of play.
Definitely. The way they're batting very positively and very aggressively, I'd say. I mean, considering both of them have passed the 100 mark.
Absolutely.
Henry Crocombe warming up here. Just as Finn is talking with him, setting the field up as Ackerman is on strike.
He's, Sussex right on the defensive now, aren't they? I mean, unsurprisingly, Aaron, there's no slips, no close fielders. This is about damage limitation, I think, for Sussex now, and unsurprisingly.
Yeah, I believe that's 4 out on the boundary, which is the first time today that's happened, as Crocombe's running into bowl. It was a full one. Ackerman drives straight to cover for a dot.
I'm looking at sort of landmarks here. The next one, I think, is 479, which would be the 200 partnership between these two. So that's a little, well, it's not that far off, one of the 23 runs off. Mulder just looks to me like he's in the mood to come running down the wicket at everything at the moment. Definitely.
He's looking very happy and confident in his batting abilities as Crocombe's running into bowl. Ooh, there was a slightly shorter ball that drags into the pads of Ackerman. Carter comes in just to pick up the ball and throws it to mid-wicket.
Just look at Henry Crocombe's figures, 18 overs for 62, so he's only going at about just over 3 and over in total. What is Sussex going at? About 3.5 and over, aren't they? 125, yeah. Just over 3.5.
That's Crocombe runs away from us. Ball's short and clipped off legs. Oh, slight misfield there from mid-wicket, meaning that Ackerman gets through for a single.
difficult task here, isn't it, for Steve Finn? He's got to keep his side, because what Sussex don't want to do is to sort of leak runs in these last 17 overs, and it's very difficult. I mean, I think he's done a really good job, and it's a flat pitch. I think he's done a very good job, and he's led by example as well as Steve Finn. Look, he's sort of striding around in the outfield there, isn't he? He's keeping people motivated, which is really good to see.
Definitely. As Crocombe goes in. Slightly wider ball down leg there. Straight into Carter's gloves. 2 runs scored.
I can just see him, Mariano. He's out here at mid-on, Steve, and he's clapping his hands. He's encouraging. I think that's it's really good to see, because this is tough for Sussex at the moment.
Yeah, with 18 overs remaining, you need to still keep working hard in the field, Sussex.
Of course.
As Crocombe runs in. There's a short.
That's the chance. It's gone down. That's a drop.
Mulder just chasing it down the leg side and getting a bit bat on it, but unfortunately Carter not catching that one. And it's a drop chance of Mulder on 107. That would be quite costly for Sussex there.
Yeah, I don't know whether he got a bit of bat or a bit of glove on that, but it was definitely a chance, wasn't it? Ollie Carter really should have taken that.
As Crocombe runs in from the sea end. Down leg. Dot to finish the over.
Just, I guess a nice pat on the back there, Steve Finn, to Henry Crocombe. Actually, I think he's going to go. I think I've been really impressed by Steve Finn today. I just think his captaincy. He's going up there. He's patting. I mean, nobody means to drop a catch today. Is that something you see in the cricket that you're playing, Ariane? You get something like that. I mean, do people go and console each other, etc.?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a few pat on the backs, a few heads up. Come on, you've got this kind of thing. Just keep the morale up, kind of thing, and take the next opportunity when it comes. If everyone's heads go down, it's hard to bring it back. Yeah,
for sure. And, whilst Ollie Carter will know that he should have taken that catch, I mean, no one knows more than him that catch should have been taken. But, there's no point. I guess you just got to put it behind you. And it's good to see from Steve. And you keep going, Ariana, for the next over.
Okay. So we're just warming up here.
Yeah, I was just looking at his figures. 27 overs, 3 mains, 0 for 95. So Darray's going at about 4 and over, isn't he? But I mean, no Sussex bowler has gone completely round the park today. I think the way that Stephen has juggled the bowling around has helped that.
Making sure his field's right before he comes into bowl here. As Rollins goes in.
Ooh. Now that absolutely took off, didn't it? I mean, that was not far short of a length when Ollie Carter has taken that over his right-hand shoulder. And that's just the area where James Cole's got a couple to just turn and bite yesterday.
As Delroy comes in. A solid defence from Ackerman there. On a good length, nice and straight.
It looks like the fireworks are going to come from VM Mulder, doesn't it? I mean, he's the one who's... Looks like he's going to step down the wicket and give it a thrash.
Roland comes in.
Or having said that...
Shorter delivery. Punish for 4. Just deep square leg there. Fielder out there had no chance of stopping that one.
No, and I think your description was right. Punished, wasn't it? I mean, it was a long hop really. And having said Ackerman looked the less likely to be smashing the ball around the ground. I don't think he's going to miss out on an opportunity like that. He goes to 121, 61 for 4.
Yeah, that's how he's built his innings, just punishing the bad ball. That's also how he's bowled. As Rollins comes in, slightly fuller there, getting Ackerman to drive to mid-on for no run. Didn't quite middle that one.
I'm just looking here. I mean, there's 16 overs left after this. If Leicestershire were to score it, I'll just work this out.
Dora comes in, a solid defence. Oh, Mulder looking for a single there, but
he was.
Ackerman not moving at all there as he worked it to the leg side. One's back running in. Fuller ball.
It's 4 runs
through the offside. Fielder doing the work. Oh,
yes,
well
fielded.
By a sweeper on the offside. Only a couple for Ackerman. That's the over. Leicestershire 4-6-3 for 4 with 16 overs remaining. Ackerman on 1-2-3, quite nice figures that. And Muller Sporting on 107.
That was a good chase there by Sam Henderson, wasn't it? I mean, I have to say, with the ball running down the slope here at Hove, more often than not, those sort of shots go for 4 runs, and he did really well to chase around the boundary. So another good example of the young Sussex fielders chasing around, but it has been a chasing really today. 463 for 4, as Ariane was saying. This partnership between these two is now worth 184. And when that wicket went down shortly after lunch, when Lewis Hill was caught and bowled by Stephen, just momentarily there, you thought for Sussex another wicket here could be decisive. And you know, we can't keep revisiting old ground, but I think that run out, had Colin Ackerman been run out at that stage, Ariana, he was on 72. Leicestershire with 305 for 4. That was such a key moment in the match.
Definitely. And Ackerman is making them pay the cost of not taking that by scoring quite comfortably, I'd say, throughout his innings.
No, I wouldn't disagree with that. Shall I give you some scores? We've got a drinks break here, so I'll give you some scores in some of the other games around the country. Derbyshire, 277 for 4 in their second innings. That's something of a recovery from Derbyshire, because at one stage they were 36 for 4. So they now lead Durham by 266. Brooke Guest, 112. Louis Deploy on 133. And those two have added all the best part of 240 for the 5th wicket. Lots of runs being scored in Cardiff as well. Glamorgan 380 for 4. Sam North East on 78. Billy Root on 46. Glamorgan leading by 413. So they were all knocked under some pressure in the second innings. Worcestershire have beaten Middlesex by 7 wickets at Merchant Taylor's School today. Worcestershire moving up into those promotion places. And a result in Division 1, Essex beating Gloucestershire by 9 wickets. I'm intrigued by the competition you're involved in next week. So it's 5 days of cricket. Will you play every day?
We will have one rest day, which will be on the Friday.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's at the Shrewsbury. So what, do you all travel up on Sunday or on Monday, or how does that work?
So the competition, the festival will start on the Wednesday, so we'll all travel up on the day, or some people might go overnight.
Okay.
And then the first game will be in the afternoon that day.
On
the Wednesday.
Right, okay.
Then the following day we'll play match. The Friday will be a day off, and then Saturday, Sunday.
Oh, I see. Saturday, Sunday as well. Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Well, I hope you have a really good week, and I hope the weather stays kind. I think it's meant to be getting horribly hot, sort of Sunday, Monday into Tuesday, but I hope you get dry weather.
Yeah, hoping the good weather sticks around for it.
Yeah. Well, let's hope so. Because that'd be terrific to get all that cricket in. And is that sort of like, is that kind of the highlight of the season, really? I mean, it's something you're really looking forward to.
Yeah, definitely. It's a great opportunity for everyone to show their skills and perform, get some runs, get some wickets, and especially with the scouts that will be around as Crocombe is running to bowl from the sea end. Short delivery and pulls it to the deep backward square for 1 run.
Did you say there'd be scouts around?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, it's a lot of scouts are looking around for a possible England under-19 women's side.
Right, okay.
For a tournament, I think next year.
Okay.
It's happening. So there's a few scouts searching around for that squad.
Brilliant. Well, it's an opportunity for lots of players next week.
Definitely, as Crocombe runs in. Ball short again. Ackerman squatting under that and straight into Carter's hands.
Yeah, so 464 for 4. So I'm looking here. I mean, Richard was talking about, could Leicestershire. I mean, there are 124 now behind Sussex. There are 15 overs left in the day. I guess if Leicestershire were to score sort of 6 an over, something like that, but they're going to be somewhere close. And I don't think they're going to be keen to set up a game now. I really don't.
Crocombe's in, balls. Ackerman just on the back foot, punching it into the offside and scoring 1 run.
Now, that looks to me like Archie Lenham, who's out there for Sussex, who was out of this game, I understood, because of COVID, but he's out there now, so someone else is off the field. So Archie Lenham is definitely on. Sam Henderson was on the field just now, so we'll have a little look around and see who's off. You carry on, Ariana.
Ball short. Muller just hitting it to deep square there for a single. Ackerman back in for the one.
Well, I think Sam Henderson is on. I think he's down at fine leg. I think Sam Topping there is at deep mid-wicket. And I think that's Archie Lennon. So I think there are 3 Sussex players off the field at the minute. So who can't you see? Obviously, Henry Crocombe is on. Sean Hunt is on. No, he's not. Steve Finn is on. Who's that down at... I'm not sure if that's Sean Hunt way down in the distance. But there's some Sussex players off the field here.
That's Crocombe in. It was a short delivery pulled again by Ackerman. Oh, and diving attempt by deep backward square, but it's gone for 4 runs.
Yeah, too wide down the leg side, wasn't it, really? And despite having that sort of deep backward square and a fine leg down there as well, Colin Ackerman wasn't going to miss out on that opportunity. He goes to 128, 470 for 4. The arrears now just 118. So I'm just trying to see who's off the field for Sussex. I can see Delray Rawlins out there. I can't see Alistair Orr out on the field at the moment. Tom Alsop is out there. I'm not sure I can see Tom Clark either.
I think you're right there. As Crocombe runs away from us.
That's 4 more, I'm afraid. Oh, it's not. They've got...
It was a short down leg, helped by Ackerman to the fine leg for 1 run. And that's the over for Crocombe there.
Yes, it's rather disconsolate, doesn't he, young Henry? Unsurprisingly, I mean, it's been a baking hot day on a flat deck. We've only had 13 wickets on the whole match here on BBC Sussex, BBC Radio Leicestershire, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Ariana Dowse with you. Richard Ray back with us in a few moments' time. And then Ricky Clark will be rejoining us just after 5:30. Very much the story of the day has been a success story for Leicestershire, lest we forget. At one stage, they were 0 for 1, having lost a wicket to the very first ball of their innings. But Rishi Patel making 99. He was stumped on the verge of lunch. That would have been his maiden first-class 100. Louis Kimber did go past that landmark. He made 104, and now 2 further hundreds. Colin Ackerman on 129, VM Mulder on 109. Leicestershire 471 for 4, and closing in on the Sussex first innings total of 588 for 9. It's going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end, coming into bowl to Ackerman. He's in and bowls, and he plays that one rather uppishly, actually, to Archie Lennon, who's out there at mid-on. So we think Tom Clark is off. We think Alistair Orr is off at the moment. Maybe Sean Hunt who's off as well, as in comes Rawlins bowls, and Ackerman just drops his hands and plays it into the offside, and there is no run. I'm just looking to see who's that on the... that is Ali Orr is on the field, actually. He's at deep backward square. Rawlins in again, bowls, and Ackerman played a straight shot then. That was an odd... I'm not sure whether he got a bit of a nick on that. It ended up in the hands of Tom Alsop at first slip, but it was a rather odd shot by Colin Ackerman. Nonetheless, he survives.
Yeah.
Not sure if that turned. In comes Rawlins again, bowls. Ackerman drives into the covers, fielded by James Coles in his white sun hat.
Would you ever field in a floppy hat?
Yeah, I think I would. In comes Rawlins bowls, and forward comes Ackerman. For some reason, Ariana, back in my younger days, I used to have a yellow floppy sun hat that I used to wear. I used to keep wicket, not very well, but anyway. In comes Rawlins bowls, and Ackerman is back cutting, and that will be 4 runs. No chance whatsoever for Henry Crocombe at backward point. Too much width from Delray Rawlins. And Ackerman back. It's a shot he's played already. Cuts the ball away firmly through backward point for another boundary. He goes to 133. Leicestershire to 475 for 4. The arrears are just 113. There are 14 overs left in the day. I'll bring Richard come back in on commentary in a moment's time, but I just wonder here with these two whether they might think, do you know what, it would almost be impossible for Leicestershire to lose the match from here, I think, because what are they, let's say 113 behind. So I wonder if these two might think, well, do you know what, why don't we just go for broke in these final 14 overs? You comment on this over Ariana, and I'll make way for Richard.
Sure thing. Finn just moving the fin here for Crocombe, just setting up the field. We've got a deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Just fielding in the field as number 1. Coach behind the keeper waving his arms. Not sure what that's about. As Crocombe runs in from the C end. To Kimber. It's a short ball pulled away for just a 1 to deep backward square.
If these two keep going for a while, certainly rest of today and a bit tomorrow morning, there's no reason why Leicestershire can't get themselves 180 ahead at lunch tomorrow and, see what happens, essentially. Hope that the pitch deteriorates a little bit. As Adrian said, they can't lose, really, from that sort of position. They could put Sussex under a little bit of pressure.
It's true as Crocombe runs in from the sea end into Ackerman. That's a good length ball defended back to Crocombe, who jumps and fields off his own bowling for a dot. Two batsmen just seem very comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, 133 and 110. You're not comfy now.
As Crocombe runs into bowl. Shorter ball pulled not quite where you wanted it, but beaten the on-fielder for 4.
Slapped away by Ackerman, who's dominant now. And I think that's the 200 partnership, isn't it? 279 when they came together, so 480. So we will have to check records for Leicestershire against Sussex for the 5th wicket partnership. Be interesting to know what it might be. Adrian has a book which might just tell us. There is a website which will tell us, called Cricket Archive, but I do like a book with everything written down in it, especially if it's up to date. So we will find out. But 5th wicket, Leicestershire versus Sussex. It's a fixture that's been played many years.
As Crocombe runs into bowl. Short delivery pulled away. Not quite got a hold of that. It's gone to deep square just for the single for Ackerman as he moves on to 138. I'm just bowling a bit short here, giving them lots of opportunities to get their hands through the ball here.
Got a field set for the short ball, but even so, it's Ackerman rarely misses out.
As Crocombe's into bowl. Another short one punched to the offside. Will third man get around? Yes, he will. They're going to get 2 if he runs quick. Yeah, quite comfortably in the end. Quick 2, therefore.
He's fit, the animal that you back him in those circumstances to complete the second.
There's usually a rung on the arm, isn't there? Especially when they're fit and fast like that. And Crocombe's got the ball at the top of his mark, running in now. Short delivery down there. Great diving stop by Carter. Dot to finish the over there.
You appreciated that one, didn't you, as a fellow keeper?
It's a very aesthetic dive down the leg side there.
In fairness, when you've been out there all day as well, and a good chunk of yesterday too, and he batted a long time yesterday as well, didn't he, Ollie Carter? So, on day 1 anyway, that just shows how fit these guys need to be.
I don't know about the 5th wicket partnership, but certainly the highest scores both came in that game in 1900 at Leicester. But the highest Sussex score against Leicester was 686 for 8. And the highest score for Leicester against Sussex is 609 for 8 in the same match. So that was a pretty dull draw. But you wouldn't bet against Leicestershire going above that score of 609 for 8.
I don't know whether you picked that up in the mic, but 609 for 8 is Leicestershire's record score against Sussex. Sussex's record score against Leicestershire also well over 600, achieved back in the year 1900 at
Leicester.
would have been Grace Road, although they did leave it for a period.
Sussex getting into position here as Delroy comes into bowl to Ackerman, who sweeps. That was a shout for LBW, but half a pill really.
Rawlins didn't really go up. Carter was vaguely interested. We will check the...
Delroy comes in. Bowls a full delivery, defended back. For a dot, as Carter fields that. Ackerman's still on 138. Mulder also on 112 as Delroy comes into bowl. Full delivery, driven straight to extra cover, no run taken. Delroy just looking to get it nice and full, trying to tempt Ackerman into something here as he runs into bowl. Punched off the back foot, well fielded at extra cover there. For a dot, no run taken. And Delroy Rollins for half sweep, half had to pull out the shot as it was too full and dug out in the end by Ackerman. Your hands on heads there and contemplating hands on hips. Delroy gets the ball back, running into bowl. Good length ball cut, and beats backward point. That's racing away for 4. 4 runs to Ackerman there, which moves him on to a 142. Steep over for Delroy Rollins. Leicestershire on 487 for 4, with 12 overs remaining in the day. The standing captain Finn is given his hat in, looking to bowl his over from the sea end. Just setting his field up. You've gone to that website.
Yeah, highest partnerships for Leicestershire against Sussex. Okay. For the 5th wicket is 226. So they do have a little bit of work still to do, these two South Africans, to beat that. Dates back to 1937. I'll tell you about that as you talk about this over.
That was a while back.
And the captain's brought himself up the slope now. He's acknowledged. You have to do a bit of the donkey work too.
It's warming up there as he's running in from the sea end. Bowls a good length punch off the back foot by Malden to deep cover, who just gets a single. Nice throw back into counter for the 1.
So at the moment the partnership is worth 209, so they need to add another 18 runs to beat the partnership between T.E.R. Cook and A.J. Holmes at Ayleston Road, Leicester in 1937.
As Finn runs in. Was a good a bit edgy there from Ackerman, just rolls out to Delroy in the offside, no run taken. Finn just putting it a bit fuller to try and test the batsman here, see if the ball will swing at all for him later in the innings. And Finn in from the sea end, running into Ackerman. A little bit shorter, up on his toes and defended into the offside. Easily picked up by the fielder there at cover. Not rushing to smack Finn around anytime soon, these two batsmen. I think the senior bowler coming in at them, they're playing a bit more sensibly here. As Finn turns round, starts his trek up to the crease. Bowls just back of a length, punched back to him, fielded off his own bowling quite comfortably. And another dot ball. Shadows are starting to lengthen on the pitch there. The sun might be creeping into the eyes of the boundary fielders on the leg side here at Sussex. As Steve Finn runs into bowl from the sea end, into Ackerman. Good length edge for 4. And stay on knees for half the Sussex fielders there.
Right, and I'm rather embarrassed because I've been reading you out figures for Sussex against Leicestershire for the fifth wicket. Now, the fifth wicket record for Leicestershire against Sussex, wait for it, was 208.
Oh,
They passed that
So
then.
they have established a record, these two South Africans, for Leicestershire's fifth wicket against Sussex. Now, you might have seen it, Adrian, the original record, or the former record, because it was as recently as 2003. And it was here at Hove.
So that's just won the championship.
As Finn runs into bowl here. Ackerman. Nice full ball driven nicely to mid on for no run.
I didn't see it, but 2003 is when Sussex won their first championship. That was here against Leicestershire.
Wasn't it?
Yeah. Murray Goodwin made 3-3-5, wasn't the second innings in the... Yes.
But the 208 record was... Ricky might just have played against one or two of these guys. D.D. Masters, David Masters, who went on obviously to have a lot of success with Essex,
Yeah.
and John Sadler, who
Doro is in, bowls full, work to the leg side, but no run taken as the fielder from mid wicket comes around quite quickly and athletically.
now head coach at Northamptonshire. John Sadler, former assistant coach at Leicestershire.
Delroy with ball in hand, coming into bowl. Solidly defended by Walden into the leg side. Mid-wicket walking in slowly to pick up that ball there. No run taken.
Sussex, however, won the match by an innings and 55 runs.
Delroy in. The lap sweep, taken with no run. Didn't quite get hold of that one. As Slip went round and fielded the ball quite quickly.
When Murray Goodwin made 335 not out.
That's the match Sussex won the championship. Well, Luke Wright was playing for Leicestershire in that match.
Ball
was.
comes in, defends solidly and back to the bowler. It's good bowling from Delroy here.
He made a duck, and he wasn't the only player to be dismissed for a duck
I think it was Whooshing in that game, I think.
by Mushtaq Ahmed. Absolutely.
Delroy comes in, bowls slightly shorter, punch off the back foot through the covers, just to the sweeper will be one from Malden, who moves to a 114.
Chris Adams made 102 as well. 614 for 4 Sussex made in there.
As Rollins comes in. Driven straight to mid on, no run taken. That's the end of the over. One from it. Leicestershire moved to 493 for 4, with Ackerman on 146, Malden on 114, with 10 overs remaining of the day.
I think we need to have a change in the controls for updates coming on.
So we do.
Can I take Richard's headset? Maybe Ricky could come in on Ariana's headset.
A quick change in the commentary box here.
Technical change. So, first of all, congratulations to Ariana, her first commentary stint on BBC, on the BBC. Well done, as in comes Steve Finn. Racing in, comes in and bowls, and right solidly behind that is VM Mulder, who defends on the onside, and there is no run. And good luck to Ariana, both tomorrow for her graduation, and in the cricket next week up at Shrewsbury School, and indeed for the rest of the season. Sussex could do with a bit of luck here, Ricky, because these two are batted really well, a partnership of over 200, and I think they've ensured that certainly they can't lose this match, Leicestershire, as in comes Finn, running in hard bowls and played onto the onside by Mulder, and there is no run. I've been really impressed by Steve Finn, not just his bowling figures that are comfortably the best in the Sussex side, but I just think the example that he's given today.
Massively, yeah. If you look at he's going into his 27th over, 3 for 80, bowled very nicely. I don't know if it's his body. But Henry Crocombe coming to the attack, and he just got half a chance. It was dropped.
Yes.
A few overs ago.
In comes Finn and bowls, covers up, does Moulder, plays onto the onside. There's the chance it was dropped behind.
Forced the chance as they went short. They had the field set. It was just something different. I think sometimes when you get situations like this, you have to think out the box and try something different. Henry Crocombe did that with a nice field set for the short ball plan. There's not been too much else to shout about for Sussex. I was just if Stephen Finn would be able to do that as well, but he's got more of an orthodox field.
Comes in bowls, that's short, and the ball balloons over Moulder's head and through to Carter. There is no run. I've also been impressed with the way he sort of chucked himself around in the field as well, because I noticed probably about half an hour ago a few of the Sussex boys really were wilting, and I think he was almost making a point of striding around the outfield, clapping his hands, which was really good to see, because Sussex must be feeling they could do with these next 9 overs going fairly quickly.
Yeah, definitely.
Finn in and bowls. Moulder just covers up, plays down to mid-on. There is no run. 5 dot balls, just what the doctor ordered for Sussex.
Yeah, it's been a long old day for him. It's been tough. Only 4 wickets have been taken so far in this innings. And you've got the situation where they've tried everything, in fairness. They have come up with different plans, different fields. But Leicestershire, particularly these two at the crease, have stopped them in their tracks.
He comes Finn, bowls and driven down the ground. That's a maiden over from Steve Finn, really well bowled. 27 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 8. He gets a good round of applause. 4.93 for 4. I was thinking about Hassan Azad, you know. He's fielded the whole time during that 588 for 9. He's seen 3 of his colleagues get 100, 1 of them get 99, and he was out first ball. Poor old Hassan Azad. He's had a rotten game, but I'm sure he's enjoying his Leicestershire colleagues here. I mean, it's almost inconceivable we could get a result in this game unless the captains get... I don't see Leicester wanting to do that, Ricky. I think they've done so well to fight back here. I wonder whether they might fancy getting a bit of a lead and just trying to make it uncomfortable for Sussex tomorrow afternoon.
I think, yeah, from this point of view, they're going to try and get unscathed as in comes Delray Rawlins round the wicket. Oh, just skidded on a little bit there to Ackerman, who goes onto the back foot and just tucks it into the leg side to Alior. I think it is out there at deep square leg for a single.
Yeah. I mean, even if they got a lead of, I don't know, 150 round about lunch tomorrow and just stick everyone around the bat.
You just make it uncomfortable, don't you? You never know. That's the thing. They'll be trying to get a lead. They're in a good position at this moment in time as in comes Delray Rawlins again round the wicket, driven by Moulder up to Stephen Finn at mid-off, who goes for a very old school long barrier. I don't often see that in the modern game, but he goes for a long barrier, picks it up cleanly. Back to Delray Rawlins, who comes round the wicket again, driven again, this time from Moulder, in the gap this time. As substitute fielder Sam Henderson dives and it just hits the rope and goes for 4. Beautiful shot there from Moulder. It was a full delivery from Delray Rawlins, just gave him a little bit of width, just allowed him to get his hands through it. It beat the man on the drive, who is Tom Clark, who's going to go a little bit deeper now. And it just went to his left, and you had Sam Henderson, who's more of a deep point, had to sprint round and couldn't quite get there as his dive was in vain. And Pujara comes across from mid wicket. He goes to the deep man, and he just bowled too quickly there. He wasn't ready there, Moulder. As dead ball signalled.
Wasn't ready, was he?
He wasn't, no. He's tried everything there. Delray, he thinks, I'll try and get him when he's not looking, but he's just pulled away and there's a dead ball signal. As in he comes again from the Cromwell Road end, round the wicket, slower. Little back cut for a single to Moulder.
Just to say thank you to the studio. You carry on, Ricky. We've got a little break. You keep going. It's not easy with the weather in your ears.
In your ear, yeah. In comes Delray Rawlins again. Short this time. Pulled round the corner from Ackerman. Sean Hunt comes round. Picks up over the top of the stumps to Carter. And that is 400 and...
I think that's the
no, that's
500.
the 500. That is the 500. They're normally quite quick on that scoreboard and catch you out. That is the 500 for Leicestershire. As in comes Dare runs again. Full toss this time, driven beautifully by Mulder through the extra cover. Timed it beautifully. It was a full toss, and he's absolutely smoked that, if in all honesty. Delray Rawlins goes down on his haunches, picks a bit of grass up and thinks, I can't wait for this day to end. It's been a tough day for Sussex bowlers. As Leicestershire move on to 504 for 4. Colin Ackerman, 148 from 237 deliveries. And Mulder going along nicely on 123 of 164.
Yeah, and so far today, Sussex have conceded, I think it's 340 runs, which, you know, on a fast outfit on a hot day, there's nothing to be ashamed of in that, but they are starting to look pretty weary, are the Sussex boys, and I say you never know. I mean, Leicestershire could be, if, 8 overs, if they score up 5 and over from here, they'll be 550 at close of play, only 30 odd behind. If they could club a quick hunt, who knows? But Steve Finn has been unrelenting in his effort today. He runs in and bowls, and forward comes Ackerman and plays to mid-on. There is no run, and he's just trying to guide through this Sussex attack, really. There's a lot of young, tired legs out there, but I think he's just shown a terrific example. It's been a long, hot day for Sussex in the field, Danny, and there's another 8 overs to go because Leicestershire are piling on the runs in reply to the Sussex total of 588. Leicestershire are 504 for 4, so trailing now by just 84 runs with 1 day to play. 300s today for Leicestershire. Louis Kimber making 104. Colin Ackerman still there on 148, and South African VM Mulder also still there on 123. Add to that Rishi Patel, who was out for 99. Steve Finn, easily the pick of the Sussex bowlers. He's taken 3 for 80. Meanwhile, up at Scarborough, Surrey have just been bowled out for 515 against Yorkshire. They trail by 6 runs. In comes Finn and bowls, and Ackerman plays out onto the leg side and picks up a single. That's our final update of the day, Ricky, so we can relax.
There's no song there as well. They've
song.
Cut us off straight away. No,
yeah, that's good.
No song coming in for us to have a little sing along to.
See, there's more washing up on the line today, Ricky. No big towel with the panda on. Or was it there?
It was there this morning. You know what? I had a look up, and the big panda was there again. So it could be a beach towel where they get down.
Yeah, that could be right. Yeah.
Early morning swim. But I did see the panda towel this morning.
In comes Finn, over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Mulder, defensively down to long on. It's just a different game, to be fair, when Stephen Finn has bowled. I mean, he's kept it tight.
I think if you look at the situation, you've seen Chris Wright as well for Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Obviously didn't get the rewards, only 1 wicket for him. Steve Finn, currently 3 wickets to his name, but I think you've just seen the experience of the senior fast bowlers in the attack of just bashing a line and length and just trying to create pressure that way.
In comes Finn, bowls, well, drives down the ground, nice looking shot. Steve Finn got a hand to that and deflected it to mid-off to Sean Hunt, and there is no run. So there's only 1 run conceded off the last 11 balls that Steve Finn has bowled. I mean, all ifs, buts and maybes, but, Callum Parkinson's a fine spinner for Leicestershire. A lot of people think actually he's the better of the 2 brothers. On the last day with players clustered around the bat, you never know.
You never know. We've seen the odd ball just bite and turn, so you just never know.
Finn races in bowls, and forward comes Mulder, playing very respectfully down the track. It's the end of another fine over from Steve Finn. He'll have earned sort of I don't know what he likes, a pint of beer or what he likes, but he'll enjoy whatever he sits down and putting his feet up today, or tonight I should say. 28 overs, 7 maiden, 3 for 81, 7 overs remaining in the day. Leicestershire 504 for 7, so they trail by 83. And we've got a 4 days cricket tomorrow, 96 overs in the day. A bit earlier on today we were speculating, could there be a declaration? Could there be the captains getting together? I just don't see that now.
Not now, no. I think the only way that does happen is if there's a few quick wickets, either tonight or early tomorrow morning. But I think you're going to see the situation where Leicestershire are in a good position at this current time to get up to the Sussex total, and they'll be looking to try and go past that. And sometime tomorrow, maybe put a little bit of pressure on the Sussex batting lineup. But there's still a lot of cricket to be played. We still have 7 overs left today. It's going to be Delray Rawlins to continue from the Cromwell Road end.
I can see Cheteshwar Pujara warming up again, Ricky.
So maybe there is going to be some declaration bowling. Yeah. That's quite harsh. As in comes Delray Rawlins.
Now, I would get it in the neck if I said something like that.
I don't mean it. I was just going on in first over. It was a little bit short, but he's going to get another bowl. As in comes Delray Rawlins. Round the wicket, push forward to Zackerman, who's just one shy of his 150.
I just wonder as well whether these two might be thinking, whilst they won't want to hang around here, they'll want to be there in the morning, these two.
In comes Delray Rawlins again, round the wicket. Forward goes Ackerman. It might be a case here where Stephen Finn thinks by bringing on Pujara, part-time spinner, you might get an opportunity of a full shot from the batters as they try and capitalise. In comes Rawlins again, round the wicket, push forward. Goes Ackerman as he pushes it into the covers. No run scored again.
I don't think we're going to go beyond 6 o'clock tonight, Ricky, that's for sure.
No, over rate's been very good, particularly with Delray Rawlins. He's bowling like 1 minute 30 overs here as he comes in again. Forward delivery to Ackerman, who just steers it up to mid-on. Where I think that's James Coles does the fielding. 1 ball left of the over. And Rawlins again quickly comes in, tries to rush Ackerman that time, who goes onto the back foot, pushes it into the offside, and he goes to a magnificent 150 off 246 balls. He's been there for 315 minutes, 23 fours and a 6. He has batted absolutely beautifully.
I couldn't agree more. I think he's been excellent. Actually, when he came into bat, it was a slightly, wicket had gone down, and at that stage in proceedings, Leicestershire was still a long, long way behind avoiding the follow-on. So, and certainly early on, I thought Steve Finn bowled a really good spell to him down from the Cromwell Road end, and he had to work really hard, did Colin Ackerman.
He did. Stephen Finn was testing him, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
Making him play every ball, and it was really challenging. And I think this partnership has been fantastic. Both batters have been tested early on in their innings, got through it, and they're capitalising now.
In comes Steve Finn, coming running into bowl to Ackerman. Ackerman drives handsomely to extra cover, fielded by Pujara, and then there is no run. Yeah, because Louis Kimber had just been out LBW. Colin Ackerman comes in, and you're thinking, if Sussex get another one here.
And we felt that at that time the ball might have been reversing a little bit as well.
Yeah.
So if it was had a little bit of lateral movement in the air, it's going to be difficult to come in and face that. But he managed to get through it, and he's really capitalising now, and they really want to make sure that he's there for tomorrow morning.
In comes Stephen Finn, racing away from us, comes in bowls to Ackerman, who is forward and plays a model forward defensive shot down to mid-on, where it's fielded down in front of us by the man with no number, who we think is Sam Topping, who's the 13th man. Archie Lenham has been on the ground as well today. So at some stage, Sussex have had 3 substitute fielders on. I can see young Sam Henderson is still on at the far end of the ground. So a couple of players are off. Sean Hunt is on. I can see Sean Hunt. Not sure if I can see Henry Crocombe. The players are spread far and wide as in comes Finn and bowls. Ackerman turns this to mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Clark. And again, there is no run. This is a good little spell by Steve Finn, actually, because I guess what Sussex wouldn't have wanted would to go in tonight and these last few overs are going around the park, and the lead is maybe only Leicester only sort of 20 or 30 behind. That puts a lot of pressure on Sussex tomorrow.
Yeah, he's just using all his experience just to bash away at the dots. He knows that there's not going to be too many full shots.
Finn in again, bowls. Ackerman just takes his hand out of that, just spat a little bit at Colin Ackerman. He took his hand off the bat, played the ball out into the offside, and there is no run. I mean, in terms of batting to come for Leicestershire, Harry Swindle's Ben Mike can hit a big ball as well. So there's plenty of firepower down the order for tomorrow morning. I think that's the way I see it going, to be honest. I think Leicestershire will come in and, in doing so, they could lose a host of wickets and fall in a heap, and the game does dribble out into a draw. But they'll feel they could, if they could set Sussex 150, it could be interesting. In comes Finn, bowls, covering up his Ackerman. Can't stress what a good spell of bowling this is by Steve Finn. In his last 3 overs, I think he's just conceded 1 run, which and Sussex were starting to leak runs a bit.
Exactly, nice tight bowling. He's trying to make sure that when you come back tomorrow, obviously he's trying to get a wicket, but he's trying to keep it tight as well and build that pressure. But when Sussex come back tomorrow, it'll be a situation just to try and take as much time out of the game tomorrow as well.
In he comes. Bowls to Ackerman, who covers up. Maiden over from Steve Finn, fielded by Finn off his own bowling. 29 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 81 for Steve Finn. Century for Sam Northeast today, 105 not out for Glamorgan. Billy Root making 53. Ed Byram 144. The upshot of that is that Glamorgan have declared at Cardiff on 421 for 5. Notts needing 455 to win. They're already batting. So Notts leaders of Division 2, Glamorgan putting a bit of pressure on them for tomorrow, so that could be an interesting day's cricket down in Wales tomorrow. In the rest of the second division, Worcestershire, Ed Pollock, we were talking about him earlier on. Worcestershire beating Middlesex by 7 wickets, so Worcestershire moving up nicely in the table as well. And at Durham, Derbyshire, who were in all sorts of trouble, they were 34 for 4, now 303 for 6, are leading Durham by 290. So it could be some really good cricket in the second division of the county championship tomorrow. Looks like your old county, Surrey, are going to probably draw at Scarborough. Yorkshire 5 without loss in their second innings, leading by 11. Elsewhere, Somerset 446, Lancashire 478 for 4 at Southport. That's heading for a draw as well. Another your old counties, Ricky, Warwickshire 193 for 6, leading Hampshire by just 40 runs down the coast at Southampton.
As in comes Delray Rawlings again, comes over the wicket this time, trying to fire it into the footholds of the bowlers and the little bit of traffic that might be there, trying to entice a sweep or a full shot into Moulder as he comes again. A bit too straight that time, driven by Moulder. Who's limping a little bit there.
Yeah, I think he is.
Could be a little bit of cramp. Hot day, but driven out to deep point where Sam Henderson, 12th man fielder, picks it up cleanly and a nice throw over the top of the stumps to Ollie Carter, the wicket keeper. Delray Rawlings decides to come round the wicket to Ackerman, who's on 150 of 252 balls. As in comes Delray Rawlings again. Quicker this time, down the wicket comes Ackerman, advanced.
That's interesting.
And prods it back to Delray Rawlings. It was a quicker ball from Rawlings and caught Ackerman on the hop a little bit. As in he comes again, tosses this one up a little bit more. A bit more of an aggressive shot from Ackerman. He's
broken his bat, I think.
Has he broken his bat? I was going to say, we've got sort of underneath him and he needs a bit of tape. And he's speaking to Moulder. He said, "Where did you get that tape from?" He says, "I don't know. I just waved up to there and they brought it out." So that's what's going to happen. We're going to have a short little break while Ackerman wants to get a little bit of tape for his bat.
It'd be churlish to be critical of Leicestershire here, and it's just an observation, Ricky. It's not a criticism in any way, but I just thought 7 or 8 overs ago that they really might put Sussex to the sword, because Sussex looked absolutely exhausted, and Steve Finn having to lead from the front, and I sort of thought to myself, well, this lead could only be 20 or 30 at close of play. As it is, I think perhaps these Leicestershire batsmen have just thought, do you know what? Let's just be here tomorrow. Do you think that's the plan?
I think that is. I think what you can have in this situation is there could be a message come from the dressing room that says, look, push it on a little bit now and stuff like that. And the one thing you do is you lose a couple of quick wickets, and the next thing you know, you're trying to find a different plan and saying, actually, let's try and get through to tomorrow now. So you see it quite a lot, where sometimes that happens, and I think it's just a case of just keep batting. There's still a lot of time in the game where they'll look to come back tomorrow, probably just play normally for the first hour to see where they're at, and then they might try and capitalise a little bit more and try and push it on, and you'll see batters having a little bit more fun, and they'll try and get a decent lead if they can, and then you never know with the spinners coming into play and how the wicket plays as well. There's an option for rollers to go on it as well, and what that does it break up, does it stay the same, does it keep it more compact? So there's still a lot of different outcomes that you can possibly get from the remaining time we've got in this game. As in comes Rawlins again, round the wicket from the Cromwell Road end, tosses this one up to Ackerman, who changed his bat, I think. He didn't go for the tape in the end, he just went for a different bat. And seems to have a good middle as he prodded it back to Delray Rawlins as he comes in again. Pushes that one through off the hip from Ackerman, goes down to fine leg, and Sean Hunt comes round, picks it up left-handed, and an untidy throw in fairness. He looks a bit weary there. Here's the young man as he throws it back in, and a couple of bounces past Carter and picked up by mid-off. As that is the end of another over. 139 overs gone. We have 4 overs remaining. And I think we might see a change in this end. And it's going to be James Coles to finish with a couple of overs from this end. So Pujara was trying to give the signal to Steve Finn to say, get me on. And Steve Finn has gone for the young man instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange enough, the last game here, Ricky, Derbyshire made 551 for 8, Sussex 337 all out. So Derbyshire could have enforced the follow-on, decided not to, then got themselves in a real pickle trying to sort of get themselves a decent lead. In the end, they declared, and Sussex knocked off the run. So you never know quite what's going to happen. Talking about bats, I mean, when Mohammed Rizwan was here, on one occasion he had to change his bat, and they brought out about half a dozen bats. You know, how many did you always have? A couple of spares?
I used to have about 4 or 5.
Right. In comes James Coles. Well, there's a weary-looking delivery from James Coles. He looks as stiff as a board, and the ball is played onto the offside by Ackerman. He remains on 151. The Sussex lads look like they can't wait to get in the dressing room, to be honest. And who can blame them? They've toiled away gamefully today. As in comes Coles, bowls. Ackerman flicks that one to Henry Croker, who comes running in off the mid-wicket boundary to field. Ackerman to 152, 509 for 4. I think they've chased hard here, Sussex. I think there's been some excellent ground fielding. He's hobbling quite badly.
Hobbling, yeah,
he is hobbling. What if he's got a blister or something?
An injury or...
Yeah, well, as you said, he wouldn't have bowled this many overs. He's into his 33rd over. Again, left arm around the wicket, in and bowls, and Mulder is forward and just plays with soft hands. And he sort of surveys that leg side. You get the feeling with VM Mulder that he's kind of like to get down the track here, but maybe there's a little instruction come out to say, you be there in the morning. Bowls, in bowls, shorter and flicked away down towards fine leg by Mulder. He just picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 125. Leicestershire to 510 for 4. It means they trail by just 78.
It is going to be a interesting day tomorrow, I feel.
It will. Coles in and bowls to Ackerman, and Ackerman, they kept it all low, actually.
Just pushed it through a little bit more there, I reckon, with the arm. And Ackerman thought it was short, and it was fuller than he expected, and just got his hand through it, luckily for him.
Coles looks like he can barely get back to his mark. Comes in and bowls, swept, and that's going to be just a single down to fine leg, fielded all the way there out in the distance by the young 12th man, who's Sam Henderson. James Coles puts on his hat. He hobbles away. I think Steve Finn is coming up to him. He's saying, "You okay, James?" And gives him a little pat on the back. 3 overs to go, 511 for 4 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. For people just joining us late on in the day, it has very much been Leicestershire's day. 300s in the day. Louis Kimber, a maiden century for him. He was eventually out for 104. Poor old Rishi Patel stumped on the stroke of lunch for 99, looking to come down the wicket. And 200 since then. Colin Ackerman 153, VM Mulder 125. These two coming together when Leicestershire were 279 for 4, so it's a partnership now. 233, I think.
As in comes Rawlins again, round the wicket, finds the edge. The slip had just been moved out, and it trickles away for 4. Delray Rawlins has a jump in the air and a smack of the thighs.
Kind of sums up Sussex's day.
Literally sums up the day for the Sussex fielders and Delray Rawlins. He's literally just moved the slip out.
Yeah.
And he finds the edge, and it just trickles away down the hill towards the end. To 4 more to Colin Ackerman. As in comes Rawlins again, round the wicket. brings Ackerman forward, who pushes it into the onside as Pujara comes round from a straightish mid-wicket, picks the ball up, gives it back to Delray Rawlins. As he turns again, comes in round the wicket, quicker this time. Again, pushed up to mid-on. Nice solid position from Colin Ackerman. No run scored on this occasion. Turns again, in comes Rawlins, flatter. Tucked away onto the leg side through mid-wicket as Alior goes round. They scamper to. Good fielding from Alior. It was. He scampered round and picked it up cleanly and got the throw in as quick as he could. Showed a lot of energy at this time of the day. It's been a tough day for the Sussex fielders, but he got it in nice and quick, and he made Mulder really scamper get back to that non-striker's end as Delray Rawlins puts the bells back on for the umpire, who just makes sure they're in line as Rawlins comes in again, round the wicket, push forward goes Ackerman, up to Stephen Finn, who picks it up, throws it back to Delray Rawlins for the last ball of the over. As he turns again, quicker through the air onto the hip of Ackerman, who tucks it round, and again Alior picks up one-handed and flings it over the top with lots of energy. Good fielding.
He's full of beans, isn't he?
He could keep on going for another hour there. I think the way he's picked that up,
as opposed to poor old James Coles, who looks like he can barely walk.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a little injury or you say a little blister or.
He's going to bolt. He's going to bolt this penultimate over.
If he's got a little bit of cramp, I don't know. If it's just an achy body, I'm not sure it's a good sign at the age of 18 if he wants to prolong his county career and further. But I think it's a little bit of an injury. He's sort of dragging that leg a little bit.
Well, here comes James Coles, penultimate over of the day from the C end of the ground. He's in on bowls, and Colin Ackerman is forward. Shows the full face at the bat, plays it to mid-on, fielded by Tom Alsop, and there is no run. The sun has momentarily disappeared, so some respite late in the day for the Sussex fielders as Coles in again bowls, and Ackerman plays it straight back down the ground. And Via Mulder was trying to get out of the way and ended up on his back. And he's got to clean the dirt and dust off his arm. There is no run, I should say. Coles again, in and bowls. Forward comes Ackerman. That's spat a little bit as well. Ball ends up at backward foot. I'm just thinking here, Sussex need to be careful. They don't bowl more than it, because James Coles does get through his overs. And Stephen won't want to bowl more overs than he needs to. He could see a long break here before the next over. In comes Coles, bowls. And back on his stumps is Ackerman, and he plays that to backward point, fielded by Delray Rawlins. And there is no run. 17:56 says the digital scoreboard. I think Steve Finn's going to change the field around a bit. But in comes Coles. He's in already. Oh, it's a full toss. That's a horrible ball. It's played away into the offside, and that's 4 runs. Yeah, that was a bit of a gift for Colin Ackerman. He goes to 164, and Leicestershire to 522 for 4. It means the arrears are now 66.
I was about to say exactly the same, that Delray Rawlins and James Coles, very quick with their overs.
They are.
And this will be a situation where you just want to make sure you bowl what's remaining and don't want to give Leicestershire at this stage of the game another 6 balls. Although you could get a wicket, but it's a situation where you don't want them eking out a few more runs. And now he tries to take his time.
I think James Coles has suddenly realised I need to slow down a bit here. He's only got 1 more ball remaining in this over. Comes in and bowls and swept, and it's going to run away down to that far end of the ground. Steve Finn, look at that, he's chasing away down to that far end of the ground. Well done, skipper. Stops the ball. They think about coming back for a third, I should say, but they don't. Throw comes in. Carter stops the ball. It wasn't the greatest of throws, but I think we can forgive Steve Finn. That end of James Coles over. He hobbles away to his fielding position. 524 for 4. Mulder 125. Ackerman is 166. This partnership now, Ricky, is worth 21 plus 24, 245 for the 5th wicket. So they've comfortably beaten that 208. Now the umpires are wandering in. It's the last over of the day. There's a bit of a discussion going on out there. What's happening? I think James Coles is going to leave the field, and I'm not surprised because he can barely walk, and poor old James Coles. And I suspect we're going to probably get a seamer bowl. Well, not, it's going to be Delray Rawlings who's going to bowl this last over. Generally, Delray's overs take about a minute, and I reckon this one is going to take at least. It's going to take 17:58. The clock says now.
It's going to take 2.
It is going to take 2. I think there might be 1 or 2 field changes in here. Yeah.
He's going to stay over the wicket to Mulder. And he's going to try and fire it in towards that leg stump and see if he can entice a sweep. Where if I was Mulder, I'd be looking to see anything outside leg stump, and I would just kick it away with my pad, and I'll see you in the morning. But we're going to see what happens here as Delray comes in over the wicket from the Cromwell Road end, straight this time, driven through the offside as Sam Henderson scampers along, slides and picks it up with a 1 bounce throw into keeper Carter, who tips it over the bar after the 1 bounce and picked up from Tom Alsop, backing up. 2 more runs to Mulder. Delray Rawlings gets it back on the top of his mark. Rushes Mulder quickly there, and he looks up and he didn't pull away, he just tucked it into the offside to point, where Tom Clark comes round and picks the ball up as the clock ticks to 1 minute left in the day. We've got 4 balls, so we will be seeing this as the last over. As Delray's taking his time, comes over the wicket again, tosses that one. He does force a little sweep, and it's just a 1 bounce to Alsop. That is on the 45.
He's annoyed with himself, Mould. He won't want to get out here,
No, that's what I was saying. If it's outside that leg stump, just kick it away. But he's tried to play a little sweep, and he could have got a little bit more of a top edge on that, and that could have been the downfall for him. And it looped up to Alsop, not on this occasion. In comes Rawlings again, fires it in towards the leg stump, clipped away to deep square leg, where Ali Orr picks it up, throws it to Pujara at mid-wicket, and a single taken. 2 balls left in the day. As the clock has ticked to 6 o'clock, the sun starts to come out with a few shadows of the fielders as Rawlings comes in again, stays over the wicket, pulled by Ackerman. It was a short ball and just helped it on its way round the corner to Sean Hunt, who throws it straight at the feet of Carter, who wasn't best pleased with that as it sort of ricocheted up into his chin. And it will be the last ball of the day from Delray Rawlings. He's going to come over the wicket to Mulder, who drives beautifully out to deep cover. What a shot that is for the last ball of the day. And it is fielded by the substitute fielder, Sam Henderson, who takes his cap off. He throws the ball into Delray Rawlings. There's a ripple from the crowd, and that will be the end of day 3 with Leicestershire on 529.